is down to just 2 races to make the playoffs, and why not throw in a little road course mayhem into the mix today on USA. Welcome to Countdown to Green, presented by Sonic. The fans love this place. Hey, we do too. Let's go road course racing for the second time in the last 4 races for the NASCAR Cup Series. The Peacock Pit Box located at pit stall number 24, right across from the start-finish line. It's a little windy on the pit box today. Why not, right? The Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett, guy who won here as well. Kyle Petty in the Cup Series. I'm Marty Snyder. What a way to close the regular season, guys. We have Daytona next week, which nobody can predict what's going to happen there. And then the road course today. DJ, I use the word mayhem. Is that a fair word to use for the road course races so far in 2022?
No doubt about it. As good a word as you come up. We could probably put a whole list of things in there that the drivers have probably called it. Maybe that we can't use that here on TV, but we're going to see a lot of that today. You know, historically, turn 1 has been a problem area on the start of the race, the restarts throughout the day. But because with this car and the competition level, it's become even more so. So don't think just because there's a lot of pavement down there that's off to the left of turn 1, you know, you have to get to turn 2 eventually. So somewhere you have to come back on the actual racing surface. That might be the issue.
Kyle, we can't talk about the end of the regular season without talking about Kevin Harvick. Back-to-back wins for Harvick. Let's put into perspective what he's doing at age 46. He's actually chasing your grandfather, we found out this week.
Yeah, my grandfather, 42 races. Now, my grandfather didn't start racing until he was 36. But listen, he is doing stuff that very few people have gone. Dale Jarrett, I see you on the bottom of that list. It's still time. You can climb that list a little bit, dude. Let me just say, but he is doing a phenomenal job. I think, I don't believe that what we saw the first 10 or 15 races that we saw Kevin Harvick had another win in him, or this team had another win in them. But these last 2 weeks have shown he's a grinder. He gets it done. And after the age of 40, it gets harder and harder. But he keeps making it happen, man. He is a phenomenon right now.
Yeah, and we're just seeing a Kevin Harvick that's not going to give up. He doesn't think about his age. He has no idea, doesn't care what age he is. He knows that he's still a competitor, and every time that he gets to the racetrack, and this weekend at a road course, he's crawling in knowing that he's going to give everything that he has. And a lot of days, just like the last 2 weeks, that's been the best guy on the track when it counted at the end of the race.
And DJ, that sets up the playoff standings. Do you think Martin Truex Jr. and Ryan Blaney are going to get any sleep over the next 2 weeks, the end of the regular season here?
Yeah, they might get some sleep, but then during that sleep, they're going to have some nightmares about what might happen or could happen in these 2 races. As you can see, they're the 2 drivers. So now, with Kurt Busch announcing he's not going to be a part of the races this weekend here at Watkins Glen or next weekend at Daytona, we now have 14 drivers that are locked in with their wins. Kurt Busch is sitting there with his win. The drivers, Ryan Blaney and Martin Truex Jr. fighting for that 1 spot that is left right at this point.
Well, aside from the playoff focus today, this race has a decidedly international feel. 7 countries represented, the most international drivers ever in a NASCAR Cup Series race. Some new faces for NASCAR fans, but also some familiar ones as well, like Mexico's Daniel Suarez, who's hanging out at the front of the grid with Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Jeff Burton. Afternoon, gentlemen.
Thank you, Marty. It's awesome to be able to talk to Daniel here down on the grid before the race starts. And Daniel, this is going to be an interesting day. We have a real threat that weather's going to come into the racetrack here and affect the surface of the racetrack. I never raced in the rain, and neither has the next gen car. I kind of want to know what you guys have been talking about the last 24 hours, and how are you preparing for that possibility?
Definitely, Dale. You know, it's funny because a few days ago, we're talking about having a plan A, B, C, you know, different strategies, trying to pit before the stage, trying to run, you know, until pretty much you're out of fuel. And this morning, when we saw the weather coming, that list of A, B, C, D, F, you know, everything can happen now because just the rain is going to predict what you're going to do. Yeah. And now nobody really knows when exactly the rain is going to get here and for how long it's going to stay here. So I feel like we are gonna all see many different strategies out there, which is going to make things very, very interesting.
We've raced before in the rain in the Xfinity Series, actually quite a bit, and last year at COTA in the Cup Series, that was a bit of a mess, but never with this car. So what is your expectation with this car if it does get wet?
My hope, you know, my hope is that this car is going to be just way better in the rain, just because this car, in my opinion, in a way is designed for road course racing. You know, independent rear suspension, big brakes, wider tires, more downforce. But at the end of the day, it's never easy to be in the rain. So I'm hoping that it's going to be better than the previous car, but I guess we're going to find out together.
You've been one of the best cars on the road courses this year, Daniel, and kind of got a little bit of practice to kind of understand where you're at, what are you struggling with, and how good's your car for today?
Honestly, my car is pretty good. I felt that we have a top 5 car in the dry, already to go out there and fight these guys. You know, there is a couple corners out there that I felt that they were not that great of a race car. We made a couple adjustments overnight to try to help those areas. Hopefully, we help those areas without affecting the areas that were already good, and see what happens. But overall, you know, these road course races are so long races. You have to stay on the game. Pit stops are backwards, so you have to make sure you don't make mistakes. In my mind, many drivers, many teams, they just get out of the game just by making mistakes. So we just have to make sure that we're not one of them and be there at the end.
Well, we get the pleasure of watching. You've done a great job this year. I can tell you're playoff ready. Your excitement is high. Marty, we're going to go back to you, but tons of unknowns down here on pit road.
Yeah, so they mentioned the rain. I mean, it's always a party at the Glen throwing some rain. Oh, my goodness, this is going to be crazy. When we come back, hey, we're keeping Jeff Burton busy. This week's mayor's guest is a former Formula One world champion, Kimi Räikkönen. Chats with Jeff Burton next. Glen is no stranger to F1 racing. F1 raced here for 20 years, and today an F1 world champion, Kimi Räikkönen, makes his NASCAR Cup Series debut. The career numbers speak for themselves, and he has been quite impressive so far this weekend. Kimi Räikkönen is today's mayor's guest. We'll get to that in a second, but let's get to the topic, DJ, of how impressive he's been. I mean, I think people thought he would come here and maybe struggle a little bit, but he's really been quick.
Yeah, you'd count me in, those that thought he would probably struggle. I mean, it's just so totally different than what he's ever done. But, you know, he's a champion. He understands that. He's a competitor, and he wants to do well. But, you know, he is following right in there, and he put up some really good laps there yesterday, KP.
Yeah, he did. Listen, he has acquitted himself great in this sport so far. He came out here. He was halfway through the field. That's all you got to do. Be in the top 20, 25 right now.
There you go. We mentioned he is today's mayor's guest. Jeff Burton literally just sprinted from the front of
Yes, he did.
all the way to victory lane. Nice run, Jeff. Take it away.
Well, my condition is not what it needs to be, Marty, but pleasure to be here with you, Kimi. You have, you know, world champion, over 20 F1 wins. It's great to have you here. Why and what is so appealing about NASCAR to bring you here?
Yeah, I'm happy to be here, first of all, and you know, very welcomed. I felt very welcome. So, you know, there's not one specific reason, but I enjoy racing still, and obviously I had roughly 11 years ago 3 races in the truck and Xfinity. So, you know, to get a chance to come and race against the best here with a great team, I'm more than happy to be here and see how it goes.
What's been the biggest surprise about this car and how it drives?
No one biggest one. I would say that everything is obviously different what I'm used to in F1. Obviously, I've done some rallies, and that's again completely different from either this or F1. But I think it's more or less what I expected. Obviously, I was happy I got a few laps done last week, so I had some idea. But yeah, the racing will be a new experience again, and we might got you know, the full service with the shower, so full experience. So let's see how it goes.
So if you get that rain, does that make you feel good? Like you got a little more experience than a lot of these guys do in the wet?
Apparently not. Nobody has with this new car, so we are all in the same experience on that. But obviously, yeah, we've done racing on wet in Europe a lot, but I doubt it's going to help on this one. So yeah, we'll just need to try to make the best out of it, whatever the situation is, and see what happens.
Well, we love having you here. I'm assuming the NASCAR community has treated you well. You feel welcome, having a good time?
Yeah, it's very, very welcome, and yeah, it's been good, and hopefully we're happy after the race, and you know, whatever the end result is, it's been a great experience already. But obviously, the race is always the fun part, and we'll try to stay out of any issues on beginning and go from there.
Well, racers are always racers, and the end result is what really matters. You can see it in Kimi and Parker. It's going to be a fun day. Who knows what's going to happen with this weather?
Another accomplished international driver in today's race is Mike Rockefeller, winner of the 24 Hours Le Mans, 24 Hours Daytona, DTM German Touring Car Champion, and now your first start in the NASCAR Cup Series. What do you want out of today?
Well, I'm the rookie here, that's for sure. You know, it doesn't matter what I won before in different categories. Obviously, it's a great honor. I cannot tell you how excited I am, really, to be here on that grid. Obviously, not the position I wanted after quali, but I think we had a steep learning curve. The car was very loose in practice and then super tight in quali, so we had it all. And I hope we find the middle way now for today's race. You know, there's so much to learn today, and obviously I'm ready for that.
I just like the smile on your face. Have fun.
I will have a lot of fun, I tell you.
All right, thank you guys so much. So, DJ, why would these drivers with all of these career accomplishments want to put themselves out there and go run a cup race?
Yeah, I think Kima said it, and then Jeff Burton also kind of said, the competitors, you know, you're always looking for that next challenge, and this is a huge challenge in a completely different car in a different setting, and I think they embraced that. KP, you think that the new car may have a little something to do with making this choice too?
Yeah, listen, I think the new car is so much more in line with, we heard Kimi talk about rally cars, so many more things, sports cars, whatever there may be. But my question is, why not? Why not? These guys have been to the top of the mountain in the sports that they run, whether it be sports car, whether it be Formula One, just like Jimmy Johnson was at the top of the mountain here.
Good point.
He decides to go IndyCar racing. Why not? You deserve to be able to try other things. My tip of the hat to these guys for stepping out and at least experiencing life.
And that's what Kimmy said yesterday. I've got nothing to lose. I just want to go out here and have fun. But cup racing is obviously a tough game, proven by the fact Joe Gibbs Racing in the new car, they can't figure out the road courses. Kyle, look at the numbers at road courses this year for Joe Gibbs Racing.
Yeah, for a team and drivers that have really been a factor on road courses, they didn't start the year good. And Dale, you know it as well as I do. When you start off, you stay off all year long. You can't catch up to the good teams when you start behind. And these guys started behind from the very beginning with Toyota and at JGR, and all they can hope for is to have top fives and top tens. I don't think they're winning combinations right now.
Well, let's hear from the Joe Gibbs Racing driver who needs a win the most, and he needs it quick. Martin Truex Jr. is with Dave Burns.
So the challenges are always great when we come to Watkins Glen, and when you're trying to make the playoffs, Martin Truex is on the outside looking in. It's gotten a little greater with where you start, 25th, and then the prospect of your teammates' engines going. What's going on in your brain right now?
Yeah, a lot going on right now. Just, you know, not real sure. Yesterday wasn't a great day by any means, but I feel like we maybe made some gains on it last night, and you know, our car wasn't that bad in race trim. Just needed to work on a few areas, and then qualifying, we just didn't have it. And I made a mistake as well, so just kind of compounded on a rough day. But a lot can happen here. Obviously, looks like it's probably going to rain. I have no idea what that's going to be like, and that's going to be a huge wild card for the whole field. So just try to run our own race and be smart and do what we can, and you know, keep our fingers crossed that the engine holds together.
You've not missed the playoffs in recent years. You have 2 races to make it happen. How do you compartmentalize this and just go out there and race?
I mean, you just have to. I mean, that's your only option, is to go out and race and try to, you know, do the best job you can do. At the end of the day, we're either going to make it or we're not. It's you know, no sense dwelling on what's going on and we're in the position we're in. Obviously, we're disappointed that we're in this position, but we can't change it yet. So we just got to go out and race hard and do our thing, and try to be smart and not beat ourselves. And you know, at the end of the day, hopefully we can get in.
No dwelling, Marty. They'll just go out and get what they can get today. We'll see what the 19 team can do.
All right, appreciate that, Dave. So we heard him mention it right there, the engine concerns. Let's bring in our crew chief, Steve Letarte, from the booth today. We saw 2 Toyota engines let go in practice and qualifying. Steve, how concerned should Martin Truex Jr. and Denny Hamlin be today?
Well, I think the concern is high in the Toyota camp. You know, when things are good, you love that, you know, TRD works together to put all 6 Toyotas having the same equipment. Unfortunately, Marty, when things go bad, and 2 out of 6, I would say, is pretty bad. The other 4 cars have to be concerned about their power plants. I think all day. Shifts, a lot of durability is already in question when you come to a place like the Glen. So already see issues in practice can't make you feel good.
So, Steve, let's talk strategy. If you're crew chiefing Martin Truex Jr. or Ryan Blaney, how do you play the race today? And, oh, by the way, let's throw in some rain to the mix as well.
Well, let's start with the easy answer, which is in the dry. It's a two-stop race. You stop as soon as you think you can make it, or perhaps a little earlier in the uncomfortable range. The max uncomfortable will be probably right before the end of stage 1, a little more comfortable after the end of stage 1, and so forth as you work through. Now, the dark clouds in the sky, your guess is as good as mine. I can tell you this. You want to have a good strategy in the rain, it's real simple. Stay on the racetrack. That would be my first goal with my driver. Fast, slick racetrack when it gets wet. We have never seen a next-gen car in the wet. So, hey, why not? Flip a coin. Good luck.
This is going to be fun today, Stevie. All right, we'll see you for the race call. Hey, when we come back, our Dustin Long tells us about Brett Sancelli, a pit crew member for Michael McDowell, and a story that proves yet again family is everything. You don't want to miss it. Next. Coming up quick, and tickets to the second race of the playoffs at Kansas Speedway start at just $49. Get your tickets now at NASCAR.com/tickets. Brett Sancelli is one of the tire carriers for Michael McDowell, but that's his job. If you truly know Brett, you know his heart is always with his family, on the inside and on the outside.
Brett Sancelli is his family's Superman, disguised as an ordinary pit crew member.
We were always all about heart. You know, we never gave up. You know, we always fought through any adversity that life threw at us.
A carefree childhood for Brett and his sister was shattered August 30th, 2000. A car accident left 4-year-old Courtney quadriplegic.
It's a day that changed our lives.
A mile and a half from home, and the worst nightmare.
At first, yeah, it was, how do we go home? How do we do it without round-the-clock care?
There's so much to learn.
So much to
her
learn.
Ventilator and how to take care of her. And then on top of that, have a little boy, he has to have a life.
But Brett wanted to be with his sister. Their bond strengthened as they shared experiences and inspired each other.
Without him, I don't know where I'd be in life, where I'd be spiritually, mentally. And he got me nominated to be homecoming queen. And thanks to him and the entire school and his friends, I actually won that year.
It was probably one of the proudest moments, knowing that I raised a son who was so selfless.
That was the best feeling ever. I got to see that smile on your face when we won.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Your face was priceless in that picture.
Nah, it was all for you, Court.
Brett is Courtney's man of steel. She studies to become a graphic designer. As a daily reminder of her, Brett inked a tattoo swapping the S for an H, which stands for heart.
When he explained the meaning behind it made total sense.
Everybody has God-given abilities, do everyday things that she cannot do. So I never take that for granted. For me, it was just, all about heart.
Such an amazing story, and as Michael and I watched that again, I mean, how can you not be inspired by both Brett and Courtney?
Yeah, it's amazing. Just Brett's heart to love and serve his sister and his family is just huge. It puts everything in perspective. Family's so important, and just to have that love and care that he's had. He brings that to our team too at front row. A lot of heart, a lot of intensity, and we're going to need it today out on the racetrack.
Michael McDowell has inspired a lot of people by chasing his NASCAR dream, and today you have a very fast race car. You mentioned that you qualified great. What are the prospects today, and what if we get a little rain?
Yeah, I'm okay with the weather either way. I got a little bit of experience here at Watkins Glen in the rain, but we have a fast, love to travel stop Ford Mustang. So either way, I feel good about it. Pressure's up for sure. We know that we got to get a win here. Today's a good opportunity for us to do that. So we're going to go for it, give it everything we have, not leave anything on the table, and just see what happens at the end.
That's right. A win would get them to the playoffs, and that would be truly inspiring as well. Let's go to Parker.
Right, David. Another driver that believes they may have a chance to win here would be Chris Buescher. You guys have been so fast on the road courses this year. Ever since that tire test here, is today the opportunity to go and get that win?
Yeah, definitely. Had a few over the last couple months, so we're still just stepping it up. Really proud of our Fast and All group and what they've been able to accomplish this weekend already. Looking forward to this race. in the dry, I hope. But if it must be wet, then it must be wet, and we'll figure it out either way. But I think we have some really good speed. I want to get it done here today, so we don't have to depend on Daytona for that win in the playoffs, and take some pressure off when we get there next week. So definitely feel like this has been one we've had circled for a long time.
Today could be a big day for the 17, Dave.
Another guy who would like to be a big day is Eric Almirola. He's got the title sponsor on his car, Go Bowling. And I understand you may have been bowling recently, like to some great effect.
We did. We performed the world's longest bowling strike here at Watkins Glen on Thursday. So 800 feet from the top of the S's. Yeah, I had to go in reverse from the way the cars go. But went 800 feet from the top of the S's to the bottom of the S's. And we succeeded. So,
how many tries?
Well, 8 to get the first strike, but the first one bounced off of the guardrail. So 24 tries to actually get a clean strike. But so cool, such a fun weekend here with all the Go Bowling folks. So hopefully we can give them a good run today.
And how do you feel about that? How's your 10 car?
We struggled. We struggled in practice and in qualifying. Qualifying, we had something go wrong, but we'll see. We made a lot of changes, or what we could change for pre-race adjustments, and see if we can't get our Go Bowling Ford Mustang to drive a little better so we can go to the front.
All right, only get one try at this, not 32. Marty, back to you.
I don't think I could do it in 124 tries. My goodness, way to go, Eric Almirola. So if you're going to pull off a surprise win the final 2 races, Kyle, I think you can make a case for several drivers. You take this at the road course today.
Listen, you can make a case for every one of these guys. Every one of these guys have run up front, have won almost. When we look at Xfinity and other series, I look at the 6 car, Brad Keselowski. Man, he was so tough here so many times. Who would have thought, though, and I'm going to throw this to you, Dale, who would have thought that Michael McDowell would be the favorite here and going into Daytona?
Yeah.
Here's a guy who could win both places.
Yeah, got 2 shots at it for sure.
And the super speedways, DJ, I mean, you can make a case for a lot of drivers there.
Yeah, with time consideration here, we could have made this list a whole lot longer, but you can see that this is very impressive what we have here, and there's another whole group, but certainly anyone on this page capable of winning next weekend.
So that leads us to buy, sell, hold, today's topic. Can this driver outside the playoffs win one of the final 2 regular season races? Kyle, we'll start with you and Brad Keselowski.
Brad Keselowski, buy. I'm buying everybody right now. And I say this, I mean, we go back 10 years, he had a classic duel with Marcus Ambrose. We've seen him run up front everywhere on every type of racetrack. He's not run on a road course or won on a road course, but at the same time, this is a crazy season. It's a crazy season, so I'm buying.
DJ, how about Austin Dillon?
Yeah, you know, I was going to pass on this week with Austin, with them looking forward to next week. He's a Daytona 500 champion, so we know that next weekend's a given. If it rains here today, hey, I'm going to give him a shot at that, even though some others may have more experience.
I am buying Bubba Wallace, top 5 at the Indy Road Course, but his shot doesn't come here. It is next week. He is so good at the super speedway races. Finished 2nd in the last 2 Daytona races, top 5 in 3 of the last 4. He's been running up front more. I think the playoff win comes next week for Bubba Wallace. I'm calling it now, guys. Bubba Wallace at Daytona next week. Hey, the fans are packed all around Watkins Glen. We have announcers all around the track as well, as we'll call the race radio style today. Coming up, we'll hear from Mike Bagley, Jeff Burton, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. next. Countdown to Green is brought to you by the new Sonic Churro Shake, for a limited time only at Sonic.
A lot of contact. Around goes 2 cars.
Holy crap. All I can say is wow.
Oh, man. Big hit here for Ty Dillon.
42. You okay? That's about the hardest I've been hit by anything.
Somebody missed the turn entirely.
Is he legal? Is he supposed to be there or not?
Now Chastain right on the back bumper of A.J. Allmendinger. Allmendinger gets into Alex Bowman. Wild finish.
No other form of racing other than NASCAR that you're going to get that.
You know, other than that, it's been fairly smooth at the road courses this year.
Really calm.
Huge crowd here at Watkins Glen, the biggest crowd in 8 years. Packed house, a complete sellout in the grandstands. Campgrounds are always full here at Watkins Glen. Cup drivers ready to go. The atmosphere, A+ here. It's always a party at the Glen. Here's what's on the menu, presented by Sonic. 2 weeks ago, Kevin Harvick was on the outside looking into the playoffs. Since then, he's won back-to-back races. We'll talk about Kevin Harvick coming up. Points or a win? How do you play the race today if you're Ryan Blaney or Martin Truex Jr.? We'll hear from Ryan Blaney shortly. And assuming all goes well, Chase Elliott should win the regular season title today. With that comes a 15-point playoff bonus. With that, that, DJ. Here's how the playoff standings look. Of note, Kurt Busch out again this week and next. Ty Gibbs in the 45 for those 2 races.
Yeah, so that puts us with 14 drivers now with the win that are locked in. Kurt Busch has his win and is locked in at this moment. So that leaves 1 spot open. Ryan Blaney, Martin Truex Jr. vying for that 1 spot on points right now. Don't think that's going to matter. You better go get a win in these next 2 races. You want to be a part of the playoffs.
For the Kurt situation with a concussion, do you agree with this path of not rushing the recovery?
Wholeheartedly. I broke my leg one time back in 92, set out for 5 months. Listen, if he comes back today, if he comes back next week, it's not going to affect his status. He's already lost so many points. He's at the bottom of the list. All he can hope for is that these guys, he only gets 1 more winner, and he stays inside those top 16. And then he comes back, and he's 2 weeks down the road healed again. So I think this is all about Kurt Busch, his health, who he is, where he wants to be when he's 65 or 70 years old, and protecting himself right now. Don't rush back.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, he's got a lot more living to do,
Yes.
so get that right first. The playoffs are going to be here. Take your time, get here. We hope that he's back and ready to go at Darlington.
Well, Watkins Glen is often called the super speedway of road courses. Tons of speed and a very tight track. So to capture it all, we're calling the race today radio style. For that, we have Mike Bagley up through the S's. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is over in the inner loop. That's going to be busy today. All these Cup cars struggling through there. And then Jeff Burton through the backside of the race course. Rick Allen and Steve Letarte will call them home. So let's go around the horn, starting with Sirius XM Radio's Mike Bagley. Afternoon, Mike.
Afternoon, Marty. Good afternoon, race fans. So glad to be here at Watkins Glen in the S's, turns 2, 3, and 4. A part of this racetrack that's very narrow and very tricky, but you can navigate it double wide. We rarely see this, but it is possible that you can get through here double wide. Not very well recommended. And it's known for a slip here, known for a slip there. Most of the time, when you have those slips, you don't recover from them. If you're able to do that today, consider yourself very lucky. Now, all that's in the dry. Who knows what we'll get in the wet? When they leave turn 4 and the S's, it's to the bus stop in Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Yeah, and down that straightaway to the bus stop is the fastest part of the racetrack, which enters in a passing zone or a braking zone that presents opportunity to pass, and we see a lot of guys race into there side by side. Used to not be that way, but now, especially late in the race, like we saw yesterday in the Xfinity Series, going in there side by side, you can try to make it happen. Rarely does it work out. Yesterday it took both of the leaders out, racing in the final few laps of the Xfinity Series race. We're going to see that again today. Guys arguing over position, and it's usually going to end badly for somebody, if not both of them. Guys will get offline late coming through the chicane and gets that racetrack a little bit dirty when they do that. Then they got to be on the defense through the carousel. Downhill, corkscrew, really uncomfortable, but you got to be able to get out of there fast because another long straightaway headed to Jeff Burton.
Yeah, that carousel launches those drivers onto this straightaway into turn 6. Turn 6 is a extremely aggressive, high banking corner with an opportunity to make some passes. So as you make these passes, 3 wide here, Martin Truex Jr. on the very bottom. That's what you got to be willing to do. You got to be willing to push the issue. Passing opportunities are everywhere. You also got to be willing to block. Keep in mind, in turn 6, you've got a runoff area. So if you mess it up, you got a place to go. You got a place to catch yourself and not get yourself wrecked. So it's a good place to push the issue to try to make something happen.
All right, Jeff, we got the fellas around the horn, the fans. I'm sure there's a few parties in those campers.
One or two. One big one, baby.
There you go. We've got back in. We got it all at Watkins Glen today. When we come back, we'll talk Kyle Busch. What's the latest on his contract? That's next. Countdown to Green is brought to you by the Sonic Big Deal Cheeseburger. For a limited time, only at Sonic. The new NASCAR docu-series Race for the Championship on USA will give you an all-access pass to the world of NASCAR like you've never seen it before. Premieres September 1st right here on USA. Well, Kyle Busch will be a part of the playoffs this year, but his status for next year is very much up in the air. Yesterday in the media center, Busch was very honest about going through the free agent process.
It's been hard as hell. You know, it's been a lot of sleepless nights figuring out what your future is and all that sort of stuff. And, you know, everybody's like, oh, well, you've made plenty of money. You're fine. You don't have anything to worry about. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. But you still want to do what you love to do, right? You know, going through many of the same things, but it's way, way harder because now you have Kyle Busch Motorsports that you've got to think about. You've got a building that you've got to pay on, you've got a building note and all that sort of stuff. So there's a lot of pieces, and that's why it's not so simple. Trust me, I don't feel like it's fair to me or my family or anything else if we're going to have to spend less time together moving forward, because we are going to have to change our lifestyle, no questions. Like, there's a big change coming. And so, is it worth it to go run around and not have an opportunity to win right away versus building something versus jumping in something that can win? All of those questions are certainly being weighed out.
Boy, DJ, Kyle Busch very open with his comments yesterday. How much of this process has been a wake-up call for Kyle personally?
I think it's a wake-up call for Kyle, no doubt. I don't think any of us ever thought that Kyle Busch would be in this situation, in this predicament, especially at this point in time in his career. I know a lot of people are saying, well, just drive for less money and things might work out. Look, he has earned the right. He's got over 200 wins across the 3 series, 60 Cup wins. He's a 2-time champion. He deserves to be paid for his services. But, he's in a difficult time right now. But he's been very open and honest, and it's been nice to see that. And I hope everybody understands what he's trying to say. He's more than just a race driver. He's a father, he's a husband, and he's a businessman on top of all of that. He wants to try to keep all of those things going, but he's in a very difficult time. Hopefully this gets settled pretty soon, because we're not seeing the race driver that we've come to know.
And I agree. Listen, he's earned the right to ask for a lot of money. But if the market won't bear it, tough stuff, dude. It's like that in any business. It's in any business. And this is a business. It's a sport this afternoon, but it's a business every other day. Sometimes you have to compromise. You have to look different. This should be a cautionary tale for every young race car driver out there. You're only worth what the market will bear. No matter how many races you win. This guy's won 60 races, 2 championships. No matter what you do as a winner, you've got to do stuff off the racetrack. And the times are changing. You have to change with it. He's going to have to compromise a little bit. He's going to have to look a little bit different. You can't have your cake and eat it too, okay? You got to be away from home sometimes. That's the nature of the business, being a race car driver. And I hate to be blunt like that, but he's got to compromise from where he's at and figure out what works for him and his family and for the sport, as long as he wants to drive a race car.
I hope every driver out there, young, old, I don't care what part of your career you're in, just heard what Kyle Petty said, because the best advice you'll get. And it was free, KP.
Yep, that was free.
If the news is good or bad, if you're Joe Gibbs Racing, do you want this out and done with, at least from their side, before the playoffs start?
I think this is more not about Joe Gibbs Racing. They're going to continue to do their work and prepare the cars. Kyle Busch needs this to be put to bed as soon as he possibly can, where he can concentrate on Darlington and those races coming up shortly after in the playoffs.
It's put to bed for Joe Gibbs. They got Ty Gibbs waiting to jump in this thing. It's put to bed. They have no issues.
Well, on track today, Chase Elliott should clinch the regular season title. We'll hear from NASCAR's most popular driver next.
It was always a threat, the possibility of inclement weather, and just moments ago, a lightning strike in the area. And so we're letting Marty and DJ and KP take a little break, and we'll take it for a few moments here. Steve Letarte, Rick Allen with you.
So, Rick, I was cheering for rain. I just didn't want any lightning, because I think rain is going to make for a spectacular afternoon of racing.
Yeah, and as Marty teed it up, we want to talk about Chase Elliott and his win, how it happened. Well, it took 99 tries, but this is how he got his first Cup win.
3 laps to go.
This race comes down to these 2 drivers.
Man, I think it was good that day, huh?
Chase driving the race of his life right now.
About threw it in the trash right about here.
He goes wide. 78 coming up.
Here he comes. Half back. Fortunately, I was able to, get it gathered back up and hold the lead there into the S's, which, that's a really tough part of track to be close to somebody. So, Martin being so close to me, I just feel like if I could get back to the bottom and kind of choke off that bottom lane, he would have a hard time getting up through there.
All this time we've been wondering, when would it happen? It's going to happen today at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, buddy. That's one of many right here. Yeah, baby, yeah!
It was just, meant to be, and it was our day.
I'm out of gas. How about this? A 7-time champion.
This is pretty cool.
I got my man Jimmy Jam coming to push me.
I'm glad he thought of that. I was kind of helpless back there. A lot more cool Jimmy pushing you around.
It's a pretty cool victory lap right there.
I'm glad that thought crossed his mind, you know, so that was cool.
So good memories for Chase Elliott there, and usually here at Watkins Glen, I mean, you've won 2 of the last 3. What I'm wondering is how the challenge may have changed with the next-gen car. Any difference? You're on the pole.
Well, this rain that's fixing to come through here is going to be the big kicker. I mean, my rain racing experience is next to none, and I've never done it here either. So I would say the majority of the field is in the same boat. We've been talking about all these international drivers coming to visit us this weekend, and I'm curious to see how they like the rain. A lot of rain experience in that group of drivers. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm excited about it. Our Kelly Blue Book Chevy's been fast, but when you have, weather conditions like looks like's coming here, is going to really change the entire complexion of the event, strategy-wise, how you drive the car, and the whole deal. So. I reached out to my buddy Boris Said this morning. I was like, "Hey man, I need some help as much as you can give me here in a short period of time, because it looks like we're going to get some weather." So, look, we'll see. Like I said, proud of the effort so far this weekend. It was nice to have a good Saturday. It's always a positive, and we'll try to make the most and deal with whatever conditions there are best we can.
And do you have to use a little caution, knowing you could clinch the regular season championship here? I mean, is that on your mind too?
Honestly, I just want to try to win the race. I mean, that to me is really where my head's at, and where our team focus is trying to put ourselves in position to win. Because at the end of the day, if you're out there contending for a win and putting yourself in position week after week, then the point stuff is really going to figure itself out. So, you don't want to make stupid decisions, but also making stupid decisions doesn't typically give you a shot to win either. So I think that's a balance that I feel like you already take anyway. Or at least try to, and we'll try to make the best decision we can with the information available and go to work.
We'll see where the day goes. Chase Elliott starts up front.
Starting up front, Chase Elliott obviously winning the pole, but the weather is in the area, Steve, and that is a story that is going to play very prominent in what's going to happen today. And on a road course, this is something that we expect. It's possible. That's why they have the rules for this. And we know, as we look at the radar, that the rain is coming. It's going to be here. Steve, the question is lightning. As long as it's out of the way, we can still race.
Absolutely. There's rain tires. All cars are equipped with a running light, a red light in the rear of the car. They even have these new rain flaps to try to help visibility. So NASCAR's kind of had everything presented to these teams to say, hey, expect to run in the rain, as you mentioned it. Lightning's really the only issue. The one little thing we learned today is NASCAR's also going to leave the opportunity to run single file restarts if they have to. We've seen visibility be an issue at some of the rain tracks, so I definitely expect to see wet laps today. And you heard it from Chase Elliott. He's so concerned he reached out to Boris Said, a well-known American road racer who has run a lot in the rain, to get some advice. I like that. That's good thinking from a champ, to think, who do I know that could give me any bit of advice? Because it comes down to, where do you run? Are you in the line, out of the line? Do you want to run in the normal groove? Will there be oil there that kind of seeps up with the water? I've heard all these strategies. The one thing I'm sure of, you don't want to get on the painted sections. We've seen those to be slippery.
So we knew that this was going to be exciting with just 2 races to go before the playoffs get underway. It's a road course and a super speedway. Well, now you throw the variable of rain in at the road course. We take a look at the playoff standings. All of the drivers that are in yellow right now, they're locked in. So Kurt Busch has a win, not locked in yet with 2 races to go. Ryan Blaney, Martin Truex Jr., it is going to be a points battle for those two unless they're able to win their way in.
Yeah, 25 weeks ago, the goal was for this not to be where it had to happen. But unfortunately for Ryan Blaney and Martin Truex, they're there. You talk about the top. We just heard from Chase Elliott. He can downplay his wet weather experience all he wants. But, Rick, twice we've seen rain tires in the Cup Series. I'll give you a hint who won both races.
Yes.
Yeah,
Driver
Chase Elliott. So dry or wet, he has the fastest car here. He's on the front row. He's my pick, rain or dry. I believe he's the guy you're going to have to beat.
Let's talk about locked-in drivers in the playoffs right now. And the most hottest driver on the circuit right now has to be the driver of the 4.
I can't believe that, because 3 weeks ago we were saying, oh, my goodness, a 65-race winless streak. I was saying they didn't have a chance at Michigan. What I didn't factor in, I think, was the tenacity of Kevin Harvick and Rodney Childers. In my opinion, they had about the 6th best car at Michigan, but they executed better than the others and got that win. Then they went to Richmond and just had the best car when it mattered. They won that race. So now we went from out of the playoffs to locked in with momentum. I do still believe the Fords need a little help at the big tracks. But when you look at the playoffs, there's still a path, right? Darlington was won by a Ford, right? So we're going to see that again. Then we got Bristol coming up. There's enough variety of racetracks. I can see Kevin Harvick going deep in the playoffs. That's not a driver you want to have momentum on his side.
Especially if he gets to Phoenix and he's a part of the championship 4, because that's a racetrack that he has had incredible success at. What about the guy who started off the season winning the biggest race of the year, Austin Cindric?
I think this was a race I had circled for Cindric to get a little bit of momentum before the playoffs. I think regardless of what happens in the playoffs, there isn't a better opportunity for a rookie driver to learn the most. The playoffs are different. I don't care what these drivers say or what these teams say. I know they try to win every race, but they find another level in the playoffs. For Austin Cindric to get to take part in that, to feel what it's like to start the playoffs, to feel the intensity. They're still your buddies and they're nice to you, but on the racetrack, there's just one more level of intensity, and I think it's important for him to feel that. He's going to have a long career. This is his first of many trips into the playoffs.
One other thing about Austin Cindric, he's the only driver in this next-gen car who has driven it on a wet track. Is that correct? At Martinsville?
So we've never seen this car on any sort of wet track as far as competition. There was a test at Martinsville that actually put some water on the racetrack to check visibility and some things. He's the only one I know. It wasn't a whole lot of laps, but it's more than most. Plus, just his road course racing prowess, I think he has a lot of comfort in it. And that's what it comes down to. Everyone in this field is extremely talented. Right. It's what do they know about wet weather racing. You know, like I was mentioning earlier, what line you go in, but perhaps you run a taller gear. Lower the RPMs, try to hook up the rear tires. I can't think of a worse track, though, because this is the super speedway of road courses. Even in the wet, you are going to be rolling into some of these corners.
Let's talk about Ross Chastain, a guy who got his first ever win in the Cup Series on a road course and has had great success.
Yeah, Trackhouse definitely shocked us, I believe, all of us when they came out and didn't just run well, but consistently ran well. They're up front all the time. Daniel Suarez winning at Sonoma, Trackhouse with Ross Chastain winning at COTA, and they're just there every week. Like, you can't shake them. I think Ross would like to get off of some drivers' radars, right? It's been a little bit of up and down year, definitely some issues on the racetrack he'd like to try to put behind him. And I think the best thing for a driver like this is just keep being who he is and trying to go deep into those playoffs. But, you know, the Kimi Räikkönen thing here, we talk about the international flair. That's a Trackhouse driver. So 3 cars in this field, I think it's very interesting for sure.
Yeah, Project 91 there with Kimi Räikkönen. And Ross Chastain, we talked about that win, the first win that took place for him. And once again, I think Ross Chastain has a little bit of aggression when he races, and it came out right here.
So the unfair for Ross Chastain, though, is we show the move to win the race. What we don't show is the move A.J. Allmendinger put on Ross to get the lead, because A.J. didn't go by crystal clean. He moved Ross out of the way. I defended that move. I thought Ross was in the right. I would defend that move again with how he's gotten past. So that, I think, only kind of enabled his confidence to be his own person. This aggressive Ross, whether we like it or don't like it, I don't think he cares whether we like it or don't like it. I do think he has a little bit of care and concern about how some of the other drivers are perceiving it, because it may start hindering his opportunities. But as long as it doesn't hinder his chances, he's not looking to win the popularity contest. He's looking to win races. There's that line, and only Ross can find that line.
Driver of the 5, winner of this race a year ago, 2 times on road courses he's won. So now, what about Kyle Larson?
Well, Kyle Larson, we saw last night, and I said, hey, congratulations on the win. He goes, yeah, it was a gift. I said, no, it wasn't a gift. It was actually kind of a tip of the hat for good karma, because he helped his teammate, right? If we go back to yesterday and you look at how good this car was, right? He is in the second blue and white Hendrick car. The 17 of Byron, the 54 of Ty Gibbs goes around, and that is Larson right there to kind of take the lead. He still had to hold off A.J. Allmendinger, but Rick, he did everything he could to help William Byron until he got spun out. I told him it was a good karma win. I think the big thing about Kyle Larson is last year was so amazing. I don't know how to judge this year, right? Only 1 win. So is he a 9-win driver, a 1-win driver? Will we continue to see improvement with this new car? I don't really know where the 5 stacks up, to be quite honest.
Still a reigning champion, so he's got that, obviously, to hang on to. But when he gets the momentum going and headed in the right direction, definitely can get back in that championship form. How about Joey Logano? For the Ford drivers, it used to be Joey Logano who was kind of leading the pack. Now Kevin Harvick has surged a little bit ahead there, but Joey Logano is still very strong.
Well, until Harvick won the last 2, we had Joey Logano circled as the lead Ford car. He had gone to victory lane twice, won in a little bit of controversial fashion with some contact with William Byron at Darlington. But when I look at Joey Logano, I always say, it shocks me with his experience versus age. You expect this to be a 40-year-old driver, right? Because he's won a championship. He has so many starts in this series. But at 32 years old, he's closing in on 500 starts. That's hard to believe for that young of a race car driver. I think that's what makes him so dangerous. He has his youth and experience. Very rarely do those line up. He's a winner here at the Glen back in 2015. And he's always seems to just find himself in the mix. So I talked about that experience. Cindric was going to get in the playoffs. Joey already has it, and I think that experience will pay off here in a couple weeks when they get kicked off.
Joey already a champion at a very young age. How about a little bit younger with William Byron? Here's a young driver who has shown a lot of great success. We saw it actually yesterday. The Hendrick drivers were trying to get a little more track time, so we saw William Byron up there running up front with Ty Gibbs until the two got knocked out in the bus stop.
I'm waiting to see the William Byron from the first half of the year. I thought the 24 car came out of the box very strong. There's a bus in the bus stop, maybe, Rick, right there. So, when I talk about William Byron at the beginning of the year, I had him going really deep in the playoffs. I was really, really impressed. Since then, Chase Elliott has really continued to rise. Kyle Larson hit or miss. William Byron, I know it's there. I know all the pieces are in place. Rudy Fugle and him have been really good since being paired together a little more than a year ago. So I just wonder what they have lost or what they feel like they are missing, or is everyone else caught up? That's the next step for William Byron. A couple wins, but surprisingly, 5 top 10s. That's not the kind of stat you would expect out of this team. That's what I'm looking for. When you don't have a winning car, run 7th, run 8th, because to move forward in the playoffs, at least the round of 16 down to the round of 12, you have to score points. Everyone can't win every race. You have to find points.
William Byron still learning at the young age of 24 as he continues on. We have guys that have shown greatness on road courses, and one of those has to be the driver of the 8, Tyler Reddick. Maybe a surprise this year that he got his first win, but he followed right back up with some big finishes. Is going to win his first ever Cup Series race.
I love you, man. You're my hero.
Looking for his second Cup Series win. It's going to come in Indianapolis.
Way to not take no shit from nobody. Great job. Great job, team.
We got it done. We won a race.
Woo! Brickyard. Let's go kiss those bricks.
And so much surrounding Tyler Reddick this year, announcing that he's going to drive for 2311 in 2024. So not even next year, but that has caused a lot of ripples in the whole silly season right now. But Tyler Reddick, definitely one of the favorites for today's race.
But that timeline of the announcement's important, right? Because he got his win, first win. Then we hear the story that he's going to go to Toyota 2311. Then they found victory lane again in Indianapolis. I think the timing of that second win was very, very important. I think it healed a few egos. It maybe put a little bit of water on the fire or the concern inside that team of what's going to happen. And I think it's going to allow Tyler Reddick, his team, and even his owner, as much as they may disagree about some of the business side, you can kind of lock arms and say, look, we have a chance to be a champion. That does not show up every single year. Some teams, it seems like it does. It doesn't, I can assure you. There are times in my career I didn't perhaps take advantage of the opportunities in certain years. That would be my advice for Tyler Reddick. Be that guy, right? Bury the hatchet with your owner. Make sure everybody's circled up in the right direction, because he is going to be great. When we talk about rain, not because of experience, but just car control, why not Tyler Reddick? Yeah. There's nothing on paper that says it should be, but if you watch what he does with a race car, I mean, I'll give Tyler Reddick a nod. It wouldn't shock me at all if he runs very well here today.
We welcome you here to Watkins Glen International. You see the ominous clouds in the background. Of course, it's a road course, which means that in the rain or wet condition, we can still race. Right now, there was a lightning strike. It was 15 minutes ago, and so there is a little delay that has to take place before the drivers can get back out there. But you see right now, it looks sunny, Steve.
Well, look at that place, though. I mean, campers everywhere. This place is packed. It is circled on the schedule. Such a great job by this facility. They added some grandstands in different areas of the racetrack. You see them kind of dropped all over. It allows the fans multiple opportunities to see different areas, braking zones, passing zones. But the campers, we can't get wide enough. This place is sold out. When we left the Xfinity race yesterday, I mean, a half a mile from the racetrack, there's still campers in these fields. The fans have come out, and they've come out because on the racetrack, this has continued to deliver great finishes.
Yeah, it is an incredible party that takes place here at Watkins Glen. Again, those playoff standings that we've touched on a little bit as far as what is in store for these drivers. Only 2 races remain until the playoffs kick off at Darlington. That means that Watkins Glen, a road course, and Daytona, a super speedway, the only 2 options still for drivers to lock themselves into the playoffs.
I'm going to make this as clear for the fans at home as it is for me up here in the booth. What I see right there are 14 drivers that know they're moving forward. Kurt Busch, we're unsure. We have to figure out what he's doing. Ryan Blaney knows the only one who can catch him in points is Martin Truex Jr. They both know that a win from a top 30 driver, and they're both on the outside looking in. That's the key to me. We talk about multiple winners. The simple fact is we do not have 16 yet. There are 16 seats at the dinner table of the playoffs. Look at this list of drivers going to Daytona. Haley, great at the speedways. Austin Dillon, a Daytona winner. Keselowski, Daytona winner. Almirola, Daytona winner. I mean, I could do Michael McDowell. Yeah,
Justin Haley.
You feeling good? Because I'm not feeling good. Yeah. If I'm Ryan Blaney and looking at this right here, what I do love, though, is every time we hear from Blaney and Truex, they don't look for sound bites. They actually don't even hide from what's here. Truex says, and he says it nonchalant because that, he has a laid-back personality, but he's like, what do you want me to tell you? I'm here to race. I'm here to win. If the car is good enough and I put a best effort in, I believe I can win. But, I mean, they've been trying for 24, 25 weeks. I like his candor. He hasn't hidden from this, but you can only ask the poor man the question so many times. He's trying every single week.
Yeah. A friend of his, Chase Elliott, has won the most already this year. Chase Elliott will start on pole for today's race. And really, just finishing this race, he's going to lock up the regular season championship. And what that means is when the playoff starts, at the end of the regular season, they will be given playoff points for how they're ranked. And with a win, he's going to get 15 playoff points. That's like winning 3 races.
It is. So second should receive 10, and then it goes down from there. It just kind of fills that bucket. Early summer, really, when we went on air in Nashville, I didn't think anyone had an advantage. Chase Elliott quickly kind of extended himself, much like Kyle Larson did a year ago. Now, look, that doesn't guarantee anything in the playoffs, but it takes a little bit of the pressure off to get at least to the round of 8. You might be able to carry that into that championship race at Phoenix. But then when it comes to Phoenix, I mean, it's mano-a-mano, man, toe-to-toe. You have to figure out how to beat the other 3 drivers.
Chase Elliott, definitely a favorite when you come to a road course, and that's because of the history that we have seen from him. Watkins Glen, he got his very first Cup Series win back here in 2018, followed it back up the next year with a win. Then he goes to Charlotte, wins at the Roval in 2019. 2020, Daytona road course win. The Roval that same year. He just keeps going year after year. In Austin, he was able to get the win. Road America 2021 as well.
But shockingly, not yet this year.
Yeah, no 2022.
Yeah, so, I mean, Reddick kind of took the one away we all thought back at Road America, and then Indianapolis was craziness all around. If this was dry, he's the heavy favorite. I mean, his pace is there. I talked to some of the guys on the 8 car, and they were just couldn't believe how fast both of the Hendrick Chevys were that qualified on the front row. I still think in the wet he's the favorite, but in the wet there's a whole lot more ways to lose it. There's a lot more unknowns. That, I think, if you're the 9 car, you just wish this was a nice dry Watkins Glen so you could kind of stretch your legs and show the pace in that car.
We're looking forward to the pre-race ceremonies, the command and racing from Watkins Glen. Again, a little bit of inclement weather in the area, but that's okay. We can race on a wet racetrack here. Back at Watkins Glen, and for the first time ever in Cup Series history, there will be 7 different countries represented. That's the most ever. And I think highlighting this group has to be the Finnish driver, Kimi Räikkönen.
Yeah, I mean, the stats of the lineup in today's field, I mean, a world champ, so many Cup champs, Xfinity champs, trucks, Le Mans winners, Daytona 24-hour winners. I mean, when you talk about road course racing, a who's who has really showed up here. And you mentioned Kimi. I love we heard Jeff Burton and him catch up earlier. He's always very soft-spoken, doesn't have a whole lot to say. But I loved how he's kind of said, listen, I'm here because I want to be here, because I want to be a part of this. I want to come race against the best in NASCAR. I think that's a tip of the hat to the drivers in this field.
And we had the discussion earlier with a group of us talking about what do we think the expectations are for Kimi Räikkönen when he comes in here. And all of us to a man said, well, he's going to be good, but he can't go up against the best in the Cup Series and think he's going to win the race. But then everybody's also said, but if it rains, that's going to change everything. And look at what we possibly have in front of us.
Yeah, I mean, I really think when I look at Kimi and what he's here to do is to run 90 laps and have a good time. Now, that could be way better than we expect. or worse than we expect. I mean, this car, while not as dramatically different as maybe last year's car with a 4-speed transmission and some different things, this car is still very different. You see them on the right there. That's in the Chevy simulator. That is, once again, that's what it looks like when you go run at the simulator. They're going over data. Now, Kimi was afforded a test at VIR, him and Mike Rockenfeller, two of the international drivers. Basically, NASCAR looked at this and they said, we have this amazing interest from some unbelievable world-renowned resumes that we think the NASCAR fan would enjoy to see in a stock car. But for those drivers to come here, they feel like they would like to at least have some familiarization with the car. They can run in the sim, but if you've never been in one, you don't know if that's right or wrong. So NASCAR created this opportunity to go to VIR. I want the fans to understand that wasn't a Trackhouse car. It wasn't even Trackhouse people. It was another IMSA team hired by NASCAR who took actually even a different make of next-gen car up there, set up by the NASCAR group. And the idea is you bring your crew chief, maybe Suarez was there, and an interior guy, and you get Kimi very comfortable. This is the shifting. This is the braking. This is the steering. This is how it should feel in a real-world application. So now when you go to the simulator, you can compare to it. Same thing for Mike Rockenfeller. We want these guys here. Rick, if you're going to have a world champion come here, right, I think it's fair to give him a few laps before he gets 20 minutes of practice here at the Glen.
Yeah, you don't want to just throw him in there. And it's not out of the realm of possibilities for an international driver to win at Watkins Glen. We just go all the way back to 2012 when this incredible battle happened between the 2 of Brad Keselowski and the 9 of Marcus Ambrose.
Yeah, this is the duel of all duels you're going to see right here. Brad kind of moves the 9 out of the way, which he should because it was full contact. And then the 9, though, takes his position and ends up being enough to get back to the start-finish line first. So, look, you talk about international drivers. I believe all of those, and we talked to Joey Hand, who has continued to run the Rick Ware racing car. I only talk about him because he's most well known in the road course world. He's run every road course. He said every road course gets easier because I understand the car. The competition doesn't get easier, but understanding the car does. Kimi, Rocky, all of these guys, if they ran over here consistently, I believe they would trend towards the front very quickly. Sure. But it's unfair to think with that lack of laps. He had 50 at VIR and like a dozen here. So the man's at, 60, 65 laps. He'll run more than that today in the race. You look at Chase Elliott, he's won 7 road course races. He knows what he's doing in a road course. Right,
and there's another American that doesn't want an international driver to win, and that would be Tyler Reddick. He's with Dave.
Yes, Rick, that would be Tyler of California. He has joined us now in what we call the rain room, affectionately. It's not really raining outside, but we've been in here because of weather. So, Tyler, this weekend, a little bit of a new challenge at Watkins Glen, the next-gen car on this track. How's it gone so far?
Most of the track we've been pretty strong, honestly. We've been needing to get a little bit better in the bus stop, 5, 6, 7, 8. For us has been a little bit of a challenge, especially compared to the Hendrick cars. So worked on it a bit overnight, and hopefully we made the right adjustments. Being behind them in the start of this race, getting to see the line that they're taking through there will be helpful too. So really feel good about our KCMG Chevrolet. That's a very rhythm and repetition type section through that area of the track. They need to get better, and I think with time we should be able to get where we need to be.
And I understand very rough in this car, and it's like you can't avoid the curbs and scrub off speed, right? You just got to go for it?
Yeah, you just got to shoot across it and figure it out on the other side. For me, I've been really crossed up by the time I get through turn 6. And, in comparison to some of the other competitors, they're able to pick up the gas and really get out of there. And I'm just trying to catch the race car. So losing time there, and for us to qualify 5th and be struggling like we were there yesterday, does give me confidence because I know that we can make adjustments overnight, and we did. And I think they're going to be in the right direction.
Why did you adapt to road courses in this car so well? It's not like you'd never seen them before in NASCAR, but you in this car seem to do well, the win, everything. Why is it going so well for you, you think?
Well, I think with the old car, I would try and brake about 100 feet too late everywhere we go. And with this car, it's right on the money. A lot of times I would lock a tire up, wheel hop a little bit, whatever it might be. I think with this car, it just all came together perfectly.
And the braking zones, that brings up an interesting point because they had to change what the markers were, right, on the track, or you had to notice them differently?
No, they're all the same. As far as I understand, they appeared the same from when we've been here in the past. I think there was a few tracks where, like when we go to COTA, the markers change for whatever series is running. But here, you use a different marker, but the markers themselves have remained the same on the track.
Now you just want to hit the ones that you want to hit, which are further down into the corner, which I think is what he's saying. Let's look forward to the playoffs just real quick. We got to go through these 2 weekends, the wild card, which is Daytona next week. What are your goals with a couple of wins in the bank and locked into the playoffs?
Well, today could be a wild card too, depending on the weather. Yeah, it's just just executing on the good days, and when we get to the playoffs, you really can't afford to have the huge mistakes or the failures. But a lot of things that we've experienced this year have been painful, but they're things that we can learn from, and we've been able to make better and not have them happen again. So for me, that's a good thing. When you get to the playoffs, you really can't afford to have those type of days. You never want to have them, but if you can have them in the regular season and find those issues and work them out now, that's always going to be better.
A lot of hard work for the 8 team. They will start 5th today after the qualifying run that Tyler had, and we'll see how that goes in the rain or the dry. We don't know yet.
Thanks, Dave. And actually, to a man, Tyler is perfect with being a driver where they call the racetrack turns whatever they want. And so we want to make sure that you understand this is a racetrack with, we call it 7 turns. He obviously calls it different.
Yeah, so it goes downhill into turn 1, a right-hander. You're going to go across the short straightaway into turn 2. That starts to climb the hill up the S's 2, 3, 4. Now his 6, 7, and 8, we call the inner loop. We call the bus stop. I don't use numbers because, to be honest, my brain, that was too many numbers for me. Turn 5 is the carousel. Turn 6 is the left-hander. I'm giving you what they're going to be called. They go, oh, that's the left-hander. Everybody knows that. And then, I don't know, the last corner. That's what everybody calls turn 7. To your point, I could get to 9, 7, 12. Dale Jarrett talked to us earlier, and he said, I don't know what corners y'all are talking about because it was 11 for me.
Right.
That's why you kind of have to kind of pick a map, and in my mind, it's more about identity. That is the bus stop. That straightaway leads to the bus stop, into the carousel, into a left-hander. They all have their own identity. But to be honest, when he said 6, 7, 8, it took halfway through his answer before I realized, okay, he means the bus stop. I just was making sure I knew what he was talking about. And what he's talking about are those curbs.
Yeah.
So when you first turn in the bus stop, you turn to the right. And you basically leave the racetrack with all 4 tires. You basically jump in there. And then the car lands. And then what do you say? You figure it out. Well, some are figuring it out better than others. Their cars land, change back direction to the left. I don't know how you really set up for a jump. We don't see a lot of those, but it looks like a jump here this weekend.
Each driver and team have their own language as to what they want to call each turn here at Watkins Glen. You'll see the inclement weather in the background. On the other side of the break, we've got KP, DJ, and Marty. They'll be back with you.
Feet here at the Glen.
Watkins Glen, love that road course. You have a lot of action and drama. When you get down to the nitty-gritty on the racetrack, it's a really fun racetrack to really challenge yourself and really get out there and run hard.
It's pretty unique. It's pretty special. A lot of fun.
This place is packed with race fans ready to go.
Watkins Glen, always so much fun. A little rain here right now, but we hope to get the race in here shortly. Lightning in the area. That's why they can race in the rain, but that's why Cup cars are not on the racetrack right now. Marty Snyder, Kyle Petty, and Dale Jarrett joining you here. We've made our way from the pit box up here to the booth, and we saw a flash of a Kyle Petty win there at Watkins Glen. Yeah, you almost won 2 in a row here. Let's not lose sight of that, by the way. But can you explain this, please?
Okay, so here's what happened here. My friend here, Dale Jarrett, I lost my mind going through the S's and run up on the curb and wrecked. Earnhardt Sr. and Mark, I don't know who all was in it.
A lot of people.
Yeah, so I'm standing on the side of the road, got my thumb out, got no place to go, called Uber. They hadn't showed up yet. And here comes my man, Dale Jarrett, lets me ride in the car with him, brings me all the way back around.
We have video proof of you taking out half the field, including Dale Sr.
Here it is. Oh! I don't know what Dale was thinking.
He had plenty of room.
He had plenty of room. I don't think I've watched this in forever. He had tons of room. So I'm here and just standing there. You see me, look lost. I got no place to go, got no place to be, man. My day's over with. And here I am in the floorboard. Going to give Ernie a high five. Yeah, then he door slams.
I think it's Sterling Marlin.
That's Ernie. I think that's Ernie. And then he door slams us. But Dale drives me back around right to the entrance to the garage area and lets me out like a gentleman. I tip him, and then I go on.
Did you have nothing else to do, DJ? I mean, weren't you in the middle of your race?
No, I saw a friend.
Yeah, that's it.
Friend in need. What are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
I mean, some things supersede driving a race car and just doing that.
Absolutely.
Wonder what the fine and the penalty of points would be right now.
Oh, gosh, no. Didn't get by with that this day and time.
Well, we saw Chase Elliott when he won. I mean, Jimmy Johnson was a friend pushing him back to the garage area. Yeah, it was very nice of him to do that, right? So
that was good. Thank
why
you
not
very
be
much.
a friend, Did he ever pay you back for the ride?
Oh, yeah. Many times.
I ran over him 100 times. 100 times I ran over him.
No, I mean, pay you back in a good way, Kyle.
Many times he did, yes.
No.
Yeah, pay you back in a good way. So Watkins Glen, certainly 2 races to go in the regular season here. Pressure on a lot of teams, but we look at the bottom of the playoff grid. I mean, it is stacked with pressure. Really on Ryan Blaney and Martin Truex Jr. as we see the playoff standings here, DJ. Those 2 spots, and we don't know what's going on with Kurt Busch, so there could be 2 spots left here in the playoffs.
Yeah, and we show 2 spots because they're the only 2 that could possibly get in on points. Everybody else has to win a race either here today or next weekend, next Saturday night at Daytona if they're going to be a part of the playoffs. So these are the 2 drivers that are battling. They both had opportunities earlier in the season to gather that victory and have themselves established in the playoffs already, but they didn't make that happen. They're 2nd and 4th in the points for the regular season.
Which would be amazing if they don't make the playoffs.
Because if they don't make it and they stay in those, that's 17 playoff points that will not get used.
That's a good
because
point.
that doesn't move up to the ones that are eligible. That's where they finished, and so those don't go to anyone. So these drivers know what's in front of them. Will they be racing? I don't know if they can race each other. I mean, you've got 2 wild card races here that we know. We've gone through the list of people that could win here today, and there's a whole list of people that can win next week to possibly get in. So I think you've got to be racing for wins if possible.
I'm going to say this is the piece to me that just dumbfounds me. They're 2nd and 4th in the points when you look at it. So they've had solid years. They've had a decent year, and they've had looks at wins, but they've not been able to capitalize on them. And if you can't capitalize on them in this system, you find yourself in 15th and 16th, 16th and 17th. You find yourself at the bottom of the list because there's somebody out there, and we've seen 15 of them this year, that have had special days, that have capitalized on those days and put themselves in the playoff.
I wonder how many times Ryan Blaney's thought about the Daytona 500 since that night where he was like, 500 feet from the finish line, and his teammate moved him up into the wall?
And I'm going to say this about Ryan. I think that was Ryan's frustration when we got to Indianapolis and he went off on the radio about those people dive bombing turn 1 and just haven't taken their brains out. The frustration just continues to build and build and build. And you've got to make something happen. You go into these races knowing you've got to make something happen, and you look at the spreadsheet or at the odds sheet, and you're not at the top of the list on odds-on favorite to win these things, whether you're Truex or whether you're Blaney. And we talk about this a lot. They didn't get here overnight. They didn't get to 15th or 16th and 17th overnight. This is their work all year long. When you get to 26 races, you don't miss the playoffs by 1 point because what you did in that last race. You could have done that at Daytona. You could have done that at Richmond early in the year. You could have done that somewhere else early in the year. And those are the ones that you lose sleep over.
Yeah, you lose sleep because they care, because this isn't a hobby. I think everybody probably knows that. This is what you do. Week in, week out, you come with the idea that everywhere you show up that you can win the race. Now, what we saw yesterday in the little bit of time that they had practice and the qualifying efforts that they made, we don't see speed in Martin Truex Jr. or Ryan Blaney that would show us that may happen today. They both can go to Daytona with a lot of others that could win, but there is always that chance. I mean, everybody, we talk about the strategies, and I know Steve's going to line all of that up later on, but, trying to do something to get themselves in that position, or do they just accept the fact when they get later in this race that, hey, we're going to just race each other for points because as much as we talk about this, there could be 2 winners that have already won at these next 2 weeks, and then that spot is open for one of those 2 drivers to get in.
And I think if you're Jonathan Hassler and Ryan Blaney, you kind of watch the speed chart, and your strategy changes throughout the weekend, right? They notice they're faster than Martin Truex Jr., James Small, and the guys at Joe Gibbs Racing, so maybe they play for points today. We'll see what happens. No doubt everyone is chasing Chase Elliott. You were up here in the booth, DJ, for his qualifying lap yesterday. I mean, he is phenomenal at this racetrack. We saw his first ever win coming here, but here's his qualifying lap yesterday, Dale.
Yeah, we talk about the speed that is here and using up the racetrack, and he does such a good job of positioning himself, his car, making the shifts. He makes this look way easier than what it is. But these cars aren't easy to drive over this curbing that they have and getting yourself where you can get back to the gas and maximize the speed that they have in here. You know, the braking areas.
Yes.
I think that we've seen over the last few years, since he won that first road course race here in his first race in the Cup Series, that he's shown us that he's really good at the braking side of it.
Yeah, he's an exceptional guy on the brakes, understanding how to carry that speed into the corner, understanding how to trail brake and drag that through the middle. You see up through the S's, this is an important part of the racetrack. You've got to carry speed through this part of the racetrack and get to that inner loop or that bus stop. He is exceptional at this. I think with this new car, some of the other drivers have caught up with the brake package that we run on this car. So it's a little bit harder for him to outbrake. You see him catch that outside curve, that inside curve. Once again, the inside over to the outside. That's a rough part of the racetrack on this car because they're so stiff. This is another corner you've got to make great time through because you get a run back down towards the garage area.
You know what jumps out to me is what DJ made the point of. He makes it look so easy. I mean, it looks like effortless behind the wheel there.
Yeah, but if you would have only shown me the exit of the inner loop bus stop there, I would have said, that guy didn't win the pole because that was too much going on right at that point. But that's what you had to do if you were going to be fast through there.
So, Kyle, weren't we saying about 5 weeks ago how nobody had gained a gap over everybody in the playoffs and everybody was so close? I think that memo never made it to Alan Gustafson and Chase Elliott. Look at that. They have a 10-point playoff lead as of right now.
Going to get more.
They're going to add 15 more today.
Right.
That's incredible. All of a sudden in the last 6 weeks, they built this incredible cache of playoff points.
Yes, they have. They've gone about it in a quiet way. They haven't been flashy. It's not about a lot of different things. They've just had that workman-like ethic and just kept their head down, scored those playoff points, put them in the bank, and they move on to the next race. And that's what they've done. That's been what has been so fascinating to me about this team. They show up, they win, they run second, they win, they run second, and then on an off day, they run fourth or fifth. Yeah. You know what I mean? And that's the kind of days they have. That's what we saw out of Kyle Larson last year. That's what we saw out of Kevin Harvick a few years ago. Just hammer, 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 keep your head down. Walk away from that racetrack knowing that you put in the best performance you could put in. And you didn't have a shot at winning, but you maximized your effort that day.
Yeah, and I think that's what says so much about this pairing of driver and crew chief. You know, we talk about that. Every one of us that have competed in this always want that. You know, you look at that. You think about Jeff Gordon and Ray Evernham, and so you think about your dad and Dale Inman, Kyle, and all the races that they were able to win together. When you get that special combination together, and I think that that's what we have with this 9 car, that they are on the same page. They understand what each other are thinking and don't even really have to discuss some things. You know, they just go unsaid, and they really do a good job of making it look easier.
You know what else we were saying 4 weeks ago? Kevin Harvick wasn't going to be in the playoffs, but they had answered that with a win at Michigan and then followed it up with a win last week at Richmond.
Everybody who doubted us doesn't know us.
Kevin Harvick's led 13 laps all year.
He's not sitting in cars that can win races.
The biggest statement win of the year.
We thrive in these types of situations.
Yep, and he may be the most dangerous man in the playoffs now because Kevin Harvick has gotten it right at the right time. And do you think they know you now?
Well, you know, I think obviously the last couple of weeks have gone really well. I think for us, you know, over really since the break and we came back to Nashville, we've made some big improvements on the car. Haven't really had didn't have much luck, good anyway, up until that point. And you know, the last couple of weeks we've had, you know, some good things happen to us and be able to capitalize on them and have a couple of wins in the bank now. So it's amazing how fast it can change in this sport.
Well, it really does speak to how it all has to come together, right? Because it's not like the people at SHR were not working hard. It's not like you didn't have speed, because you did. It just had to all work at the same time.
It really did. And you know, I think, you know, if you're around this long enough, you understand the ups and downs of the sport. And, you know, the thing that I really appreciate about the drought that we went through was there was no finger pointing. There was no yelling and screaming. It was, okay, what do we need to do to get better each week? What do we think we did good? And it was the same analysis after we got done winning. And I know that probably seems boring, and you know, it seems like you know, you should probably do something, say you did something different when you won. But you know, I think for us within our team, I think you know, we understood that things were building in the right direction, and we just needed the day to go right, and it came at a good time.
But did you self-check during the drought? Did you have things that you wanted to know and didn't have answers for?
I always self-check. You know, this sport is a progression. It's a constant progression. There's too many smart people in the garage for it not to evolve into what it evolves into from year to year. And I think as you look at the people that I have around me, you know, I think you know, for me, I have a lot of confidence in them. You know, and I know they have a lot of confidence in me. And you know, the days that I show up and don't feel good, or you know, don't feel like I'm 100%, I got to find it, because I know that every guy and gal that touched that car brought 100% while they were preparing it, and they've done everything that they can do to get to the racetrack. And it's an easy self-check, because you better bring all you've got, because that's the expectation of everybody around you.
Speaking of people, one of your small people got to share a moment with you that I think you were hoping would happen at some point at Michigan. Let's review that a little bit. What are you seeing here?
Yeah, well, you know, I think for me, you know, we went through COVID, and Piper's 4 now, so her last couple of years have been through COVID, and you know, they haven't got to the racetrack very much. So you know, to win the race, she told me before the race, she's like, "Daddy, I want to ride in that car like Keelan. You better go win today." So there was definitely some pressure there, but you know, to see her old enough to be able to experience those moments and be able to share those moments with her is obviously really special. And you know, I know Keelan got to do a lot of that as he was growing up, because that's just what we did. We went to the racetrack every week, and we're a racing family. You know, Delana grew up in the sport. I grew up racing my whole life. Our kids have grown around it, and that's just how NASCAR works, and really racing in general. As you know, you travel around the world, there's so many common ties and so many connections from this person knows that person. The racing community, we always say it's a small world, but the racing community is a smaller world. And you know, I think you know, for me to be able to raise my kids in the NASCAR garage and motorhome lot, and be able to share that and share success is what it's been all about.
That win at Michigan, and let's forget Richmond, but that drought buster came at a great time, because this weekend and next weekend, I mean, they're wild card races, Kevin. How much comfort was there getting the wins before these 2 weekends?
Dave, have you ever seen me drive in the rain? It is not. It is not spectacular. Keelan called me before I went out, and he said, "Dad, you're going to be terrible today if it rains." I was like, "Well, you know,
appreciate that,
yeah,
bud.
thanks for the confidence, but you haven't showed up the last couple of weeks either, and we've been to victory lane." So, you know, I think for he's been a doubter because of the losing streak. But, you know, I think as you look at you know, this car, I haven't driven it in the rain. You know, most everybody hasn't driven it in the rain. So it'll be interesting to see how much differently and better it drives in the rain. If you can see anything, that's really the biggest problem is the vision in the spray. So, you know, I think as we look at today, if it does wind up raining and we can get the lightning to stop, it should be an interesting day.
I was going to ask you, where were the laps in the rain? Were they in a Cup car, Xfinity car, truck?
Cup car at COTA. They were treacherous laps at COTA. So we did start the race in the damp, which would be my preference at Charlotte a couple years ago. At the start of that race, but other than that, that's really all I've done in the race, other than stand outside and, you know, tell Keelan he needs to get out there and practice in his go-kart, because they go out in the rain like they go out in the rain like it's nothing. It's just another practice session or another race.
From stomping in puddles to racing a go-kart in the rain. Yeah. That's Keelan's world. Your world today from 24th. Let's talk dry track. Let's say it is the super speedway of road courses like it's billed to be. How do you make progress today in your car?
Yeah, my car's great. You know, I made a mistake in the inner loop, whatever we call it. I don't know if it's turn 5, 6, 7, and 8, or if it's the inner loop or bus stop, whatever you want to call it. But I hit that second curb and it jerked the car and jerked it sideways. So, you know, probably left 3 or 4 tenths over there. But my car's faster than I am. So they've done a good job with the car. It's just maximizing the car, and our guys do a good job at strategy. And I'll get faster through the day because I'm a slow learner.
We're going to make a tape for you, though, because we have the in-car camera with you today.
Oh, good. Do they still make tape?
Oh, we could, if you want. I'll
You're showing your age, Dave.
Yeah, I am.
I understand, though.
Thank you for understanding. Yes, we're of the same ilk. But yeah, we'll record something for you, and then you can play it back and watch what you did today.
I appreciate that. So hopefully it's presentable.
Yeah, like us. Yeah. Kevin, Dave. We'll send it back to y'all. You know, it's presentable down here, but we'd rather be racing.
Very presentable. Tell them we'll send them a link. That's the proper terminology,
yeah, we'll send you a
Dave.
link.
Yeah, there you go. We'll send him a link. So let's talk about Kevin Harvick and DJ, what he is accomplishing at 46 is just unbelievable. You're on this list of all-time winners
Yes.
after the age of 40, but does it get harder? I mean, how much harder does it get once you turn 40?
Oh, I don't know that the 40 part up to 45, and Kevin Harvick even proven at 46. I think I won my last race at 48. Got fortunate at Talladega to do that, but it becomes more difficult because you're running against a much younger group. I mean, things are changing, just like this new car is something completely different for Kevin Harvick. And I had a conversation with him, I believe it was back at Nashville, the first race that we did at NBC. And he was just talking about the differences and how, he had to change things, the way that he went about them before, the way he drove the car, what he was looking for, how to make speed, just so much stuff there. And you think about all the way back to whenever the young Kevin Harvick came in, was put in an impossible situation of getting in the car that Dale Earnhardt Sr. drove, and there at Richard Childress Racing. But to navigate through that, the brash young man that said and did whatever he wanted to, whether we wanted to hear it or not. And now when Kevin Harvick wants to speak, we all listen because he's going to have something informative to say. So as I talk to Kevin Harvick and I watch him win these last 2 weeks, I realize Kevin Harvick, there's no loss of anything here other than the fact of learning something completely new. And that just took time. It's not just him. It's taken a lot of people, a lot of young drivers, a lot of time to get to that point. But it is and does become more difficult as your age goes up.
Yeah, and Dale started, and he said, so many things change. So many things change. Dale talks about winning Talladega. I am in awe of guys that win past the age of 40, 42, 43. And here's why. Because you get married, you have a family, you go into business, you're making money. When you're a kid, you just want to drive that race car. Your passion is to drive that race car. It's not about the money. It's not about the trophy. You just want to drive that race car. And then it becomes about a few other things and a few other things. And it's not that you lose that passion, but it's tempered a little bit. It's tempered, and your desire is tempered a little bit. To maintain that to the age that Dale Jarrett did, to maintain that to the age as Kevin Harvick has done, is special. And that just goes to prove. You can look at a guy, and he's in a race car, and you can see all the physical attributes and everything that he can do, but you can't see his heart. You can't see his heart. And that's the one thing that Kevin Harvick brings to the table on a weekly basis is heart. He brings something that we can't define. We can't see. And if you can't see it, you can't beat it. And Dave started that interview and said, I'm here with the most dangerous man in racing.
Yeah,
and I'm like, yes, you are. Because he is winning at a time when nobody knows what he's got. Nobody knows what he can do. And he and Rodney are a proven entity headed into the playoffs.
So to Dave's point, DJ, 2 wild card races, Watkins Glen today and then Daytona next Saturday night on NBC. So do they even care about these 2 races with 2 wins now in the bank?
As a driver and competitor, you always want to do your very best. But I'm just going to say that I'm pretty sure that their focus right now is on Darlington and trying to get as good as they possibly can there, thinking about everything they've learned and how they've got in this position all of a sudden. I think when they look at that first round, they're thinking about Darlington and Bristol. Yeah. And those are 2 places that Kevin Harvick is as good as anybody that's ever sat in the seat of these, and they could go win there. I know they're going to run these next 2, but their mind is really on the playoffs when they start, I have to believe.
Yeah, let's go back to the beginning of COVID. When we came back, when NASCAR came back, and we ran at Darlington. And Kevin Harvick gets out after he wins that race, and he gets out and he's like, this is surreal. There's nobody cheering. There's nobody in the stands. Kevin Harvick wants to correct that. He wants to go back and start these playoffs and climb out of that car and hear that roaring crowd. I agree. I think he is focused on the next round, moving through Darlington and Bristol.
And to the point Dave made, he is very dangerous because you just look at that first round, DJ. 2 of their best racetracks, Darlington, Bristol, you mentioned it. They could certainly win either one of those races. Somebody who's been terrific in the regular season so far. Can he put it together in the playoffs? That's Ross Chastain. He's hanging out with Parker.
Yes, Marty, and I think we were just looking at some of your stats. As of late, it hasn't been the best finishes or even running position compared to what you had in the mid-season. So how do you guys turn around as we head towards the playoffs?
I'm bringing a track house race car back to a road course, Parker. That should solve a lot of our problems. No, when you look at it on paper there, it doesn't look as great, but we still have the speed, so we'll be fine.
So you and I have made this a weekly occurrence where we do these long interviews. So where would you head with this one? I mean, you have a really cool teammate this weekend in Kimi Räikkönen, an F1 world champion. What have you learned from him? What have you seen that's been like, whoa, that's very cool?
Well, I learned that
Kimi's not here for this interview, which I requested to do this interview.
You did request that. We can put that out there.
Yeah. So Kimi, I know you're comfortably somewhere, but him and Daniel, neither one of them showed up for the interview. So I'm here representing Team Trackhouse, and yeah, I mean, we could ramble on and on about all kinds of stuff. I mean, that's what we normally do, right?
Well, they're all proud of you. Yes, we normally do. Who knows where we'll head with this one? But let's talk about what you've seen. You guys have been so good on the road courses. You have a teammate like Kimi coming here, learning these cars for the first time, jumping in sort of cold turkey without a lot of experience. What have you seen that's sort of been, sort of, I guess, in some respects, showed you how good you guys' cars are, how good Trackhouse is to get him up to speed?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing that I've seen is just how good he really is. You watch it from afar, right? I've watched most F1 races for the past, I don't know, 8-10 years, become more of a fan of the sport, and done a light bit of research on older races before I started watching, and you don't have any calibration to what kind of race car drivers they are, because it's just such a different form of motorsport. And he plugged right into the Chevy DIL simulator and went faster than me day one. Like, I just laughed. I'm like, all right, yep, he's faster. That should be expected. But just seeing his car control and then just his ability to adapt. He's just running laps, and nobody's given him any feedback yet. And he starts making, we can see all the data, and we're just watching, and it's just like real-time learning so quickly, where it might take me a bit of time to stop, sit back, look at the data, and you realize, like, okay, those guys that race F1 are really that good. And so I've just tried to ask him as many questions as I can, and he's, oddly enough, asked me questions too, which blows my mind.
I was going to ask you about that. So you maybe have learned some things from him. What has he asked you about that you've been like, he's asking me this? What?
Yeah, it's everything, just general car knowledge to, he's asking what's DVP, right? What's damaged vehicle policy? And what does that mean, and how does that work? And worked a lot on, pit road and pit entry and exit, and because there is no pit entry line except for the orange box on entry, but on exit there's an orange box and a white line you have to follow halfway to turn 2. So just those little things, right? Just those little things that we all just come to know in time, and he's learning as he goes here this weekend. So yeah.
Well, let's focus on you and this one team a little bit. I just want to take a step back the last couple of weeks, where you guys have had the speed that you've shown throughout the season. I look at Michigan as a place that race kind of got away from you guys with an incident. Where do you feel like this team stacks up right now as we get closer to the playoffs? Where do you guys feel like you maybe have strengths and some things you have to work on as well?
Parker, I haven't driven one car this year that I didn't think we could win with if a couple things go right, and sometimes I just needed nothing to change, and I end up doing something to take us out. So I don't see, we're not changing anything. There's going to be a lot of learning coming up in the next 12 weeks. That this is something that I've never experienced before. I've done playoffs and a championship run in trucks and Xfinity, but never in Cup, and it's different. And it would be a disservice to everybody if I sat here today and said I'm going to be the same person in 13 weeks as I am right now. I'm going to learn a lot, and we're all human, and I've made mistakes, and I'm going to continue to try to put my Worldwide Express Chevy as far to the front and drive it as fast as I can. But I'll learn throughout this, and I'm excited about learning. Like, it's so cool to think we're getting ready to start the playoffs. I remember last year I wasn't in it, and I watched, and I was at the shop when all these guys were off doing media days, and how bad I wanted it. And now we're scheduling media days, and I wouldn't want to be doing anything else.
It's pretty awesome to see Ross's transition to being a part of the playoffs, Marty, and obviously as a team they're feeling optimistic once they get in the playoffs here.
Well, Parker, no doubt they have been dangerous in the regular season. So, Kyle, that begs the question, how dangerous can they be in the playoffs?
Incredibly dangerous. And for one statement, and he said it right there, I haven't driven one car I didn't think I could win with.
Wow, that's pretty big, isn't it?
That's a huge statement. That's a huge statement for Ross Chastain and a huge statement for that team. At the same time, he's that type of driver that he's got a rearview mirror in the car, but not inside his head. He doesn't see anything behind him. All these races that have come so far, that's history to him. He doesn't look back. He doesn't see that. He only sees the next race. He only sees the next track. He only sees the next lap. And he only sees the next win. And that's the kind of driver and the dedication and the focus you want as you head off into the playoffs.
To that point, DJ, Justin Marks told me last week, Richmond for them, they kind of acted was like the first playoff race. They kind of went in playoff mode at Richmond, kind of focusing on that. He told me, we've never been here before. We don't know what to expect. But how worried should Ross be in the back of his mind about all the things that have happened this year, thinking maybe, hey, Denny Hamlin owes me one more, maybe two. Maybe Chase Elliott owes me one or two. Martin Truex Jr., not very happy with me. His enemies on the track, is that going to be a big story in the playoffs?
It could become a story, but I can tell you, I think 100%, and I only know Ross from talking with him and admiring the job that he does as a race driver. He is not going to think one thing about that. He is going into the playoffs knowing that it's going to take every bit of ability that he has to go out and perform each week. He's watched these playoffs before. He's talked about he wasn't a part of it last year. He wants to be there, but we've seen every driver, every team, every year in these playoffs, they ramp up their game. So we think things have been crazy these first 26 races. These next 10 really get serious because it's win and you move on to the next round, and he's got the ability to do that.
So how can they take it to the next level? When you start with Darlington in the playoffs, and Ross terrific at Darlington, so that could be one of his better racetracks. Yesterday under sunny skies, the NASCAR Xfinity Series raced here at Watkins Glen. When we come back, we'll show you the last five laps of that race. It was thrilling. You don't want to miss it. And we start off with one of the best in the business. Up through the S's, Sirius XM NASCAR Radio's Mike Bagley. What a fantastic call. He provides all the action there. The inner loop for the Cup cars has been a challenge all weekend long. Dale Earnhardt Jr. will be over there. He's going to be busy. Down in turn 6, we have Jeff Burton, who gets to call the action to the final turn in turn 7. And then Rick Allen and Steve Letarte bringing them home. I think radio style is outstanding. Yesterday, we saw that in the Xfinity Series race where we had a ton of Cup drivers actually in the Xfinity Series race. Look at all those drivers doing double duty this weekend, and we have seen that all year long with them wanting to get that extra experience at the road course races. Yesterday, here's the final few laps of the Xfinity race. It was a thriller.
It's going to be a 5-lap shootout. We'll see who has the best restart here. The 54 again, Ty Gibbs, the 19-year-old. He's subbing for Kurt Busch tomorrow in the Cup Series race, but wants to get another win. It would be his 6th win of the 2022 season if he can beat William Byron. The restart's so important. Byron on the inside, Gibbs on the outside, back up through the gears to go. A great restart for Gibbs. We'll see if he can make it work. To the inside, the 17 goes up the racetrack. He goes, and the 54 has to go very high now.
Almost all the top 10 is off the course. They're 3 wide for third as everybody's jostling for real estate. Ty Gibbs is slipping in the corner. Byron goes wide to accommodate. They lean on each other in turn 4. Side by side for the lead. Larson thinks for a moment, 3 wide up the backstretch.
Larson's going to push the 17 of Byron down into the braking zone. Here comes Ty Gibbs side by side. There's going to be contact. Buzz cars go spinning. Buzz cars are spinning out of the lead. Larson goes through AJ. Sammy Smith into third. Cass Gralla now in 4th position. Now A.J. Allmendinger trying to take the fight to Larson. Larson did not think his car was good enough to win this race. He now has to change gears and go try to make it happen against Sammy Smith. As crew chief just said, he had the best car on the racetrack. He's sitting there in third. What can he make happen?
Now a gift been handed to Kyle Larson. He's up front. A.J. Allmendinger very hungry. 4 laps to go now from the Glen. Sammy Smith looking for his first ever win running in the 3rd spot. But it is Larson up front.
Impressive up through the S's. 2 wide for the 17 and the 54. And now we see the 54 live at the bottom is backwards again. And then right here into the bus stop. You just know 2 wide, very difficult. The 54 drives it in and just gets loose and takes the 17 with him. Larson comes through. Thank you, he says, and he takes the position.
And William Byron spun Ty Gibbs out over here in turn 6. Both of them, at the back of the field, but William Byron expressing his displeasure. Back up front, Larson, AJ, Smith, Gralla. Great run for the Gralla team. Had to repair the left front of that car, and he's back. Larson knows, slides up the racetrack a little bit, but gets a pretty good exit here heading to you, Jeff.
A.J. Allmendinger finds himself to the front of almost every one of these races. Just so good, so methodical. He's got to beat a Cup champion today to make it happen. The window open for these guys when the 2 leaders spun to the bus stop. Who can take advantage of it?
A.J. Allmendinger putting all the pressure he can right now on Kyle Larson. 3 laps to go. 3 more times around here at the Glen. He peeks to the inside just to let Larson know he is right there. They are closing in on the final 2 laps of this race.
Objects in Kyle Larson's mirror are definitely closer than they appear. Here comes A.J. That's Allmendinger in the 2nd spot. You got Larson leading, and Sammy Smith is hoping for another leader tangle. Right now, the exit turn number 4. Larson is in control, but A.J. Allmendinger staying with him stride for stride.
Larson and A.J. pushing these cars beyond the limit, sliding all over the place up to the S's. Larson's been here before. Lost at Road America late in that race. Was under pressure there. He just needs to gain a little bit more time between him and the 16 to fall into a place to where he can run in rhythm.
Now he's got to play a little bit of defense, though, because Sammy Smith has closed that gap. Kaz Grala has gotten up to 4th. So A.J. just can't chip it in there. He's got to pay really close attention not to make a mistake, because now Sammy Smith is there. It kind of changes the game a little bit for A.J.
It's become a 3-car battle for the lead as Sammy Smith has thrown that 18 into the mix as well. Just in front of him, A.J. Allmendinger, the best it's ever been in the Xfinity Series on road courses, still holding on to 2nd, but they're all chasing. Kyle Larson out in front.
3-driver breakaway for the lead and the win at Watkins Glen. You got Kyle Larson in the 88. You got A.J. Allmendinger in the 16. You got Sammy Smith in the 18, and they're slowly creeping away from 4th on back. Here they come now, up to the S's, clearing turn 4. Seems like the separation between 1st and 2nd is stabilized.
Gonna have to be mistake-free here. Lap and a half to go. A.J. really drives it deep, able to close in a little bit. Maintains that gap, closing even further. Lost a little bit right there in the carousel. Accelerates, trying to accelerate. You can see the car really not taking the throttle as he moves around the back end.
He closed a little bit of that gap. Now he's got to try to outbrake. Good job braking into turn 6. Can he carry that momentum into 7? He did. He's closed this gap. Most of it's been under braking. See if he can do it into 7 right there. A little bit of an advantage for Larson.
2 car lengths separate the top 2. 1 lap to go. Presented by Credit One Bank. Kyle Larson has never won a road course race in the Xfinity Series. Can he change that statistic today? A.J. Allmendinger, he's won more than any other driver in the Xfinity Series.
Final time out of 1. Final time up for the S's. Larson looks in the rearview mirror. They're lined up. He's got to be perfect for this last less than 2.5 miles. He'll cross turns 2, 3, and 4, and still keep them all in the rearview mirror. Kyle Larson, the man in command right now.
A.J. is there. He's in striking distance. Trying to close even further. Both drivers really pushing hard. Look at Larson. Sideways. A.J. sideways down into the carousel. Only a car length separates the 2 leaders. Larson trying to get out of this corner better. Wants to look at the mirror and see himself driving away from the 16.
Is there an opportunity right here for Allmendinger to overbrake, drive into turn 6, get into the back of Larson? Can't quite get there. See the car wiggling around. Did everything he could. One more opportunity for him into 7. Larson's able to drive away from him.
Kyle Larson, after making some changes to the car, had to start in the back. He goes all the way to the front, and Kyle Larson's going to win at the Glen.
Nice work. Appreciate it.
And today, Kyle Larson will go for the first weekend sweep at the Glen in 7 years. The rain pushing through. When we come back, pre-race ceremonies here from Watkins Glen. Continuing here, but the good news is the lightning has moved out of the area. NASCAR has said the command to crank the engines will come at 4:08, so in about 10 minutes we will have the command. You see drivers walking out to their cars right now. This race should start in the rain, which is going to make it a crazy day here at the Glen. We'll start in the rain. Maybe we'll finish it as well. Time for the pre-race ceremonies. It's rainy, but we're going racing.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise as you are able and remove your hats as the New York State Police present our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome from Genesee County Christian School, Mike Smith.
Let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for this day. Thank you for the opportunity to be here together, and we thank you that you are worthy of praise. You are majestic and glorious. Thank you for this great day that you've given us to race today. Thank you, Jesus, for our salvation and freedom. We pray today for our military. We ask for your guidance over them, for our police. We also ask you to be with the drivers, the race crew, and the safety crew. And we thank you for opportunities like this. In Jesus' name, amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome local performing artist Anna Hurt, accompanied by signer from Buffalo, New York, Rebecca Kasha.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Terrific job on the national anthem. Drivers are by their cars. The command coming up in about 8 minutes. We're going to go racing at Watkins Glen in the rain. You won't want to miss it. Regular season, Watkins Glen, and yes, it is raining, and yes, they are going to start this race on the rain tires today. They've moved command back just a minute to give teams time to put the rain tires on, and what a game changer this is going to be this afternoon with all the playoff implications on the line, certainly for Martin Truex Jr. and Ryan Blaney and his team. Boy, you got to be wondering, if you're on the outside of the playoffs like Truex, you got to be wondering what is going to happen this afternoon for everyone here at Watkins Glen. And if you're a driver, you got to be going, what am I going to do? Going into turn one with all this rain. They have never run the new Cup car in the rain. That's going to really make things exciting today, Kyle.
Listen, this was a wild card race. Now it's an insane card race for these guys. I don't think they, we heard Kevin Harvick talk about it. We've not driven this car in the rain. We don't know about visibility. Forget the tires, forget the rain tires, forget what this car will react like to the rain. But what about the drivers in the cars? What about the drivers in the cars and what they see out the side, what they see out the front, what they can see out the back of these cars? This is where it's going to be interesting to see how quickly they adapt. These are some of the greatest drivers in the world. We've got guys from 7 different countries. We've already said that.
Absolutely.
Plus the best that NASCAR has to throw on the racetrack. But these guys are going to have to absolutely adapt on the fly.
Are you frantically changing your fantasy lineup, DJ, over there?
I don't even know what y'all said. So, yes, but as I got in here, I'm more confused than whenever I start. I think I'm just going to leave it alone because I don't know what's going to happen here. Well, none of us do, and this is just going to be so exciting and just something else that we throw into the mix to be a Cup driver this day and time.
Well, Parker, you're a driver. You've driven in the rain. You got a couple drivers you have your eye on with the rain here, at least early in the race?
Yeah, any of the road course racers, guys who have won on the dry or I've just been in the wet ever, right? I think that's a key point here. But, guys, I want to talk a little bit about tires for a second. You mentioned the wet tires that are going on these race cars. This is a new wet tire that's been designed for the next-gen car. But I want to talk about slicks, sort of what you'd see right here why you can't run a slick on a wet course. Look at water. It just runs right over it. If you were on the track with this tire, it would just aquaplane over the racetrack. You'd never have any grip with the water that runs on it. Now, we've got the wet tire. This tire is new for the next-gen car, as I mentioned, different than last year's tire that we had before, where it was larger blocks. Now it's more like a road car. You can see as the water runs over it, it kind of finds itself in these crevices, in these areas. That's where the water can get escape and get flushed out from the tire, so these blocks can basically connect with the racetrack. That is how a wet tire works, and these drivers will be depending on those blocks and being able to shove that water away to be able to get the grip out there. And one thing I've heard about this tire is it actually allows it to run even when it gets a little drier. So if this becomes intermittent rain, you might be able to run on this tire longer than you would on the old one.
Oh, Parker, you wish you had a fire suit on today.
Yeah,
I want to be in the car, Parker.
Somebody should have got you, man. They should have grabbed you.
So teams will start on the rain tires. After that, it is up to them to determine their tire strategy from there. The race will also start single file. Oh, man, with all these playoff implications, DJ, are there a couple of drivers you think this has really handed them an opportunity now? I'm looking Michael McDowell starting third.
Yep.
Who knows what can happen?
Yeah, I think there's a number of them that you could look at because strategy is going to become completely different. But I think Michael McDowell, this opens it up even more that he could compete for the win here this afternoon.
Listen, I look at Cindric, I look at Suarez, I look at Allmendinger. We go all the way back to Kimi Räikkönen. We go to Tilly. We go to Rockenfeld. I mean, these guys that have no experience in this car have experience in wet weather.
And another driver, don't forget about Justin Haley.
Yes.
That he's done this back in the Xfinity Series. I think he could be a part of this mix too.
Yes. I mean, there is no way Kimi Räikkönen could pull this off, is there? I mean, I know he has vastly more experience than anyone in the field in the rain. But
I don't know if you've watched any NASCAR Cup racing in 2022, but there's always a way. There's always a way that something can happen, and this just throws another layer into the excitement of what Watkins Glen is going to be today.
Yeah, I think you wonder, does it make it more difficult for him as he's learning the car, learning everything, and learning who he's racing around and how all this could change. And before this is over, we could have a dry racetrack and things change again.
Wow.
So we're being told not only is the start of the race single file, but all the restarts would be single file as well. But Kimi's probably going, you know what, this might work out for me. And what worldwide news that would make if he could even run in the top 10. Finish TV is here doing this race live. They're certainly not normally doing that. So this is big worldwide news.
Oh, it's just, I mean, it's brought so much excitement here anyway. I mean, just the number of drivers that we have now that are in this race here today. But he obviously is the most accomplished of those.
Yeah.
Kyle, what are you thinking if you're Martin Truex Jr.?
Listen, I'm worried. I am worried. I am worried because now I've won at this racetrack. I know this racetrack. You know, I'm going into this with some questions about where I am mechanically with this car right now. We haven't run good, but I felt like in my mind I could overcome that as a driver a little bit. You always feel like you can overcome a few of those things. But, you know, I look at him. I look at Ryan Blaney. I look at these guys that are on that bubble right now, and this race can have such far-reaching implications. They can change people. It can change what Truex's season is. It can change what Blaney's. It can also change what Michael McDowell's season is. It can change these guys who haven't won a race. This is a game-changing race for somebody.
So we talked about the vision, DJ. How about for Chase Elliott? Starts up front. He'll have the best vision of everyone in the entire field, and we'll be on board with him.
Yeah, so that lap yesterday was even more important than what he thought. But the other thing that they're going to have to battle, this is a brand-new rain tire. They have not run on this tire whatsoever, so they really don't know what to expect from this. So going to be interesting's not even the proper word.
So, Kyle, look at all the accolades in the field today for all of these drivers. I mean, it's incredible. The championships, the race wins. When you think about the drivers in the race this afternoon, all 36 drivers have some serious accomplishments.
Yeah, you look at that. 8 championships, 16 Xfinity championships, a Formula One champion, 29 IMSA wins, 5 open-wheel IndyCar wins, 7 countries represented. Wow. I think that just says and shows the level of competition here, but where NASCAR and Cup racing has grown to.
DJ, can we take PointsBet and really get anything from this today? I think this was in the dry. I'm not sure.
In the dry, that's right. Yeah, these odds could have changed quite a bit. And you think about it, There's some that you would have certainly looked at even more, like a A.J. Allmendinger. That's good odds, whether it's dry or wet, but certainly in the wet, I think that becomes an even better bet.
Do we get a hall pass on our predictions for the race today? Because this was in the drive.
Yeah, we get 2 extra,
some of us
right?
may hit it. You never know. I mean, we'll see what happens here this afternoon. There's everybody's predictions. Chase Elliott, the most popular driver. I don't think we should be surprised, Kyle.
Yeah, no, I don't think he was the most. When it was dry, he was the most popular guy. William Byron was my get. I'm going to go with somebody totally different, but I'm not going to tell you who it is.
Okay. Dell Jr. going with Chris Buescher out there on the limb.
That's a good one.
And then
That's a good
Burton
one.
and I going with Kyle Larson today. I think Hendrick Motorsports is going to be very tough this afternoon. But again, the rain throws a wrench in everything today. The fans still in the stands here.
Amazing.
Yes, it's raining at the Glen, and yes, we're about to go racing. Here's the command for a rainy day at Watkins Glen.
And now, race fans, here to say the most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome NASCAR Hall of Famer and 2-time Go Bowling at the Glen champion, Rusty Wallace, joined by professional bowlers Stephanie Johnson and Anthony Simonson.
For everybody watching and listening around the world, drivers, start your engines!
On a day with so much on the line, playoff implications, 2 races left in the regular season, 1 spot on points. We're going racing in the rain at the Glen.
Is brought to you by Go Bowling. Go to gobowling.com to find a center near you. Credit One Bank, a credit card company. And by Toyota. Let's go places.
On my mama knee, she said there's only one thing to set your soul free. Wasn't no easy street where I come from. There wasn't no sleep until the work was done. That victory bell, 1 for the money, 2 another show. Please start your engines now and rock and roll.
It's NASCAR Cup Series racing from Watkins Glen to the Go Bowling at the Glen. We are into our 8th decade of racing that takes place right here at Watkins Glen. But Steve, our crew chief, this is the first time we're going to see these guys race in the rain in the Cup Series.
These cars, these next-gen cars, have done a lot this year, but the one thing they have yet to do is run in the wet condition in any sort of test, in any sort of race. The only time we've seen any laps run were at a Martinsville test where they put a little water on the racetrack. We have no idea what's going to happen. This car is going to start in the wet. Looking at the radar, I think it's going to convert to dry at some point. I think that will be the key. If you somehow survive the wet conditions, when do you convert over to dry? How your car handles the unknowns, the list is too long to talk about. It's going to be crazy.
Well, we are doing this broadcast radio style, and that means that we'll have different folks perched all the way around this racetrack. In the S's, it's going to be SiriusXM's Mike Bagley. He'll be taking care of turns 2 through 4. Then through the inner loop and the carousel, Dale Earnhardt Jr. has the call. He'll hand it off to Jeff Burton, who will take him through turn 6 and into that final turn 7 and the front stretch where Steve and I will call them to the finish line. We want to check in with our guys. Guys, I know you didn't sign up for rain weather work, but we got to be looking forward to this. And we'll start off with you. Welcome back Mike Bagley.
Oh, I hear the smile in your voice, Rick. Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. It's all about liquid sunshine here at Watkins Glen. We got a lot of it, but we'll also have a lot of action at Watkins Glen as well. Turns 2, 3, and 4. This is where it all happens here. Now, obviously, this is in the dry. A lot of contact is possible here, a lot of tight racing, and the unexpected slip and slide potentially. Now, all of this is in the dry. We don't know what we're going to get in the wet. That's the $64,000 question. That's the story from the S's when they leave here. It's up the backstretch and into Dale Jr.'s view.
Yeah, down that back straightaway is the fastest part of the course into a braking zone, a passing opportunity going into the bus stop. We're going to see a lot of guys argue over who has the right of way. Some guys will go through there side by side like we saw at the end of the Xfinity Series yesterday. The 2 leaders spun out of the lead, racing late in the race. So a lot of guys are going to try to go into that bus stop side by side. It's not going to work out, especially in the wet. It's going to be a big mess exiting the bus stop. Then you go into the carousel downhill to the right, really uncomfortable corner. You got to be able to get the power down, though. You got a long straightaway headed to Jeff Burton.
Hey, I feel like a kid playing in the rain in Virginia, but it's not play today. It's a race here, and braking is going to be really important, especially in this rain. Getting into turn 6, tons of speed down that back straightaway. You're going to try to outbrake. All this is in the dry. They make this work, but that's in the dry. It's going to get more difficult in the wet. One thing you're going to see all day long, especially with rain, is this runoff area way to the right side of the racetrack off of turn 6. You're going to be seeing it used. It's a race, part of the racetrack that the drivers can push, find the edge of that braking zone, because if you make a mistake, there's a little bit of room to figure it out. You can get back on track.
We want to take a look at today's starting grid, brought to you by Go Bowling. Up front, Hendrick Motorsports has captured the front row with Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson. Chase Elliott, he's won 2 of the last 3 races here.
Yeah, their Hendrick Motorsports teammate William Byron was on the second row. He'll go to the rear. I think Michael McDowell's starting row 2. A lot of road course experience. Look for him to be good. Justin Haley in row 7, another driver, has a lot of comfort. I think the rain will probably help him as well.
Joey Hand and Ross Chastain back there in row 9. A little further back, take a look at row 13, Steve. Truex Jr. and Ryan Blaney.
Yeah, playoffs on the line. You're starting next to one another, and now it's in the pouring rain. What could go wrong?
And as we look further back in the field, Eric Jones, Corey LaJoie in row 16. And even further back, you've got Almirola in row 18. What about the fact of having an F1 champion? The Iceman, Kimi Räikkönen. The 42-year-old has accomplished so much. A Formula One champion back in 2007. The most F1 starts at 349. Most of all time. 21 career Formula One wins. And Steve, we've talked about this with him in the field. We knew that the car was going to be a little bit more of an equalizer, but now you throw in the wet weather conditions, and this can only play really into his favor.
Well, now, I mean, they're all equal when it comes to experience of this car in the rain, but you see 91 on the door, a track house entry. Project 91, Justin Marks. He's really changed the kind of the game when it comes to NASCAR ownership. They've been very creative. Some of their marketing, they're doing their own sort of thing, and this adds to it, right? He came out and said he wanted the opportunity for stars like Kimi to have the opportunity to come run some NASCAR races. The first event for that Project 91 is here this weekend, but he hopes in years to come that this could be 4, 6, 8, 10 races a year where we see other stars from motorsports around the world join NASCAR in this Project 91 from Trackhouse.
NASCAR is letting these drivers get a feel for this track. They're calling them recon laps, so the drivers understand what the track conditions are going to be like, so they're going to give them an extra lap. We mentioned Kimi Räikkönen in that international flavor. Well, he's not the only one. This is for the first time ever in Cup Series history. There are 7 different countries represented. Not only Finland with Kimi Räikkönen, but England, Mexico, the Netherlands, Germany, Russia, and the USA.
Yeah, Danny Kvyat's had a start before, but he's going to have some rain experience. Mike Rockenfeller, he had won the 24-hour Le Mans and had some wet weather that year. So these drivers have experience. I don't know if it helps when it looks like this and in a different car, but I think it helps, you know, at least equalize them versus the very comfortable Cup guys.
Okay, Steve, I'm going to put you on the spot. I need you to break this race down. I know that all of your notes and everything you were thinking about was a dry racetrack. What changes now?
Well, right now, the layout of the race doesn't change. Stage 1, 20 laps. Stage 2, 20 laps. Final stage, 50 laps. This is what I got circled, though, Rick, right here. that last stage, why it was going to be a two-stop race. Now, I believe in those last 50 laps, we will see dry racetrack. When I look at the radar, we're at the back two-thirds of this front that comes through. So survive the first 40. That's what I'll be telling my driver. Somehow keep it on track, keep the fenders on it, get me into that final stage. And I think the window to go from wet tires to dry tires is going to be small, because if you time it right and you're the first one to get on dry tires, you will have a huge advantage.
Okay, so they're starting on wet tires. NASCAR allowed them all to put the wet tires on. What's the other equipment that they will be dealing with?
Yeah, so when you talk about wet conditions, really the only required component is that rear window light. You're going to see these red flashing lights. That is purely for visibility. Every team has the option of a wiper. Most of them have them. Defoggers, rain tires. Every car has started on rain tires. Once the race starts, you can go back and forth with the conditions. The rain flaps are new, something that NASCAR has added. They hang down, look like mud flaps behind the rear tires. You start with them. I confirm with NASCAR, if you knock them off, they're not going to worry about them. They're not going to be required. You have to start with them. And then this single file restart, something NASCAR said at their discretion. We're going to run a single file restart. They've decided to start this race that way. I like that idea, because we've saw at the dirt race at Bristol once where vision was an issue and some of the wet weather. This single file, really, in my mind, Parker, you're a man that's driven in the rain. I think single file at least takes some of the unknown or uncertainty out of at least the first corner.
No doubt, Steve. It's just a small variable to remove and make it somewhat easier for these drivers to find some clear visibility, right? That's the big thing you'll be hearing from a lot of these drivers, find that visibility. But you mentioned that crossover moment that we might see later in this race when this wet weather moves out. We move to dry, and when I was going from hauler to hauler this morning in the garage, so many teams were watching that wet COTA race from a year ago. They were watching the 2020 Roval race where it started wet and went to dry, not because they wanted to remind themselves what it was like. They wanted to see those moments when drivers went to dry tires, when they put on wets, what that moment looked like, what the speed difference was, to remind themselves how they could look for that in this race. So a lot of these teams doing that homework on wet weather racing, and that crossover moment you mentioned that may come later.
Yeah, Parker. Steve, you said the fact of the matter is that we're going to start on wet weather conditions, but the possibility of this moving out and we see dry track at some point in time during this race is definitely possible. Listen in to Kyle Larson in his radio just moments ago.
Are you good to go? Do you think we can go green or no?
I'm not a professional, so I can't give you a professional opinion.
That's at 4. It's kind of half and half up here.
I'm not a professional.
He actually is a professional.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's talking wet weather driver professional. He'd be more comfortable if he wanted off the dirt track was rolled in and ready to go. He could say, man, I got 100 starts there, but racing in the rain, he just doesn't have a lot of experience. And you look at this car right here, I mean, overall pretty dry. The car's sealed up pretty well. The teams also had the option of sealing the driver vent on the front of the window, which was going to prevent some of the rain from coming in. This is a great view of those red lights. Well, you kind of saw them, but you see them right there in the back window of Chase Elliott's car.
And this camera is actually on the top of the car, too, so it's not looking through the windshield. That is what we'll be seeing these drivers have to deal with as well. NASCAR is telling the drivers and teams that they're going to bring them onto pit road, but the drivers are going to stay in the cars. So I'm wondering if they're still wanting some positive affirmation that they're ready, or the racing surface is ready to actually start a race. I think that's the biggest question. So many of these drivers in the field have never raced in the rain. And so to say to them, hey guys, get out here and run with this car. Obviously this is a brand new car for this situation. And so many of these drivers are just like unsure. Junior.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons why we're going to bring the cars down to pit road is there are a few spots on this racetrack where there's going to collect water. And one of those spots is over here in the bus stop. Pretty much the flattest part of the racetrack, and I can see, at least exiting the bus stop, there's a puddle of water that's streaming across the racetrack, a stream of water, and it's already seeing cars really having a tough time just at pace road speed, being under control at that particular area, hydroplaning a little bit with the tires. So they're going to try to get this particular part of the racetrack, water-free as best as possible, but I imagine as a driver, there's other areas that you need to be picking out where you do not want to put a tire. There's going to be other places on the racetrack where water will collect.
Yeah, Junior, I think part of this also is that this car has never raced in the rain. And at COTA last year, they sent the cars out in a torrential downpour with major puddling on the track. It created a lot of issues. So NASCAR, what they said is if they get a rain race with this new car, they're going to make sure that there is no massive puddling. There is no water running across the racetrack. There's so little experience that they just can't put the drivers in that situation. They don't mind running in the rain at all, but they got to just have it where it's even across the racetrack, no running water, just not enough experience for the drivers to know how to handle it.
And, Jeff, there's one of those problems here in Turn 3, actually at the bottom of Turn 2 on the inside and also on the inside of Turn 3 here in the S's where water is starting to pond up just a little bit. That's what we had at COTA and also at the Roval, where when you get into that, then the hydroplaning occurs. I know they love to take care of that, bring out the Toyota Tundra track drying team to address this, but there are some hot spots right now that have ponded up here within the last few minutes.
Well, these guys talk about the rain. I think another thing that's affecting this decision is when I look at the radar, I see maybe 15 or 20 minutes most of rain. So since we know we're going into the dry, we love the fact that we can run on a wet surface. We won't have to get the jet dryers out and dry the surface. We're going to blow the standing water off. And if it doesn't rain hard enough to continue to puddle, we can get going. But I think NASCAR sees that radar and says, in 15 minutes, we're probably not going to have any heavy rain. So let's blow the puddles off and then let these guys loose. I mean, I have to agree. We want to make sure everybody, I'm great with running in the wet. And the intentions is to run in the wet. But there's a difference between the wet and, standing water is a major issue.
And this car, puddling, definitely issues. They've run before. These drivers and the teams have run before on a road course. We think back just to the Roval in 2020 when there was rain on the racetrack, rain affecting how these guys were driving, and that's what we saw. We saw the craziness that it took place there, but also at COTA.
Yeah, but I think this is where the line was drawn in the sand. NASCAR did everything they could to try to get this race in, and there were some pretty big accidents with vision and visibility in this race right here. It ended up being Chase Elliott. But I think that's the one where the drivers got together with NASCAR and said, okay, we're up for running in the wet, but we have to be able to have a little bit more confidence to at least be in control. And that's what this is all about. So
you got a hydroplaning, the standing water, and as we just saw, the radar, it's looking good once this rain shower passes through. So the drivers still in the cars. They brought them to pit road. They're going to get rid of some of the puddles, and we hope to see a green flag here shortly. Road drivers still inside the cars. They had run a few laps, realized that there was a lot of standing water out there on the racetrack. Steve, there's so many different things that rain can affect, and it could even affect when you're inside the car.
Yeah, really, the car itself is designed to be wet, but it's the radio that's my biggest concern. So right here on the left side, you can kind of see a set of hands in. He's messing with the radio harness. It looks like now an extra plug gets in. They're putting in really another wiring harness that's not wired in. They're just laying it in, zip tying it on. So definitely the 9 is having some sort of radio issues. You see Chase kind of clicking between radios. I like that the radios are in the right side of the driver because they're not in the rain area, which would be coming in. But then finally they said, well, let's try another helmet. That's all part of this system. You see the KBB helmet out, now the normal Napa helmet in for Chase Elliott. So, diagnosing some radio issues. And then right here, the 77, they're in the issue where it looks like this is a wiper issue. I'm not sure if it's not turning or turning within it. Parker.
Steve, I'm down here actually right now with the team, and basically it spun itself around is what happened. So they're actually getting a backup windshield wiper here, working with NASCAR to get that fixed and sort of looking at how they can stop it from doing that. But if it went down, it won't actually clear the water here for Mike Rockefeller. And as we know, vision super important. And just up and down pit lane, you have so many teams and looking at the cars, looking at different things in the cars, handing drivers towels to dry themselves off, or radios, maybe water that's seeped in. So just part of the situation here of dealing with wet racing, Marty.
Well, let's chat with Jonathan Hassler, the crew chief for Ryan Blaney, who arguably has the most to lose here if we go racing in the rain. What are your thoughts on the track right now? What did Ryan say?
Yeah, the track is definitely still a little bit wet. There's a lot of guys talking about, the standing water and water near the curbs. Ryan felt like it was probably as good as it was going to be, though, so we'll just leave it up to NASCAR to decide when we can go racing.
So would you be cool with going racing right now?
Yeah, you know, I would be fine to honestly go out there and race as long as the drivers are all happy and feel like it's, you know, safe for them. Honestly, for us, it's another little wrinkle, another little opportunity for us to try and get some track position.
So you and I talked this morning. You said, man, no doubt the nerves are here. Does this make you even more nervous with rain in the mix?
Yeah, you know, it's definitely a situation that I haven't had to deal with on the box before, but, you know, I've been a part of it for a couple different races. So, like I said, it's an opportunity for us to try and gain some track position early.
How much of an eye will you be keeping on the 19 and kind of watching what they're doing and how well they're performing?
Yeah, you know, the goal for us if we can't win is to just outpace the 19 all day. So we'll definitely watch him from start to finish.
There you go. So nerves, I think, for every crew chief. It's not just Jonathan Hassler, Dave. It's nerves for everybody down here with the rain coming down here at the Glen.
Marty, that is certainly true, and Scott Graves among those whose driver, Chris Buescher, has been good on the road courses and was good here this weekend. But now he has this. What does he do with this, Scott?
It's kind of wait and see. We know we got a little bit more rain left here for probably a good 10 or 15 minutes. It'll lighten up for us. And then it's kind of a matter of what options NASCAR has here. We know we're going to want to try to get switched over to dry tires, obviously, as soon as we can, but we just got to wait and see. Yeah.
What will that transition time be like, and how hard will it be to know exactly when to go?
It's a little tough, obviously. Typically, you want to get, you know, once you start to see a dry line, a little bit of a gray line, then it's time to swap over if there's no more rain coming. So we'll look for that and see. Obviously, standing water, that makes it difficult. You got to be really careful around those parts when you don't have the rain tires on. But if you leave them on too long, the rain tires really start to melt up, and you lose a lot of grip, and then it's bad on that side. So it's a tough decision, but you get it right, and you can get a good advantage.
Let's talk about the here and now. He took a couple of sighting laps there. Dry inside?
A little bit wet. Obviously, there's some leaks coming through the windows. Some, I think, through the roof hatch, she was saying a little bit. So there's a little bit in there, but it's not too bad. Manageable at this point. I think he said the worst part was going to be the spray. Remembering back to when we did this at COTA, it got really bad with the spray, and he said that was probably the biggest thing. And then some standing water around the bus stop in that area.
All right, we'll watch, we'll wait. The 17 should be fast when we get going here, but with a lot of unknowns, guys.
Thanks, Dave. You see the new windshield wiper being brought out for the German, Mike Rockenfeller, in the 77 this week. Again, one of the 7 different countries that are represented, and we are doing this race radio style once again. Always look forward to doing that. That means that we bring in Mike Bagley from SiriusXM MRN, as well as have Dale Jr. and Jeff Burton out on the course. Let's go back to these guys. Bag, we'll start with you. Bagman, what's it like in the S's right now? Or is there standing water over there?
Yes, there is. We've already had a couple of trucks come by. And matter of fact, we've got more coming through now. You see the Toyota Tundra track drying team behind me. They're trying to blow off all the excess water to try, not to dry the track, but to blow off the excess. As far as what we're expecting, we have no idea. We've never raced this car in the rain. There are certain things that you can expect. Obviously, speeds are going to be lower, but we don't know what that rain flat that Stevie told us about earlier is going to be, what the impact. Will that keep the spray down? And will we just overall have a tame rain race, unlike what we had at COTA and the Roval? So we're in that unknown territory right now. You do have drivers, though, that I think can take advantage of this situation. You've got some drivers that are licking their chops on pit road and in the garage right now, and then you have some that are like, please, son, please come back out. So we don't know really what to expect. They're doing the best to get the track as an acceptable condition as they possibly can. But, Junior, there are just so many unknowns here with this new race car for the first time ever in the wet.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm starting to see some clearing skies over here to my right. But and we still got a pretty hard drizzle over here at the carousel. But I'm thinking like a driver, and I'm thinking about that windshield wiper, because that thing has been designed more for aero than anything else. And so I'm on the radio asking Steve, or talking to Steve, about how well does it function. We've never been in a situation where I've needed the windshield to be cleaned by the wiper. Does the wiper actually do the job, considering how it's been manufactured in such a way to really improve drag and aero? And so as that thing's moving across the windshield, and it's a big, bulky piece, how is the air going to affect it? Is it going to allow it to do its job? The spray, not only is it wet, it's also dirty. Will it clean the windshield? Because that windshield is going to get harder and harder to see through if that windshield wiper is not doing its job. So that's one thing I'd be concerned about in the first half of this race for sure.
Yeah, Junior, I would be really concerned about the track itself. I mean, the curbs. Think about that. All week long we've talked about how these cars use the curbs. Through the inner loop where you are, every single part of the racetrack, they use the curbs. The curbs are painted, and that means they're probably slicker. And on top of that, a lot of those curbs have grooves cut in them to create a place where they don't really want you running under them. Well, that captures water, and water sits in there. So what curbs can you use? Which curbs are going to hurt you? The only way to find out is to watch somebody else and see if they're using them to their benefit, or go try it. Of course, the problem with trying it is if it doesn't work, you're the guy that figures that out. So trying to understand how to take advantage. This is what sports are about. You have adverse conditions. Who can step up? Who can take this opportunity and turn it into a successful race? And the way to do that is go try different stuff than other people are willing to do, but there's risk involved. But that's what's going through my head as a driver. What can I do that others won't do? What can I learn, and learn it as quickly as possible, and then apply it lap after lap after lap?
Well, Jeff, what's going through my head in the booth is you said adverse conditions. You and Bagley look like you're the deadliest catch out there in the middle of the ocean. Dale Jr. looks like he's waiting for a dinner reservation. Like, what is the deal here?
He's at the bus stop.
The guy in the – I know one thing. If I'm taking a quarter worker, I'm taking the bus stop with my man with a roof. A+. That's a good choice, Junior, on your spot.
The difference is he has a remote booth, and we are in the elements. This is Bagley and I. This is radio style. This is remote booth style. We gave Junior the cushy job, man. He needs to get out here.
Look at Bagman. Now, that
Bagman,
right there is tough.
He's
Although
got the
I will
win,
say,
too.
Bagman, hold on. It looks like 5 steps forward and you would have a roof. I'm not calling you out there, but.
Well, but the camera's here and the roof is over there.
All
My
right.
thing, who needs Roker and Cantori when you got Uncle Baggy and the S's at Watkins Glen, huh? Come on.
I love it. I love it.
What a beautiful day at work for all of our friends around here, as well as Parker Kligerman. You're used to this rain racing, aren't you, Parker?
I am. I do love a bit of rain racing, but right now I found a way out of the rain. That's in the Trackhouse Project 91 pit box with Darren Grubb. So Kimi Räikkönen making his first ever start in the NASCAR Cup Series, and now this rain. What has he been saying on the radio so far in those pace laps?
Just everything we did setting up for this weekend was just trying to manage the chaos. Everything is new to him about procedures and what's going on with the car. He's done a great job adapting all week long, trying to get ready for this race. This is just one more element. It's a car that we haven't raced in rain, a tire that we haven't raced in the rain, and situation on the track with the ponding and stuff. I think the best thing to do is just go race. I personally want to do that because he's probably got more rain experience than anybody in the entire field. So we're really looking forward to that and get going here.
And I was going to ask you about that. Did he give you any indication like, hey, I actually would like it to rain? I mean, that's with his experience level, if it rains, I would think that's an advantage in some respect.
Yeah, I think nobody wants it to, but he does feel like he would probably have an advantage on some of the competitors out there just based on his experience in the rain. But everything else is so new. It's still going to be a lot of drama going on out there, I'm sure.
Did the teammates have anything to say about the weather out there and what the conditions are and if we could get going here soon?
I haven't talked to him personally myself. Just talking to Kimi, it sounds like there is quite a bit of water ponding up in a lot of areas, but he's saying that even if the best thing is to get the tires pumping and get the track clear with that.
Marty, I think it's kind of fun to see this team not only making their first start, but also having to deal with the weather conditions as well.
Well, Parker, let's talk to Randall Burnett because we know Tyler Reddick is outstanding in the dry. He's won the last 2 road course races here in the Cup Series. How's your man going to be in the wet?
Well, we all know Tyler likes a new challenge, so this will be fun for him for sure. We've got a little rain experience, from Coda the other year and the Roval, so everybody's kind of on level playing ground there. So this car is going to be a little bit of a new thing for us. We don't, we haven't really run in the rain with it, so we got to figure that out. And Tyler's certainly up for the challenge.
So you never know what's going to crop up, right? Tyler coming down pit road said, man, I need some Rain-X right away because inside the visor was fogging up. Is that correct?
Yeah, with his visor down, it was fogging up just a little bit. And then, we don't know how well these cars are going to be sealed up and all that right now, right? Because we haven't run them in the rain yet. So he's got contacts, so he's a little timid about running his visor up, so it kind of makes it a little tricky. We're going to give him some Rain-X for his visor, and we'll be good to go, I think. I think we'll have to run, a little bit here in the wet. It looks like the weather's clearing out a little bit. There's some opening behind it. So, I think we're going to have to run a little while in the wet. How long that'll be, I don't know.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, so you bring up that point. You're sitting comfortable here. You got 2 wins. You're in the playoffs. You're locked in. Can you imagine being the guys out right now? But you talk about how the race is going to play out. How long do you think you'll have to run in the rain? And then does that become a game of who gets on the dry tires first?
Well, I think we certainly seen that the other year at the Roval, with the Gen 6 car. The guys that got on the slicks quicker made up a lot of ground, and the guys that were a little bit more timid on it, kind of gave up sometimes. So, it looks like once the weather clears out of here, I think we got a good shot at it staying dry for a while. So that's promising. So I think you'll see it'll be kind of a race to get to the dries and make up as much time as you can on dries before everybody gets on them once it gets to that point.
You know, Dave, it's funny. I talked to Jonathan Hassel, the crew chief for Ryan Blaney, a moment ago. Currently the last spot in the playoffs. Little nerves in the 12 camp, but over here in the 8 camp, 2 wins. They're feeling good right now.
Feeling good down here in the 34 as well, Marty. Michael McDowell, he gets a win. He is in the playoffs. Now, let me explain what's going on here. This is interim crew chief Chris Jurgis. The normal crew chief, if I can call Blake Harris normal, right? He is at home in the command center working by communication with the team here because he was suspended a few races ago. He's got 2 weeks left. He will rejoin at the playoffs, and they hope they're in at that point. So the interesting thing is, Chris was just telling me during COVID, you were the guy at home, and Blake was on the road, so you know the system works, right?
Absolutely right, and so thankfully we invested in that technology when COVID hit, so we had everything already set up at the shop, so it's pretty much plug and play for these scenarios to keep them in communication with the pit box. So all that stuff's come a long way in the last 5, 10, 15 years that we didn't have it before, so it's business as usual on the 34.
Came along at the right time. So did the weather for your driver. I'm thinking this might be advantage, Michael.
Absolutely. Michael loves the rain. He's got laps here in the rain. So he was talking about the tendencies earlier when we had the break and where the puddling happens and all that. So we're pretty excited to get going. Obviously, we got a little bit of blue sky trying to poke through. There's going to be a transition to the dry at some point. We'll have to rely on Michael's experience of when to make that transition onto stickers and hopefully be up there up front all day.
Did you remind him he's not in a prototype?
Yeah, yeah. If he goes driving it in there like a prototype, we may be in for trouble. So, obviously, this is different for everybody. No one has ran a next-gen car in the rain. There's a lot of variables with, sealing the cars up, a lot of different things with radios, communication, all that we're trying to work through. Everybody's trying to work through.
So, playing the game of when you go to the dry, what do you want to see on the track? What do you want to hear from your driver to kind of know when that transition point is?
Yeah, obviously the grip. There's a lot of elevation change at Watkins Glen, so there's going to be a transition spot. Certain parts of the track are going to dry before other areas. So he's going to best know when that lap time is going to switch over the other way. I think we've seen with other races in Xfinity and a little bit of experience in Cup that you got to be on the aggressive side on going to stickers. So we just got to rely on Michael. We'll evaluate the spray that's coming off the cars as another indicator of how wet it is out there and make the decision and go from there. And hopefully it'll be in our fuel windows for what we had originally planned.
All right, guys, and if any of this wasn't to the liking of crew chief Blake Harris, he will be telling Chris immediately because from the command center, he'll give him the information.
That's great insight, Dave. Thank you so much. From the mind of a crew chief and one filling in, everything hopefully will go as planned, although there's so many variables that keep getting put into play now as these drivers are still waiting for the go-ahead to fire the engines back up. And that gives us an opportunity to talk a little bit about what's coming up on Friday on USA at 4:30. For the first time ever, Dale Jr. Download will be on USA. And the guest is Ty Gibbs. Jr., I want to bring you back in. And you had some great opportunities to chat with this young driver, the 19-year-old. Ty Gibbs, your guest. Give us a preview of some of the things that you talked about.
Well, we know Ty Gibbs has made quite an impact in the sport, and with his success on the racetrack and some of the things he gets himself involved in on the racetrack, there's been it's kind of created a persona or a perception to him. But when we have a guest come on the Dale Jr. Download, it's a real opportunity to dive way deeper into who this person is and to get to know them much, much better. And Ty's going to be in this sport for a really, really long time. The idea is that he's going to be successful and he's going to be around for a while. So it's a great chance for us to get to know him early and, to continue to sort of learn about this guy and have him back several times throughout his career. But just when somebody's so polarizing, you really want to get a chance to talk to them, ask them all the questions. Why'd you do this? What were you thinking here? And we get that chance on the Dale Jr. Download. It's a lot of fun.
Young, aggressive driver, again, subbing for Kurt Busch here. He'll be subbing as well at Daytona, and that's when the show will air on Friday at 4:30 in between the Xfinity Series qualifying show and the Cup Series qualifying show. Again, Friday, 4:30 p.m. on USA.
You just keep saying Daytona, and I was thinking that was the biggest wild card left, and here we sit Watkins Glen in the rain. So I don't know how to compare the two. I can't wait to hear that. Ty's just an interesting guy. I've been around him a long time. He actually raced at a little local dirt track, so I got to see him when he was younger. And I think he's done a really nice job in this 45 car. I think he has found comfort of just being who he is on the racetrack, hasn't put him in a lot of bad spots. So see the window net going up.
Well, that's why the crowd is reacting.
Yeah.
They see the car covers coming off, the window nets going up, and that can mean only one thing. They're going to fire these things back up, and we're going to see the cars out on track. Parker?
Right, and one thing these teams and drivers might have to deal with a little bit is when you take these cars and you heat them up by running them around and then stop them, one thing that happens is this fogging up of all the windows on here. So some of these teams will start blowing fans inside the race cars here as we get closer to get going to try and remove some of that condensation, that fog inside. And it's something you hope goes away once you start running. The air starts flowing. You have different fans inside the race car that can potentially help that. Defrosters potentially under the windshield. But you need to sort of get rid of this at start. So it's just one of the problems these drivers might have to deal with here right as we get going. Some of these teams try to remove this fog that gets in the race car when you have this condensation inside, and they let them sit here and sort of get hot like that.
Hey, Parker, so help me out here. So when this rain does go away and we're going to take our wet tires off, now we have to put the dry tires on. This area right here, the window, I'm going to circle it. Can you point to the air inlet at the top of the window? So normally that brings fresh air in. That's an opening, and it's required in these cars, well, until it rains. You're allowed to plug it. So, Parker, is that a grip or something I see right there? Because they know this has to be removed. They have a plan, it looks like, already to get this back off.
It's like a latch. You could just flip it out of there, right? So some of these teams have all different sort of designs of how they do this. They're allowed to use different thought processes for how they do this. But, yeah, there's like almost a little spot you can put your hand in there and pull this thing out for when it dries. You want to have that airflow again when there's not water on the racetrack.
Well, yeah, because I think it's going to be required. I bring that up, Marty, just because, hey, you know, when you go back to drives, that's live pit stop. You can lose spots, so you don't want to have to mess with that for extra seconds. That wants to be a quick adjustment.
Yeah, that's a good point, Steve. So when you qualify well, Steve, one of the advantages is you get one of these front pit stalls as the cars crank up the engines right behind me. But the front pit stalls at Watkins Glen are downhill. Well, guess what water does? It runs downhill. Chase Elliott on the pole today. He has the #1 pit stall, so they're trying desperately to get this a little bit more dry. But look behind Chase Elliott's pit stall. Look at that water flowing right there, and that flows right into the exit of Chase Elliott's pit stall. So if he goes, Steve, to slick tires, maybe early in the game here, I'm not sure they're going to be able to get all this dry. That's going to be a tough exit on pit road for Chase Elliott. We'll have to watch that later.
Absolutely. I'm a little concerned about our man there standing next to the electrical cord in the running water. No, these are all the things we don't know. I love the fact that NASCAR has committed, and Goodyear, because they have to be a huge partner in this to create a rain tire. But I love the fact, because if this didn't exist, okay, so the rain just stopped. I don't know what this place takes to dry, 90 minutes, 2 hours, 2.5 hours. I mean, if you look at the time of day, we're closing in on 5 o'clock. If there was no rain planned, then these amazing fans that have packed this place all weekend long would be missing a race, because in 2 hours, the sun's going to set around 8 o'clock. So, you know, even though we couldn't run in standing water, the sun is out now, and these guys are going to be able to green flag. So this is just a huge compliment and a tip of the hat to Goodyear and NASCAR for, you know, giving us a chance to put the race on for the fans.
And Steve, you had touched on the fact that you believe that this track will dry up to the point where they'll go to the slick. So let's listen in on the 8-team communication. I think they're already thinking about it.
How long do you run? How long does it take for it to dry up enough to where you feel like you're comfortable getting on the slicks? The guys that were on the aggressive side of that at the Roval the other year when we went through this were the ones that made up all the time. So you're going to have to help us with that, because you're going to be the one out there doing it and seeing it.
All right, so here's the pros and cons. If there is a dry line, the tire on your right, the slicks, will outrun the rain tires by 10, 20 miles an hour, by 4 or 5 seconds a lap. Easy. The negative is, if it's dry 2/3 of the way around here and there's one wet spot in the bus stop or one wet spot in the carousel, your driver has to change his line. If you take those slicks through the wet, you are off track. There is zero traction. So, you know, it's easy to say, oh, be aggressive, switch over. That's fun until your car's backwards into the gravel or the tire barrier. So I like what Randall was saying. He was basically saying, listen, The radar's good. This isn't on me anymore. You, as a race car driver, have to come up with, you know, a point where you're like, okay, I'm ready. And he kind of gave him the little nudge of, hey, earlier the better. Earlier the better.
Marty.
Boy, Rick, the sun's come out here on the front stretch. So, Steve, when it rains like this, other than what's going to happen on the racetrack at a road course, what's your number one concern? The electronics, right? So we saw that with Chase Elliott earlier. They went to the backup helmet. That is fine. That is now working for Chase Elliott and Alan Gustafson. But is there a problem for Christopher Bell and Adam Stevens? Listen.
I heard Adam good. Christopher was all broke up. I just wondered if something ain't wet.
There you go, Steve. So the rain always seems to play havoc with the electronics. We talked about Chase Elliott's pit stall. Got to make sure those radios are good as well.
I will say, Rick, you know, it's easy to say now, but with the Roval being in the playoffs and the opportunity to run in the rain in the most crucial part of the season, I think some of these bigger teams are going to leave here with a list and put a little bit of effort, personnel, finance behind some of these issues we're seeing now that we know what they perhaps are.
That's teamwork right there that we're watching as they're drying pit stalls.
I'm the guy with the leaf blower because there's no chance I'm going to stay on that roller or trust you.
And they have 5 sets of tires, Steve, and that now can be a combination, correct, of wet weather tires as well as the slicks.
Well, they have 5 sets of each.
Right.
So, yeah, so they have, you know, 10 sets total, 5 wets, 5 dries. So I think we're going to be shocked at how quickly the dry line dries up.
There's got to be a pot of gold at the end of that thing.
That's where Dale's calling the bus stop from.
That's right.
Why he was dry.
Right under the rainbow.
No, but so my point, okay, so let's see where these cars are running, right? So it's wet where they are down to the inside, but up by the curb, I mean, 39 race cars. They are going to create a dry line, I think, very, very quickly. I can't wait. I'm so thankful we're doing this radio style because we're going to be able to go to Bagley, go to Dale Jr. Because Dale, when I look at the bus stop, I think that's probably going to be one of the worst places to dry because, as you pointed out, it's totally flat back there.
Yeah, they've done a good job, though. There's a lot of water that's been removed. But, again, with the elevation, the banking throughout the whole carousel, there's water running directly across the racetrack downhill into the interior of the racetrack. One thing you might see that will be abnormal to what we usually see at these races in the dry is guys may run offline. Now, this won't be an option everywhere because you know, you'll have to cross over the groove at certain parts of the racetrack through the S's, through the bus stop. But where the cars typically run, it puts down a lot of rubber. When you put water on top of that, it's very slick. So a lot of guys at road course races, when it rains, get offline. So maybe through the carousel, you might see guys running up a lane. Maybe in other parts of the racetrack, trying to miss that bottom groove that they typically run that's kind of slicker when it's wet. So be paying attention to that. And I'll be honest, I've ran in the rain in IMSA. I've not ran with this particular tire. But I was surprised, very, very surprised by the grip that the rain tire provides. You do run slower, but it's really predictable. It's forgiving, and I think these guys won't have too tough of a time really kind of coming to terms with it.
So, Dale, my one other concern as the cars go through the bus stop is we have seen a lot of guys drop a left front. Like, so right here, they turn in, but as they come, I'm going to circle right here. You know, this area right here, we have seen guys drop a left front, or even on exit, the other side, they drop a right front. What does the grass and that area look like? You know, we've seen infields before get super muddy and you can't get anywhere near them. If you get there, there's a great shot. Like right here, you see where it's muddy.
Yeah.
So like right there, Dale, from your vision or your viewpoint, excuse me, is that totally off limits now, or what does that look like?
Well, I mean, sometimes you're going to get in those areas without, you know, by making mistakes. So yeah, you don't want to get there, but it's going to happen. It happens in the dry. So in the wet, these guys are going to slip a tire. You're going to end up in the grass. Probably in the second half of the bus stop, you're going to see guys dropping tires. That's going to bring that mud onto the surface. And that's going to make anything straight out of the groove very, very treacherous in that particular area. And that'll be dirty the entire rest of the race. When this thing dries up, that'll still be a low grip area.
So, guys, one thing about this tire, talked to Austin Cindric this week about the rain tire. Remember, he had those rain tires on his car in Martinsville when they wet the racetrack. He said that this rain tire is much more of a tire that's kind of like a street tire. The old tire was made for almost racing in really high standing water. The other thing that he said was it lasted longer in the dry. So maybe not as difficult of a decision for the teams of when to go, because this tire could last a little bit longer without wearing out compared to last year's rain tire.
2 races to go before the playoffs begin, and here are the playoff standings. 14 drivers locked in. Kurt Busch has a win. He is still out, though. He won't race here. He won't race at Daytona. But with that win, he's still in the playoffs. He's not in the yellow yet because he's not locked in. Ryan Blaney, Martin Truex Jr., they're fighting for points.
Yeah, we've heard all this conversation between the 12 and the 19. Dave, it's really a points battle. Blaney and Truex, who can run better, and they're both crossing their fingers, hoping they don't see a new winner.
Yeah, you saw Truex there in the red, and he was reminded on these laps by crew chief James Small, we just need to avoid the carnage and be there when it's over. So be careful with what you're doing there. If we can get through all the mess that we expect may happen when the green flag is thrown, then we can worry about getting our points, possibly getting our win. He's got 2 races to do it. He's only missed 1 time in this elimination format in the playoffs, Marty.
Dave, while Martin Truex Jr. is the first one out, Ryan Blaney is the last one in the playoffs. He just told his team moments ago, he said, listen, I will do my best until this track dries up, but he does not have a lot of experience in the rain at all. But Jonathan Hassler has shown a willingness here in the regular season to take gambles. Parker, this could be a game of who goes to slicks first. Hassler might be that crew chief to make that call.
No doubt, Marty. And starting behind them is the 2007 F1 World Champion Kimi Räikkönen here, jumping in the deep end in his first ever NASCAR Cup Series start with limited time in one of these next-gen cars. And you may think that's a lot to take on, but this is something he's done his whole career. Back when he was 21 years old in 2001, he was signed to a full-time F1 ride. In his first start, he scored a point. He had only done 23 car races in his entire life up until that point. Some drivers go their whole career without scoring a point there. He told me yesterday, I just want to have fun, and so far we've seen him all weekend smiling. I think he's going to have a great time here as we start to get going here at Watkins Glen.
Doing something that nobody else has been able to do and take this car and work his way around the 2.45 mile road course as we kind of have a good vantage point of what it's going to be like here for Kevin Harvick. Thanks to Northern Tool and Equipment. We really want to welcome Northern Tool and Equipment to NASCAR, to NBC Sports, as they have come on board and are helping us out with this view from Kevin Harvick.
Yeah, a little closer near the front. We have Kyle Larson in the second position with the Xfinity onboard camera, and then even a better view, his teammate, also in an Xfinity onboard camera, the 9 of Chase Elliott.
Martin Truex Jr. has the Toyota onboard camera. Again, looking forward to the green flag here. And there's the Coca-Cola pace cam. And this will be a little different as well, Steve.
Yeah, single file start. NASCAR has the discretion to move it to single file in wet conditions. They have chosen to do so. So here we go, single file.
We're going radio style as the field is single file, all chasing after Chase Elliott as we get ready to race in the rain at the Glen. Up through the gears they go. Green flag is in the air. Vision, definitely something they're going to be learning quickly as they dive into turn number 1. They're 3 wide already.
Chase Elliott away with the lead, stacking up from about the 5th or the 6th position on back. Elliott now will grab that top spot. Here's Michael McDowell trying to capitalize. He's trying to ease through, grabs second. Larson gets into him in turn 3. They both straighten it out. Everyone tiptoeing their way through turns 2, 3, and 4 in hot pursuit of Chase Elliott.
Look at that spray. It's difficult for everybody that back there from 5th on back to see anything. Chase Elliott down into the bus stop. Watching everybody gingerly go through this part of the racetrack. I do not envy these drivers under these conditions. Watching them around the carousel. A lot of guys running the higher side, trying to find grip up there. Not running the traditional low line. Everybody gets through the bus stop pretty clean, real surprising. We have one car actually missing, have to pull in to stop to serve a penalty. He'll pull away.
As you can see right now, they're all testing the braking limits. They don't want to make a mistake early, but track position does matter no matter what. So every one of these drivers navigating down that back straightaway, how much can they see? Look how much spray there is, and where is the corner? I mean, it's very difficult to see. And what is my braking limit, and how much will these rear tires stand on the gas?
Chase Elliott now with about a 3-car length advantage over Michael McDowell as he goes into turn number 1, being followed by that 5 of Kyle Larson. And around goes the 16, A.J. Allmendinger, the first to spin as he tried to test the limits just a little too much.
I couldn't tell if there was contact with the 2 of Cindric or not. He was running in the 5th position.
Still hasn't got back on track, but we are under green. Take another look at what happened.
You see right there, yeah. Cindric just basically straight. I don't know if he was in too deep in the wet and couldn't turn, but heavy oh, you see the tires locked up on the front of the two. He's trying to slow down, just skipping across the wet pavement into the right rear quarter panel, and around goes Allmendinger.
The car that served the penalty lap before us to the bus stop was Eric Almirola at the tail end of the field with AJ. Watching everybody else come through the bus stop again. Pretty much clean so far. Everybody taking a very careful approach to the carousel. Really wide around that racetrack. The bottom crew still a little bit slick from the rain. Off to Jeff.
Yeah, see, Chase Elliott was running offline. The other cars, other drivers had decided to put the car on the normal traditional line. See how far up the corner he is? Not down there by the curb. That's trying to get into a part of the racetrack that's not slick because of oil and rubber that's on the racetrack.
McDowell now getting a little more aggressive as he tries different lines to get out of the spray of Chase Elliott, who's leading, and a big battle happening now for third. Kyle Larson under attack from Tyler Reddick.
Tyler Reddick on the move coming out of turn number 1. He took a peek to the inside coming out of 1, and he couldn't find the real estate that he needed. And you'll notice the drivers taking different lines, setting up for and getting through the S's. They're looking for that grip. It's a 4-car breakaway. You've got Elliott in the 9, McDowell in the 34, Larson in the 5, and Reddick in the 8.
Elliott way down on the inside of the racetrack, possibly trying to stay in the water to keep those tires cool. Still continuing to lead. Really, really tidy line behind him for McDowell. Now McDowell under a little pressure to the bottom of the racetrack goes the 5-car. Not enough grip down there to make it work. Around the outside, Reddick trying to take a position.
Yeah, McDowell's a driver that has a ton of road racing experience. We see how good he is on road races. This wet condition, I think he sees it as an opportunity. You're going to see him pushing pretty hard, how far offline he was, comfort in himself, comfort knowing what he needs. Look how far out he is compared to everyone else.
Well, as this battle was up front, we showed you A.J. Allmendinger spinning into turn 1. Well, he wasn't alone. Under further review, look right here, the 21 of Harrison Burton, the 7 of Corey LaJoie, both spinning into turn 1. No contact, no damage, but definitely lost some track position. Now back to live action. The battle continues in this top 3, Bagman. Reddick being aggressive early.
Tyler Reddick is on the move. He's just gotten the 3rd spot. He's trying to get the 2nd spot, and now he's trying to go for the lead. Here's Michael McDowell. Power move coming downhill into the S's. He'll go from 3rd to 1st, but not if Chase Elliott has anything to say about it. Good Ford Chevy battle for the lead going to the back straightaway.
Every corner, every lap, these drivers get braver and braver. It's really easy, I think, when you're following somebody to be the one to push harder, push harder. The guy out front really has nobody in front of him to judge off of. Michael McDowell taking a few laps to build up that confidence, pushes his car into the lead. Now can Chase Elliott learn a little bit from the 38 car.
McDowell with nothing to lose, knowing if he wins this race, he can work himself into the playoffs. The sun is coming out, so this track is going to continue to dry. Watch them move around as they start looking for dry portions of this racetrack.
Michael McDowell now out in front of the field, Dave.
And looking good as Tyler Reddick takes over 2nd place there in the final corner. Michael McDowell in that yellow 34 should be no surprise that he's up front now searching for a little water for those tires. That's part of his expertise in racing in the rain. But specifically, he's raced in the rain here at Watkins Glen. You see a wiggle just a little bit there through turn 1. It was in a prototype car in the IMSA series, but he was able to understand exactly where things puddle and don't puddle, where you can get the water when you want it and when you don't. And McDowell now takes the lead in his Mustang.
Yeah, I think that, when you're wanting to find water, basically you're trying to put a little bit of temperature out of the tire. The tire's going to get really, really hot. You don't want to overheat these rain tires. So you'll run offline on the straightaways and put them in the wet where it's not dry to keep the temperature down and get back in line for the corners. McDowell, somebody's missed the corner. Looks like the 5 car here. Kyle Larson has missed the entry to the bus stop. Parker, what you got?
You see Justin Haley at the bottom of your screen there was on pit road. His window net came down. Sometimes you just don't get things latched when you're rushing there, like we had the situation for some of these teams as we came down there from the pace laps from the rain and then got back out there. If you look at this incident from Kyle Larson.
Yeah, Kyle Larson just goes straight. He has to come to a stop. He does to reduce the penalty. So, wise move to not make it worse, but such an unfortunate situation for the 31. I know things like that happen, but that's super, super frustrating. He was running 8th, Rick, and seemed very comfortable in the rain. Okay, offline right there. You've heard us mention it. As these tires get a little too warm as the track dries, you're going to look for those puddles to actually cool these rain tires until you get the slicks. If you get the slicks, it'll be the opposite.
Leaders leaving turn 1 downhill into the S's, and right now Michael McDowell looks in the rearview mirror. He thought he was sailing high right now, on high tide as it were, but he looks back. He's got Tyler Reddick starting to close in on him. Reddick's got some work to do, but both McDowell and Reddick are searching for the most grip they can and the wettest part of the racetrack, because it's slowly starting to dry out here in the S's.
See back at the very back of the screen, the 17 of Busher in 4th place, having another solid run. Marty, what you got?
Junior, the driver holding on to the last playoff spot, is Ryan Blaney. He started 21st. He's still in 21st. And we talked about the rain playing havoc with electronics. Listen.
Quick note, my fuel pressure is not working. It says I'm -10 right now, so I won't be able to tell you very good if it starts to dry before running long. I'll just have to wait and feel it. So, FYI.
There you go. So, Steve, I know that's one gauge that's gone bad inside the 12 car. I would assume for Jonathan Hassler, he's worried more might go bad inside the car. But the fuel pressure, driver not being able to read it, worry you at all?
I think you're going to be okay at this point. You're going to go off math. Now, you would hate it if you had to diagnose an issue. You won't be able to. But at this point, there's nothing you can do. 6 laps complete. Track somewhat drying right here. You're starting to see a dry line, Rick. I don't think it'll be long. Someone is going to make that big jump, and it's a big jump. It's a cannonball over to slicks because they will have very low grip in the wet.
Michael McDowell out front here at Watkins Glen. Live race day companion. You can get access to high definition in-car cameras as well as current track position as well as pit stop data. Visit NASCAR.com/drive, or you can download the NASCAR mobile app. NASCAR Cup Series racing. It's the Go Bowling at the Glen already. 8 laps complete on lap number 9 of the first stage. Marty.
Track drying out quickly here. Chris Buescher came down pit road a moment ago to put on slick tires. Here's Chase Briscoe putting on slick tires as well. Steve, it's really a game and also a gamble. You can go to these slicks, but it's treacherous for the driver early on in this run.
Yeah, treacherous, and I've been kind of watching the 17. Doesn't seem to be making a lot of move, as we see on the top of the screen. The battle for the lead very tight. We'll watch Briscoe. These guys are basically running in the mid to low 82s. That is about, call it 10 to 12 seconds off what we would expect, 11 seconds off what we would expect. So I'm thinking once you break the 80-second mark, Rick, that's when you know the track really has the grip in it. Other teams have gone now. I like the aggressive call, though.
McDowell still out front, has Tyler Reddick pounding him every single lap. Reddick and McDowell have separated themselves by 6 seconds from Chase Elliott, who's running in the 3rd position, still searching out that wet weather and that wet racetrack to keep these tires a little bit cooler as the two continue to fight for the top spot.
They come now off turn 1 downhill, continuing that run into turn 2. Michael McDowell and Tyler Reddick have broken away by now 9 seconds over Chase Elliott. This is a private battle for the lead as they climb to the clouds through turn number 3, working their way over to turn number 4. McDowell now is going to pad his lead by about 5 car lengths as they continue to look for as much grip as they possibly can.
What an impressive drive by Tyler Reddick here. Be able to stay. We know McDowell can do this stuff. We know he's a talented road racer. See the 22 car on pit road as well. But just an impressive run by Reddick, showing the talent he has. Such a versatile driver in this 8 car for RCR.
I think the difficult decision on when to put dries on is, number 1, how dry is the track? Number 2, how long will these tires last in these conditions? That's why they're searching around looking for wet racetrack on these straights. There's no history, no understanding of what these tires will do, Marty.
Jeff, here's the problem. Tyler Reddick actually sitting there in second in that blue and white car just said, hey, can we come put on slicks? Randall Burnett said, no, we cannot, because we are not in our fuel window right now. If you can hang on, keep those tires cool, please. We want to go about 8 more laps. So, Steve, that's the biggest factor for a lot of these leaders. They want to wait until that fuel window opens to make it on 2 stops today.
So 2 stops, Rick. We figure 33, 34 laps on fuel. If you come at lap 17, right before the pit road closes at the end of stage 1, it's short, 2 or 3 laps short, but you know you're going to get enough yellows, or you hope you get enough yellows to save gas. You only want to pit twice, Parker.
And we're going to see some more cars hitting pit road here as we saw the 22 of Joe Logano on pit road. His teammate Austin Cindric also coming. Ty Dillon in the 42, Bubba Wallace in the 23, all hitting pit road here to put those slick tires on and get those fast lap times, Marty.
Ryan Blaney going to come down pit road. There he is, Jonathan Hasser. We talked about it. They have the most to lose today, obviously, with these points. So they will not be in their fuel window, just pitting here on lap 10, working lap 11, but they are going to slick tires. You got to wonder maybe if Martin Truex Jr. and his team might counter this move as well, Dave.
And we shall see when we get a look, but the battle for the lead has been outstanding right here as Michael McDowell continues to hold off Tyler Reddick, trying to get by him in the Chevy. Truex True Chief James Small told me this morning that he believed that the 12 may mirror everything that they do like they did last week at Richmond Raceway. We'll see what happens next with the 19 team. They said they were coming to pit road next time to give him 4 fresh tires, and they'll probably be slicks.
Well, the reason they're going to slicks is that 17 of Buescher, the 14 of Briscoe. Briscoe, fastest car on the racetrack on slicks. So I know they were thinking about fuel windows, but right now, if you stay on these tires, you're giving up seconds a lap to the slicks. This is not just uncomfortable for the crew chiefs. This is something new as they go down the backstretch to Dale Jr.
As you look at the top two here, McDowell, Reddick, first and second. Look on the screen in the pylon in third position. Gilliland has ran all the way up into third place. Teammate to Mike McDowell. Pretty impressive run for that young man as you watch the leaders go into the carousel. Still using that higher line. The 8 of Reddick a little bit lower, offsetting just a little bit for Arrow. And a great battle. Fun to watch these guys going at it. See the two different lines down the straights. McDowell using a lot of mirror right there, trying to understand where Reddick is.
All clear, bud. Pitting this time, pitting this time.
Pitting this time. Here they come.
So McDowell will give up the lead, and he will come to pit road to get those slicks put on. That means that the 8 of Reddick stays out, and he will go another lap, but he's now the new leader. Dave.
Been a great weekend for Michael McDowell and Front Row Motorsports. They qualified third for this race. They were behind the 2 Hendrick cars. Michael very confident in that move. They go to the slicks. They take the cover off of that vent on the top of the windshield, and they will give him Sunoco fuel to try to get into another fuel window. As talked about, this won't really, Steve, put him where they want to be, but it gets them on the fast tires.
Well, they have no choice. They basically had to swap over because this guy right here, Briscoe, Chase Briscoe, one of the first tire cars to slicks. He, I believe, is going to cycle as the leader of the race. You see the Xfinity fastest lap at 76.97. So as he heads into turn 1 on the left side of your screen, you should see the 34 of McDowell just show up. Oh, I think McDowell's going to beat him off, but barely. There you go. That right there will be the race for the lead when everybody puts their slick tires on. Look how quick. So McDowell's trying to figure out how to get these slicks, and Briscoe's like, man, I've been out here. I got this figured out. He's going to try to attack right away.
For the lead, or eventual lead after everyone comes to pit road to make the change. McDowell still out in front of Briscoe. He was 13 seconds back when he pitted, and now he is right in front of the 34 here.
He misses the line just a little bit there. The 14 gets a little wide. You see the 17 of Buescher right here as well as they go through the carousel.
That's Christopher Buescher, by the way, Dale.
McDowell's finding the grip in these tires, finally putting the pressure back to the 14 here, Jeff. Yeah, it's just a quick learning opportunity right here. Buescher has an opportunity to go with the 14 car, knowing that he's got tires and he's had them. He knows how to push them. It's a lot of learning. You see the 24 car, he's on the bottom, wrapping around him.
Look at the congestion here on the front stretch as we see Tyler Reddick coming off of pit road, but the pack is going to go by him as he tries to get off of pit road on those slicks. Here comes this pack of 5 cars.
Oh, it's going to be the same thing again. Briscoe's going to be on his bumper in front of you, Bagman.
Here they come now up the hill. Reddick is out front, but for how long? Here's Chase Briscoe. He's trying to find his way through, almost pushing Reddick through. McDowell almost pushing Briscoe through. And then you've got Christopher Buescher there as well. Here comes Briscoe taking a peek out of the pocket. They're throwing blocks.
They dare not get offline. Oh, look at the 8. He misses the entry to the bus stop. Has to come to a complete stop here. Serve that penalty. Then he'll pull away. Look at all the time he's going to lose because of that. As these leaders, soon-to-be leaders,
running up on some slower traffic here. Yeah, what a great battle we're watching right here. It's so much fun to learn, to watch these guys learn as quickly as they're having to. Where are the dry spots? Where are the wet spots? Pushing hard.
The transition from rain tires to slicks and how it's working out for each driver.
Verizon Frontline is built for those we all rely on. Built to prioritize first responders. Built for extreme conditions. Built for America's most reliable 5G network. Because when seconds count and lives are on the line, the people we rely on need technology they can rely on. Verizon is the #1 network choice in public safety. Verizon Frontline, the advanced network and technology for first responders.
It's the all-new Subway Series menu. 12 irresistible new subs. The most epic sandwich roster ever created. It's Subway's biggest refresh yet.
Think Dad's searching doggy diet plans for Josie? No, he's switching his choice cashback category to home improvement, so he earns more on a new doggy door, extra large.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
Pain used to keep me from what I love most. Not anymore. Blue Emu gave me my horsepower back. It's the powerful relief my joints need.
Blue Emu, it works fast and you won't stink.
Dad, which one's your favorite?
I'm gonna go with Josh.
Yes! I'm sorry, what? I was talking about the types of chicken.
Come on, you know I love all my chickens. He is a really sweet kid, though.
Did you just fist bump?
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we were created for officers. But as we've evolved with the military, we've grown to serve all who've honorably served, no matter their rank or when they were in. A Marine just out of boot camp, or a petty officer from 73, and even his kids and their kids. USAA is made for all who honorably served and their eligible family members. Are we still exclusive? Absolutely. And that's exactly why you should join.
There's a buzz in the air at Kansas. Maybe it's the roar of the fans or the anticipation of the playoffs as drivers fight to move on to the next round and keep their championship hopes alive in the Cup Series and the Camping World Truck Series. Maybe it's the pulse of the heartland or grills sizzling in the campgrounds. Whatever it is, it will be a memorable weekend showcasing 4 races. NASCAR Playoffs weekend at Kansas Speedway. Get your tickets today at kansasspeedway.com.
McDowell fighting back. Now it's Briscoe that's out front. He was able to pass Chase Elliott, who's on the slower tires right now, but Briscoe trying to hang on to the lead. McDowell all over his back bumper.
Michael McDowell trying to take advantage of a slip by Chase Briscoe. The problem for McDowell is that slip hasn't happened. Briscoe very fast through the S's on those slicks. Matter of fact, he's going to grab 2, now 3 car lengths in this battle for the lead.
Impressive to watch these two drivers find their way around this racetrack in some very, very treacherous conditions. Not much of a dry racetrack. There's one groove around this racetrack that's dry up through the S's and through the bus stop. Pretty tough for these guys. They cannot push wide like you see right here in those areas. It's an opportunity, though, for them to start learning and seeing how far they can push. You saw McDowell in that yellow car not being afraid to try to push, try to find those limits. We said it earlier, he has nothing to lose and a lot to gain.
The 14 and the 34. Briscoe and McDowell leading this race purely by getting to slick tires first. Their lap times were amazing. They ran Chase Elliott down on the rain tires. That was a great strategy call. It has got these guys track position. Bottom of your screen, you see Chase Elliott, Marty. He was trying to hold on as long as he could. He's got to lap 17, but gave up the lead doing it.
These Hendrick Motorsports cars, the last one to come to pit road to take off those rain tires. And once Chase Elliott got passed on the racetrack, he plummeted through the field from the lead to 10th in one lap. Alan Gustafson, Steve, was trying to stretch it as far as he could, working lap 18 right here. He told me this morning, we can't really connect it from lap 17. From lap 18, we can connect it to make it on 2 stops. Chase Elliott staying out there, Parker, trying to make it a 2-stop race.
Right, and it's the same exact situation for Kyle Larson, who you saw miss the bus stop. They wanted to get to a lap, would put them in their fuel window. They felt this was the lap and pulled them directly down to get on those slick tires finally.
So as this battle rages, just to connect that whole story, these guys that gave up track position, all of those Hendrick cars, they think from here they only have to stop one more time to finish this race. Now you see McDowell says, man, I got to get on their fuel strategy. This is purely a counter to try to not have to pit twice. So he comes to pit road before the end of the stage. That leaves Briscoe out. Briscoe is feeling great about winning the stage now, Dave.
McDowell and Chris Busch are on pit road as well in the 17, so they've made that 18-lap connected lap. You see the fuel there just to get them gone.
Steve, they were the only 2 that were close enough to the leader to be able to get onto pit road before it was closed with 2 laps to go.
Absolutely right, Rick. The 14 of Briscoe, when he took the start-finish line, 2 to go, close pit road, everyone else is committed. The action is furious. It's all over the racetrack. What you need to know at home is we're a lap and a half from the end of stage 1, and we're all going to have to take a deep breath and reset, including myself. This has been a captivating first 19 laps.
Briscoe up front, Tyler Reddick, Suarez, Chastain, and Todd Gilliland, the rookie, running in the 5th position right now. Logano, Ty Dillon, Michael McDowell, Austin Dillon, and Kyle Busch all in the top 10, under 2 laps to go in stage 1. Martin Truex Jr. fighting for every point that he can get. You see still on some of the cars the red light blinking. Those are no longer required. NASCAR has said that's not a requirement anymore when you go to slicks.
Yeah, so basically they've just now said that they feel the track is in dry condition. So that is basically what all these cars are now swapped over to. I love this look at Kevin Harvick with the clear visor. You can see the work he's putting in. Truex right behind him. And these guys are almost a lap down, if you could believe it, because in the top right of the screen, you see where the 14 is. He's at the top of the hill. So he's basically the backstretch behind these 2. Running in the 28th position is Kevin Harvick.
Briscoe looking to claim stage 1 and grab a playoff point if he can do it, but
William Byron behind him, Rick, is a lap down. So William Byron is hustling right here to try to unlap himself before the end of the stage. He had lost so much time on those rain tires, he's actually a lap down. Now, he will get the free pass. He's in that position, but he would much rather just unlap himself because that way he wouldn't have to pit. If he stays a lap down, he gives up all his track possession again. He goes to the tail end of the field. So an important last corner for Byron. Briscoe trying to trap him a lap down. I don't blame him.
Yeah, he won't be able to unlap himself, and it's going to be Briscoe who wins stage 1 at the Glen. From wet weather tires to racing slicks, Chase Briscoe, the first on those slicks, was able to make time, and he ends up winning stage 1. Tyler Reddick, Daniel Suarez, Gilliland, Ross Chastain all in the top 5. 4th stage win of 2022 for Chase Briscoe. NASCAR on USA is brought to you by Ford. Built Ford proud. And start solving your projects today at northerntool.com. We're made for this. Today's aerial coverage brought to you by Geico, giving some great view of this facility here at Watkins Glen International, packed full of campers, tents, fans coming out in droves to sell out, and I hope that they all decided to wait out that little inclement weather that was here so that they can enjoy this racing like we have. That first stage was really amazing.
It was great. You see right here kind of a split decision. All the strategies right here, but Dave Briscoe on pit road.
He is indeed below him. The one of Ross Chastain kept it clean through there. Pitted on lap 11. We'll take on 4 Goodyear tires. Fill it full of Sunoco fuel here to get to the next window, Marty.
Terrific radio between Johnny Klossmeyer and Chase Briscoe. He came on the radio, said, if you start up front, can you win the stage? And then he said, our only shot to win is if we pit now. They do fuel only here for Chase Briscoe. Won stage 1, back with the start of stage 2 in a moment.
He knows other people will get some, but 15, that's the most you can get in the regular season. Good for Chase. Another big announcement from NASCAR. Look at that, double file. If we take a little look at the front stretch, one thing to point out, though, you know, while there's a dry lane, there's still some dampness on the right side. So if I'm one of the cars on the right-hand side right here, I'm going to have to really be careful down into turn one. You see it right there, you know, a little damp on the inside.
Stage 2 about to get underway. The field approaching the Geico restart zone. Back to action. Gilliland in the 38 on the inside, trying to hold off Logano on the outside of the 22. Gilliland surging ahead. How far off the track will he go? Enough that he hopes to get grip and traction as he dives into turn 2.
Got some new players at the front of the field. Todd Gilliland now takes the reins of this race. He will lead Joey Logano by 4. Side by side behind them. That blue car on the inside of that yellow car, that is Ty Dillon. And now they're 3 wide on the back straightaway.
Kyle Busch takes them 3 wide. Dillon backs out of the gas. Kyle Busch goes into the bus stop pretty deep. Oh, he did a good job, man. Stayed on line, didn't lose anything on corner exit. And McDowell really surprised by that. See the gap to the front 2 there. Logano, Gilliland leads them out of the carousel.
Yeah, first time they've been through that interloop side by side, still running this racetrack. How about the rookie, Todd Gilliland, showing the experienced guy, Joey Logano, what he's got on this road course. Ton of confidence on road courses from Todd Gilliland. Impressing everybody.
So all strategy you see on the left-hand side, these guys 12, 9, 10, they have to stop 2 more times to the finish. McDowell, the first guy that can stop 1 more time. That's what swapped up this field. How about Kimi Räikkönen, the F1 champ, up to 9th on this strategy? Great experience running at the front, learning quickly, Bagley.
Kimi Räikkönen on the move. What a maiden voyage in the Cup Series for him. He's trying to wedge his way underneath and slide through. He'll do that at the bottom of turn number 2 and the bottom of the S's. Here's Kimi right now through turn number 3. He is up to 9th. He is 3.14 seconds behind the race leader. A lot of traffic to deal with, but Daly's got a full head of steam right now.
Yeah, we really didn't see as much movement as we anticipated from Kimi under the wet conditions, but now that they're on the slicks, you can see a little bit of a mistake right there, losing the back of the car a little bit in the bus stop, but that's put the 9 and the 17 of Busch side by side. Chase Elliott right here, the Xfinity camera, watching Kimi do work.
Chase Elliott trying to understand, who am I racing right here? Do not have any experience racing with Kimi Räikkönen, doesn't know his strengths, doesn't know his weaknesses. Kimi's having to learn these drivers, and they're having to learn his traits as well.
So the regular season champion now trying to figure a way around the F1 world champion here at Watkins Glen. And again, Gilliland out in front, Logano a half a second behind him. Kyle Busch has moved in front of McDowell. Those guys will all have to come to pit road before we see the 34 of McDowell come to pit road.
Running on board with Chase Elliott right now as he works his way up through the S's. You mentioned how he's trying to figure out what he's racing against. Well, right now, the best way is to follow him through until you get the opening. That's exactly what Chase is doing right now. Closing up on the back bumper, looking to the inside, now the outside going into the bus stop.
Kimi throws the block. Now they're going into the bus stop side by side. Chase backs out. Still right there on the back bumper. Looks to the inside now in the carousel. Going to be side by side to the carousel here. Kimi's going to give the spot to Chase on corner exit.
Kimi showing everyone he didn't come here to ride around. He came here to race. Put a block on Chase Elliott. Forced Chase Elliott to get aggressive in another part of the racetrack. Made the pass, but everybody in this area is watching that happen, knowing now if you're going to pass Kimi, you're going to have to take it from him.
And some other names in front of Kimi. We have Joey Hand running 6. We've seen him in a lot of the road courses. That yellow car right there holding up the lines. Corey LaJoie, he cycled to the front. Just in front of him, or right behind him, excuse me, is that 41 of Cole Custer. That's who Chase is attacking here into 1.
That is the battle for the 7th position. Corey LaJoie in 7th. He's into 7. Cole Custer in the 8, right, or in the 41 in the 8th spot. Here's Joey Logano. He's running in the 2nd position right now. And Kyle Busch, after that great restart, is still moving forward. He wants a piece of 2nd.
Yeah, it's a great run here by Kyle. He put the pressure on Joey, and they get over the curbs there. Man, these cars abuse the curbs through the bus stop. They closed in a little bit on Gilliland right here. Joey trying to get up there and battle for that lead. Kyle Busch right behind him.
Yeah, really good battle. You see, now they're starting to run that traditional line, use all of the curbing. Todd Gillen continue to do a good job. See, the 18 right there, Kyle Busch, a little bit of a wiggle getting into turn 6. A little bit of an over-braking, was able to get control.
And the two-time champion Kyle Busch opened up this weekend about how difficult it has been not having a contract for next year to drive for Joe Gibbs Racing. He doesn't know what his future holds, and he said it's been sleepless nights. It's a big pass there by Logano as he goes by Gilliland. Logano in front of Gilliland now.
But Todd Gilliland wants it back. He'll move back to the inside of Logano, reclaim the lead before they even get to turn 2. But all that jostling has allowed Kyle Busch to close in, and it's also allowed another yellow car to close in. Michael McDowell in the 34 car. 4-car breakaway, 4-man free-for-all for the lead on the back straightaway.
Here comes Kyle Busch up on the inside of Logano. He backs out. Logano really overdriving the entries, really pushing a lot. We saw him slide the right front tire. Now down to the inside of Gilliland. Gilliland's car's slowly going away here, struggling with the balance of the 38. He's going to give up several spots. Be very careful on that outside in the wet. Oh, he's off the pace. He's off the pace headed to you, Jeff.
Yeah, he's way off pace. You can see him wiggling the car back and forth. Is there any chance he's out of fuel? I don't know, but saw him wiggling the car. Yep, it's missing.
Broken axle.
As he goes, oh, yeah, as he went by me, you could hear the engine acting very oddly, saying he might have broken an axle. What a shame for Todd Gillen with a good run going today.
We talk about the abuse over the curbing. That's something that can happen. As you jump over the curb, the weight comes off the rear tire. If you can land, it's not really an axle like it used to be going to a normal Ford 9-inch. It's a little bit different the way this drive system works, but it still takes power and brings it out to each rear tire. That's what sounds like the issue is on the 38 car. Not something you're going to be able to repair on pit road. So, of course, they'll do their due diligence. Marty.
They're going to check the rear end here. Remember, they finished top 5 at Indianapolis, so they're putting the rear tires on, Steve, but they do indeed think it's a broken axle. And a moment ago, Todd came on the radio, said something is broken in the driveline, no doubt about it.
It's too bad for Todd. Did such a nice job. Joey Logano still looking good, Rick.
Still out front. Kyle Busch running second. McDowell is third here at the Glen. 2, you're watching the NASCAR Cup Series. Go bowling at the Glen. And let's see who is on the move. Power Moves are brought to you by the Propane Education and Research Council. The 18, Kyle Busch, definitely on the move. Plus 30 since the start. So Kyle Busch, after starting this race, because they did an engine change after qualifying at the back of the field, all the way up to the second spot right now, chasing after Joey Logano.
Kyle Busch down this straightaway into the braking zone. Can't really close the gap on Joey. Keeping a nice little gap between him and McDowell. And we've seen, the 18 car doesn't have the results, but they have had races like this, where they have been fast at some point or another, showing that the 18 and Kyle Busch still have the pace. A lot of odd things happening this year, Jeff.
Yeah, a lot of odd things. We've talked a lot about. He doesn't know what he's doing next year.
We got to spin, Jeff, over in the interloop, the bus stop. The 8 cars involved. Can't tell who that other is. 70, 77 as well. Rockefeller. 8 car right there trying to get refired. Going to get it started. Get over here on the asphalt so we can get out of there. Luckily, it looks like there's very minimal damage. You just hope those toe links are all straight there, Letarte.
Yeah, that would be my concern. I thought for sure they were going to get stuck in the mud, but he drove away no problem. So right now you see Logano leading Kyle Busch. But right here, I want to bring this to your attention. 2-stop strategy, which is what everybody on pit road thought was the best strategy. They only have one more stop ahead of them. Leading McDowell, second on that strategy. Chase Elliott, third, Chris Buescher. So while Logano is leading the race with Kyle Busch, those cars, Rick, only have to stop one more time. As we look at the top of the screen, it looks like some contact, Junior. I couldn't really see how it got started.
Everybody did such a good job right here trying to avoid. Everybody able to get through there without no problem. And Tyler Reddick, lose a lot of track position. He's got the pace, though. They'll figure it out how to get in that track position back.
Marty.
So, Rick, all those strategies that Steve just talked about a moment ago, Chase Elliott and his team, they can do it on one more stop, but it's going to be tight on fuel. But Alan Gustafson opened up the green light for the end of the stage. Listen.
Talk to me about some strategy stuff and what I can do to help when you get a second.
We'll do. If you can make progress and potentially win this next stage, we'll do it. If not, just save what fuel you can so we can make it to our window. We're right on the number.
That fuel's so tight, Dale Jr., but they're trying to make it on one more stop. So they want that playoff point, no doubt about it. 7 to go here in the stage. Talking to a couple of crew chiefs down here, they think, no doubt, Chase Elliott and those guys on the right strategy today.
See him right here in the bus stop, right ahead of Ty Dillon. Ty Dillon having a pretty solid little run right here behind him. Joey Hand as well. These two guys are hanging on to the tail end of that 9 car, running right in 5th and 6th position.
Yeah, Ty Dillon, we talked a lot about Kyle Busch not knowing what he's doing next year. Ty Dillon in the same situation. Noah Gragson going in this car. Starting next year, Ty Dillon is rehearsing, auditioning every single week for his ride, trying to show everybody in this sport that he can still get it done.
Number of seats running out, though, is the problem for drivers like Ty Dillon. When you have Kyle Busch out there also searching for a ride, potentially, if he's not coming back to the 18, he goes to the top of the list as far as drivers looking for positions.
Watching Ty Dillon go off course right there. Now he starts to face another challenge. It was Chase Elliott. Now it's Joey Hand. And further back as they come off the end of the front straightaway and diving down into turn number 1. Martin Truex Jr. in the 19. You've also got Ross Chastain around him in the 1. And you've also got Loris Hazelman's now flying around his outside as everybody now trying to work their way through the S's. And now here's Daniel Suarez right behind the 19. He's looking for real estate. He's got a lot of work to do to get by Truex.
Martin offline here. Going to go in there side by side with the 99. They're going to continue to battle through the exit. Suarez is going to get that position right behind him. Bowman now put the pressure on. Martin struggling today, just don't have the good speed or the pace that we usually see from this 19 car. It's not been the same 19 car at the road courses since the next gen.
No, it's really not. Really struggled all year. Kyle Busch, though, having a really good day up in 2nd place. I'd say this is the best we've seen a Toyota run all year on the road courses, but Truex struggling.
As we're riding along with Martin Truex Jr. and the Toyota onboard camera, you've got Denny Hamlin, who stayed on the rain tires a little too long, as a lap down.
Ed Vance here, and I'm at my favorite place again.
Sorry, did you say your name is Ed Vance?
That's me.
Like advance?
Crazy, right? And it just so happens he knows everything in advance.
Oh, you know the future? Did you know I needed 10W30?
No. I just know everything here in Advance Auto Parts, like where the 10W30 is.
So you don't know what I'll do next?
Actually, I do. You will be going to the oil aisle.
He's good.
He's Advance.
I spent a lot of time here.
He's here a lot.
This is how we advance. This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Incoming! Hey, what does this button do?
No, don't!
Welcome to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network.
Are you crying, Uncle Ed?
No! A little.
Only from Xfinity. Unbeatable internet made to do anything, so you can do anything.
We lost part of our forest to fire several years ago. We decided to stay and help it recover. People who have heavy machinery have the opportunity to reach out and help their neighbors for the common good.
Can I get a big dill cheeseburger?
Grill 'em a cheeseburger.
Add in the pickle fries. Almost done with the Dilly Ranch.
Order up. Sonic, big dill cheeseburger.
So, it's Friday night dinner. All of a sudden, boom, boom. The kid's like, Dad, what is that? And you, Gecko, go, roar! Huh?
It's a bit too aggressive, isn't it?
Okay, yeah, sure, rewind it. How about this? Beg your pardon, but bundling your home and car insurance could save you hundreds. And then the neighbors are like, giant gecko? Huh? Who? The little girl's like, hi, Gecko.
Well, quite the commercial.
Yeah, I know, right?
See how much you could save by bundling with Geico.
Download the official app of NASCAR. You can follow the action with free live scoring. There's in-car cameras as well as a radio broadcast. Search NASCAR in your app store to download and start a free trial. Parker.
Kimi Räikkönen here on pit road with 3 to go in this stage here. He was one of those cars that got the slicks early, so just trying to connect the fuel strategy here for the 91. He makes his second stop, Dave.
And Martin Truex Jr. trying to find a way into the playoffs. Remember, one of his tasks today is to take care of the engine in that 19 car, baby that motor, so that he doesn't have the same problem that 2 of his teammates have had this weekend so far.
Little contact here between the 19 and that 27.
Right here, the 19 has to get across the 27, maybe a little conservative on his time. The 19 trying to be quick. These are scheduled stops before the end of the stage because this man right here, Joey Logano, is going to take 2 to go right there, and that closes pit road. And now it's really between Joey Logano and Kyle Busch for this all-important playoff point. 2 drivers that feel they are off into the playoffs. They are going to try to win this stage for that playoff point. I couldn't tell who that was that just went by. That was slow. Oh, no. The 7 gas man. I think that's going to be a penalty for removing equipment. We'll have to hear what NASCAR has to say. But there was another car slow that they passed. I couldn't tell who that was.
It's just coming off of pit road as the top 2 going into the bus stop now. Marty.
So a moment ago, Rick, we told you Chase Elliott, Alan Gustafson told him, hey, if you can get the stage win, go for it. They have since backed him down. Listen to the radio.
How much help do you need fuel-wise? As much as you can give us. I mean, you got no pressure back. Say what you can here. Good time to learn.
So, Steve, this was in their playbook from this morning, pitting at lap 17, which they did. They knew it would be tight to do it on one more stop. Chase tried to get the stage win, just not worth it, though. They're just trying to do it on one more stop, so he had to back way down on his pace.
As we see 1 to go in this stage right here for Logano. Rick, you know, you stop before you know you can make it. What's concerning, we haven't seen a lot of yellows in this stage, right? So there's a lot of green flag running. That's when you burn the most fuel. But a great battle right here for this stage win.
Comes down to Joey Logano and Kyle Busch. Right now, Logano's got about 3, maybe 4 car lengths in hand over Kyle. Kyle should just probably take this second place finish of this stage and then go to the final one. No need to put that car in a precarious position. Although, he's done it before. The question is, can he do it in the next half lap?
I think Logano's certainly got a comfortable lead. Neither one of these guys are going to push that hard to make that type of mistake. I don't believe these 2 veterans. Kyle, though, getting a wide entry. That's a unique line into the carousel to be able to try to maximize the acceleration on corner exit.
Yeah, right now, Joey Logano coming to the end of this stage. Just no mistakes. Get in these corners easy. Don't try to leave too much speed on corner exit. Simply make no mistakes. Get this stage win.
Logano already 2 wins in the 2022 season and 3 stage wins. This will be stage win number 4 for Joey Logano as he takes the green and white checkered flag here at Watkins Glen.
Mike McDowell continuing a great run in the 3rd position. Chase Elliott, you hear all these cars shut off. They're going to save gas. The 7 of Corey LaJoie, we showed you that replay of the gas can sliding out. That is removing equipment. He'll have to start at the tail of the field for the 3rd stage.
A little more bumping and banging, and the racetrack drying up quite a bit, but it was Joey Logano even locking up that right front, still getting stage 2 win. The next generation of Wi-Fi is here with supercharged speeds faster than a gig. Unbeatable internet, made to do anything so you can do anything. Xfinity, proud premier partner of NASCAR. Coming up on Wednesday, Dale Jarrett will join the Bagman. That's right, Mike Bagley and Pete Pistone on the morning drive, and DJ's going to be the guest on NBC Sports on Sirius XM. Bagman, what do you think? You guys going to have enough to talk about?
Oh, I think we're going to have a lot to talk about. Pete and I always love catching up with DJ. If we're not talking about racing, could be talking about golf, could be talking about anything. DJ, what do you think?
Yeah, we can talk about anything, but I'll probably be talking a little slower because it likes to be 6 o'clock where I'm going to be out in Scottsdale. But I'll get up, I'll get ready. Looking forward to it. Always a fun time covering what all is happening. What an incredible start to this day and this race, KP.
Listen, I'm not sure you can cover it all on the morning drive. You may have to do that 2 or 3 because there's been so much. Start in the rain. We saw some great drives. How about Michael McDowell? We talked to him earlier. He said, I'm feeling the pressure. I know this should be a good race for me. Daytona should be a good race for me. We have seen some spectacular drives out of Cup drivers in so many varying conditions. Kimi Räikkönen, we keep talking about Kimi Räikkönen. He's running the top 10. They've put him in position, and a lot of it's strategy. But so many things have happened here. This wet weather, this car, these drivers, it is an honor to be sitting here talking about Cup drivers today because they have shown what they're made of.
Yeah, but the thing that's going to come to play here possibly, because we haven't really seen, other than the stage endings with the cautions, haven't seen any of that. There's some drivers that are going to be really close. They're going to have to save some fuel at the start of stage 3 here, so it could get very interesting as to who actually can and will make it.
Listen, I'm glad that I don't drive right now because staying on the racetrack and saving fuel are two things I'm not sure I could have ever done. I have to say, but it has been. We've seen some great calls from the pits. We've seen some great strategies. We've seen so much positive stuff here today. It has been for these fans that sat here through the rain and they're sitting in the grandstand, and the ones at home that have waited it out. It's been a show, Rick.
It definitely has. As Joey Logano will lead Kyle Busch onto pit road, as well as others making their way onto pit road. Parker, in front of you.
Right, and that blue car back there is Ty Dillon, who finished 5th in stage 2 with this excellent run in these variable conditions. Very happy with the handling of that race car, saying it's turning well before Goodyear tires Sunoco fuel for him. They're going to tell him to wait on that fuel, Dave.
Stage winner Logano said, I need more turn, but I can't afford to lose the back end. He came into this race today 3rd in playoff points. He'll get one more there, Marty.
Dave, these are the teams and drivers that pitted at lap 9 or 10. They will have one more stop today. Kyle Busch needs more front grip. They're thinking maybe on that final stop, fuel only. A little drag race there between Kyle Busch and Joey Logano off of pit road. Stage 2 wrapped up. Logano wound up getting the stage win here at Watkins Glen, but all these guys will be way behind in track position.
NASCAR on USA is brought to you by Propane, environmentally friendly energy for everyone, and by Go Bowling. Go to gobowling.com to find a center near you. What a run it has been already for the 34 of Michael McDowell. He is out front, but it's not only the driver that's behind the wheel making things happen, it's an entire team effort, Dave.
Well, it certainly is, Rick, and we want to redirect folks to NBCSports.com to relive the story of Brett Sancelli and his sister, Courtney. Brett has dedicated his life to taking care of his little sister after she was involved in an auto accident early in their lives. Instead of being selfish and just worrying about himself, he took care of Courtney, brought her through life, watches over her every moment he can, even got the school to have her be the homecoming queen. And in dedication to her, the diamond on the left side of his chest doesn't have an S for Superman, but it has an H for heart, because that's what it's all about with the Sancellis, and Brett has shown that throughout life with his sister Courtney. Today, his driver has cycled to the front after pit stops and did not pit this time, so McDowell in position to win, and what a story it would be. Again, inspiring to watch. You need to go to NBCSports.com. Hear our Dustin Long narrate the story of Brett and Courtney Sancelli.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. What an incredible story that we have been able to be a part of on the pre-race show. And you can see that again, as Dave just mentioned. But a great story there for Brett Sancelli, his sister Courtney, and their family, and what they've gone through, and how giving that family is. But it's Michael McDowell who is out front of Chase Elliott and Joey Hand. Joey Hand's going to be on a little bit different strategy. He won't be able to get as far as the others will. But Marty, what about the 18 of Kyle Busch?
Had to come back down pit road. A penalty on that last stop, Rick. Kyle said, what happened? What was the penalty for? Ben Bayshore said, we were 1 inch over the front line. So when they did come back down pit road, Steve, they did top off with fuel, but Kyle Busch now even further back, going to have to restart in the 30th position.
Yeah, that's all. I mean, that is tough. So we talk about strategy. You see the last pit on the left-hand side. You see the 18, 17, those laps right there, 16 for Stenhouse. They're trying to stretch the fuel to one more stop. You mentioned Joey Hand. I don't believe he can do it from lap 12, but Parker, a good run for this 15 car. Joey Hand consistently been behind the wheel at the road courses.
No doubt, Steve. And actually, the team just came on the radio and told him he's 2 laps short from being able to make it to the next window and just save fuel throughout this run, seeing if they can just hold on to that track position.
That'd be an impressive strategy call if they can stretch it from 12. Before the day, I didn't even think you could stop before the stage with what I expected for fuel strategy. Marty and I had this conversation. He gave me his updates of what he's heard from some of the crew chiefs, and that's when it became apparent they could go farther than I was giving them credit for. But for lap 12, that'll be impressive for Joey Hand.
Once again, 2x2 the field, getting ready for the start of stage 3. The final stage here, there are 47. It will be 46 laps to go. Field approaching the Geico restart zone. McDowell first into the gas in the 34. On his outside, the 9 of Chase Elliott. So good at this racetrack. Can McDowell hold him off? Through 1, he will.
And meanwhile, they're stacked up further back, bouncing off each other, sliding off course 4, 5 wide. As up front, they're looking 3 wide for the lead. Michael McDowell under attack now from Chase Elliott. Also, Joey Hand's in the mix. But Christopher Bell, Christopher Buscher, you've got a whole slew of cars now wrestling for real estate to the back straightaway.
The front 3 are singered out, but look at that pack behind them. Christopher Bell and Christopher Buscher side by side through the bus stop. Bell's going to take the position. Everybody behind him having to check up as Buscher lifts a little bit for the entry of the carousels. You watch the top 3 here. Michael McDowell, the 3 car around here. We got the 91 as well. The 91 car as well.
The 91's made contact with the wall, it looks like there, Junior. Oh, and the caution's out.
Kimi Räikkönen in the 91, and he has made contact with that inside wall. You see the flaps up on the hood.
You can see the damage to the tire barrier. See if we can get these cars started and moved away.
Yeah, I think the damage is on the left side of the 91. Looks like the left front has some damage. Oh, yeah, pretty heavy damage on the left side. Now that we're kind of getting around there with the camera, I believe this is going to end the day for Kimi Räikkönen. Unfortunate. As we talked about at the beginning of the show, I thought 90 laps would be just a great fun time. This Project 91. Let's take a look at it, Junior.
There you see in the middle of the bus stop, just some contact when the left rear quarter panel of the 3 car sends him around from the 1 of, I believe, Ross Chastain. Don't really see how Kimi is involved, but obviously ran wide probably on the exit. So right there, I believe the 1 car gets in the left rear, sending the 3 around, and Kimi is on the inside of all this and just gets ran wide. He jumps a tire on the 27 car and sends him right into the tire barrier.
Yeah, I don't think there was anything the 91 could do at that point. Everybody stacks up. Oh, this would be a great shot at the 91. You're going to see him just get pushed left, right there.
So Kimi Räikkönen had climbed out of the car, the AMR safety team there to help, and he is coming back out of the car now. Different, obviously, for Kimi Räikkönen, something he has not done before in the Cup Series. He will take the mandatory trip to the infield care center to get checked out. But Kimi Räikkönen, we saw him running up inside the top 10 early in this race. The F1 World Champion now out of the race after this incident on lap 45.
And all those cars that were reportedly very close on fuel, they love to see this yellow riding around saving gas.
Caution has come out for the 3rd time here at Watkins Glen, this time involving Kimi Räikkönen.
Yes! Go faster!
Was that fun?
I'm riding with the legend!
Let's go! Oh, I live for this! I am the fastest! How was it? An experience like none other.
Don't miss Monday Night Raw and catch all the action of NASCAR only on USA.
That was amazing.
The NTT IndyCar Series has just 2 races remaining in their season after last night. Joseph Newgarden getting the win at WWT Raceway. Next stop is Portland, Oregon. Catch the action Sunday, September 4th. That's on NBC and Peacock. And we are in the 3rd stage here. You're watching NASCAR Cup Series. Go bowling at the Glen, Marty.
We have talked, Rick, about how tight this window is for Chase Elliott and Alan Gustafson to make it to where they want to be, lap 56 or so. Here was a radio transmission when stage 3 got going.
Any opportunities you get throughout this next stint to save, please do so. Copy.
So, Steve, what a welcome gift this caution is. I know it's only a few laps, but you're sitting on top of that pit box like Alan Gustafson. You wanted this.
Oh, yeah, but like I mentioned, we hadn't seen a lot of yellows in the middle stage, so an early yellow here helps. You can usually save, just a good rule of thumb is it takes about as much fuel to run 1 lap under green as it would to run about 2 or 2.5 laps under yellow. So that helps you get to your next window. Really, as we see 44 to go, they'll take the green at 43 to go. You know, I'm thinking these guys want to pit 34, 33, 32 to go, somewhere in there. Be interested to see, as you see right now, fuel remaining. It's starting to get very low on some of these cars.
Getting ready for the restart. Michael McDowell, Chase Elliott, side by side. Once again, Chase was able to utilize that space just outside of turn 1 last time to get a great run for the lead as they're 3 and 4 wide behind him. Once again, 3 wide again coming into turn 2.
Michael McDowell's able to hang on to the lead. Chase Elliott's trying to hang on to second because here comes Christopher Bell. Bell in that yellow and black car will move his way to the number 3 position. You got Kyle Larson, Joey Hand there. Clean restart and clean run up to the S's.
Yeah, Joey Hand lost a couple of positions there on that restart through turn 1 and 2. Christopher Bell here now showing up on the stage. Larson as well rebounding from an earlier bus stop penalty to get himself into the top 4. But to the inside comes the 5 car of Larson trying to make a move on Christopher.
They'll be side by side. Now it's just a battle to the brakes. Who can outbrake whom? You can see right now the 5 car with forward momentum able to brake harder into turn 6, gets that position. Joey Hand behind, trying to follow around.
Yeah, that fight for third won by the 5 of Kyle Larson. He's taking that spot over. It's still McDowell in front of Chase Elliott, then Larson. And right behind him, Christopher Bell trying to hold on to 4th.
Leaders come downhill into turn number 1. You're watching Kyle Larson there in the 5. You've got the 9 of Chase Elliott right behind race leader Michael McDowell. That 1-2 Hendrick Motorsports punch has been billed as the class of the field today. But they're going to have to get around Front Row Motorsports and Michael McDowell. McDowell now up to about 4 car lengths with the lead to the back straightaway.
Incredible race so far for Michael. He's really kind of been the guy to beat today. Look at a couple of names in the top 10 as well that we usually don't see. Stenhouse Jr. back there in 8th place. Eric Jones running well in 9th as well. Allmendinger's worked his way back up to 7th position after some issues early. We got a battle for the lead though headed to you, Jeff.
Michael McDowell got very loose in that carousel. Chase Elliott taking advantage of it. He's going to outbrake McDowell to take the lead. Now McDowell's got to just go and stay calm. Don't get upset. There's a long way to go. Keep racing hard.
Chase Elliott, 4 wins already in 2022. He's back out front. He's won here twice, looking to make it 3 times, but he still has to think about that fuel situation. Stopped a little bit earlier than Michael McDowell. McDowell has fallen back to 2nd now.
Chase Elliott now back into familiar territory, back to the top of the leaderboard. Michael McDowell, though, right behind him, about 4 car lengths as Elliott climbs the hill to turn 3. That's the left-hander. Here's turn 4. That's the right-hander that feeds onto the back straightaway. Chase's lead now, about 3, maybe even 4 car lengths.
Got to give it to this 9 team. Strongest team on the road courses over the last several years. Didn't quite have it figured out with the next-gen cars. Trackhouse was dominating, had the fastest cars all the road courses earlier in the year. Chase Elliott's shown up, though, when it matters here at Watkins Glen.
Chase Elliott, you can see with his Xfinity cam, got a great shot as he enters turn 6. He's going to heavy brake, downshift, back to the throttle hard, getting ready to go to turn 7, another downshift, heading to the front straightaway.
And every now and then we see the eyes of Chase Elliott glancing back up into the mirror as he looks back to see how much distance he's put between himself and that car of Michael McDowell. Now McDowell is under fire from the 5 of Larson. Larson continuing to close the gap on McDowell.
Right now about 1.5 seconds behind the race leader, a half a second behind Michael McDowell. put that separation at about 3 car lengths now as they cross over into turn number 3. Good shot there of Kyle inside. Very cool, calm, and collected. Or she'll have that after you even win the Xfinity Series race here like they did yesterday.
You know, a lot of these drivers right here on different fuel strategies. If Chase Elliott's saving, he's driving away doing it. Now, though, sitting right here in front of that 5 car, trying to maintain track position, but also trying to make his fuel mileage work. Again, the 5 car right on the right rear quarter panel through the carousel. Not able to really make a move, not able to put it sideways. He gets a little loose on throttle there.
Yeah, Bagley talked about how calm Chase Elliott looks. Let me tell you why. He is so fast. He is driving away.
Chase Elliott might not be able to see all the way back to 6th, but he might want to be told who's running back there because that's A.J. Allmendinger. Remember, he spun early, but Allmendinger has fought his way back. He's in the top 6 and a definite threat for the win here at Watkins Glen, but it's still Chase Elliott out front.
A.J. Allmendinger trying to crack his way back into the top 5 after that contact earlier with Austin Cindric. Right now, he's 3.54 seconds behind the race leader. He's been all the way to the back. Now he's working his way to the front, but he's got a whole lot more work to do, and he's got to get through some tough customers to get up there and wrestle for the lead and take it away from Chase Elliott.
You can see he's been sitting around this position for the last several laps, not able to close on Joey Hand. Joey Hand getting a lot out of this 15 car right now as he tries to close in on Christopher Bell. Just doing an incredible job. We know that this equipment is good equipment. Typically, though, we see it towards the back half of the field. You've got a really talented driver back there behind the wheel making it happen.
Yeah, he's also helped several of the Ford drivers trying to hone their road course skills. Joey Hand's been a good addition to the Ford driver roundup. So important to be good on road courses. There's so many of them. You better find a way to be effective on them.
Elliott, McDowell, Larson, Bell. Bell running in that 4th spot. Time now for an exclusive Toyota nonstop.
Hi, I'm Kurt Busch, and this weekend, my number 45 Camry TRD will carry the all-new Toyota SmartPath platform at Watkins Glen International. Unfortunately, I won't be behind the wheel, but Ty Gibbs, who has been doing an incredible job subbing for me, will certainly give all you fans a show. SmartPath is Toyota's all-new digital retail platform that enables customers to complete payment estimates, trade-in values, and more before even stepping foot inside a Toyota dealership. SmartPath is their fast track to an all-new Toyota, allowing customers to simply log in, drop in, and drive off in their new car.
And again, Kurt Busch, hoping he gets back in a speedy recovery. He's out for this race and for sure Daytona. Hoping to see him back for the playoffs. He is still in the playoffs with that win, and there's still a fight right now for that 16th spot. It's Chase Elliott, McDowell, Larson. When McDowell was up front, that would have been the 16th different winner if McDowell could have held on. But right now, you can't count him out. Still running in that 2nd spot.
Here he comes down the hill into turn number 1, looking further back. Good battle stacking up there from 4th on back. Christopher Bell right now in 4th. Got Joey Hand there in the 15. And then you've got A.J. Allmendinger who's trying to make that a solid 3-man fight. Then you can drop back. And you got one more trying to get added into the mix. That's the 17 of Chris Buescher. So they were fighting for a position, but it seems like they've stabilized out, Dale, and no one's really tried to or able to make advancements there in that battle.
Yeah, the last lap through, man was all over the back of Christopher Bell in the carousel, but now you see Christopher with a little bit of a healthy gap there. And now AJ trying to get to the back bumper of that 15 of Hand and attack.
Yeah, A.J. Allmendinger, we know how good of a road racer he is. We've seen him win so many Xfinity races, also Cup races. He's got his work cut out for him, though, passing Joey Hand, but he'll put a lot of pressure on him, trying to force Joey into making a mistake. Joey will have to be on pit road before too much longer for fuel.
In the 10th position is Ryan Blaney as we see the 15 of Joey Hand coming to pit road. Marty.
Joey Hand comes to pit road. They pitted at lap 12. You know who is thanking Chase Elliott profusely right now? You mentioned his name, Ryan Blaney. Blaney is sitting in 8th position right now. When Michael McDowell was leading, you mentioned it, Rick, He was out of the playoffs. Right now, Martin Truex Jr. all the way back in 21st, and that has dramatically changed the playoff standings. Right now, Blaney plus 39. We could be looking at a scenario next week, Rick, where Martin Truex Jr. might be in a must-win situation at Daytona. Final race of the regular season next week.
Riding on board to Kevin Harvick Ford. Thanks to Northern Tool for giving us this great shot. Watching his car work through the bus stop, a little mud on the windshield. All that happens on the windshield, just like the camera. So the windshield gets dirtier and dirtier, harder and harder to see out of throughout the race.
Kevin Harvick in 12th place. It's been a battle for this team the entire weekend. Coming off 2 wins in a row. This weekend's just not gone as smoothly as those has, but he is continuing to fight, worked himself up to 12th place.
What a hot streak Kevin Harvick's been on, won the last 2 races, and here he is running in the 12th position. In the pit stop wave, we saw Joey Hand a lap ago. Now it's Chris Buescher and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. who have decided to make their green flag pit stop. Parker?
Right, Steve, hitting out of the top 10 there for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. A great run here on the road course, and now with about 35 laps to go, we'll see if he's able to connect this to the end, Dave.
Remember, Chris Buescher was the first one in to put slicks on versus the rain tires. So again, pitting a little bit early here. Their get-home lap, they're calling 55. We'll have to save a little bit to get from here. A little bit slow, waiting on the right-hand side, waiting for the fuel, and off he goes.
That's just how long it takes. When you are taking 4 tires with the single lug, you can change them for about 15 gallons of gas. These guys need their full 20 gallons. You saw how long they had to wait on fuel. The question now is Chase Elliott, Michael McDowell, Kyle Larson. When will they pit? Everyone who has pitted, if a yellow comes out, they would cycle to the front. So it's risk versus reward. How far does the 9, 34, and 5 dare to go as the 5 gets really loose in turn 6? My goodness, that was a big save by Larson. Here comes McDowell. Larson will follow him in, so that answers your question. Elliott stays on the racetrack. Parker.
Right, and you saw it there in turn 6. Larson just struggling in that dirty air behind McDowell. They're just unable to get the car to do what he wants, and it's getting tight at times in traffic, and then you get that loose on the exit. It's 4 tires for him and filling it full of Sunoco fuel, Dave.
Crew goes over the wall, including tire carrier Brett Sancelli. They'll try to get Michael McDowell on and off pit road with a fast stop here, but again, waiting on fuel. Remember, 1 extra lap compared to Chris Buescher, who came in, and now they will send him away. Joey Logano on pit road as well. This will be their get-home lap. They put on left side tires and fuel it. He didn't have to take as much, right, Steve? He pitted later.
Yeah, so basically they're just trying to, they're afraid of those yellows, Dave, right? So they're coming right now. They don't have to wait as long for the fuel. You see what the advantage is, Dave. Great point. He catches right back to the 34 because the 22 had the requirement of less fuel. I assume the 9 will come this time. But Burton, how about that save by the 5?
Yeah, Kyle Larson. Watch him as he gets into turn 6. Downshifts, tries to throttle up, and just sideways trying to go to that throttle. Rear tires did not hook up. That shows you how hard you got to drive these race cars.
Now, risk reward. You see the 9 stand on the racetrack.
Gonna come this time.
Come this next lap. So right now, Alan Gustus is saying, just no yellow. Let me just get this 9 on the pit road before the yellow comes out, or we will lose our track position to these cars. Parker.
See AJ Allmendinger pitting here from the top 5. Really fast race car here as we went into the dry conditions. He told me he was really happy with this race car after yesterday's practice and that they were, quote, in the ball game, Marty.
Here comes the group who pitted at lap 17. Among those guys, Ryan Blaney coming to pit road right here, saying he lost the handle a little bit towards the end of that run. No word on Chase Elliott's radio as to when they would pit. You see that big wedge adjustment for Blaney as well. Interesting to keep in mind, Tyler Reddick and also Kyle Busch came down. Flash of fuel only for both of those cars. Remember, they topped off under that last caution, so we'll see if they gained a lot of track position as well. Look at a track race off pit road. Chase Elliott still on the racetrack.
Chase Elliott going through turn 6 and coming up on turn 7. Good opportunity for him to make his way to pit road this time, and he will.
So now it's basically Chase Elliott against his teammate Kyle Larson. On the upper right hand, you see the 5 going through the bus stop on the track map. The 9 is on pit road. Larson, the first car on the racetrack that can make it to the finish. So this would be control of the race. That is a long time on pit road. Marty for the 9 of Elliott. Slow down there to his stall. We'll see if he can beat the 5 out.
That would have been excruciating for the driver. This is exactly the lap Alan Gustafson wanted to hit pit road. When I talked to him this morning, lap 59, got to pull the windshield wiper up to get that tear off. Chase Elliott said, I think I hurt the front tires early in that run. That's on me. Wants no other changes otherwise. Waiting on all the Sunoco fuel to get in. Now let's watch the blend. Going to be tight with his teammate Kyle Larson.
I believe the 9's going to have it. We've seen this when people are putting drives on that exit of pit road, kind of shortcuts turn 1. Look at the big advantage. That short pit exit around turn 1 puts the 9 back out in front of the 5. Currently not the leader of the race. They're in 6th and 7th respectively, but the first 2 cars on the racetrack that can make it to the finish on fuel.
Larson, McDowell chasing after Elliott now, but it's still Custer, Cindric, LaJoie, Austin Dillon, and Rockenfeller that are the top 5.
Chase Elliott coming out of the bus stop into the carousel, downshifting hard. Right behind him, Kyle Larson. McDowell not far behind them. Those 3 cars right now setting up to race to the finish.
Big advantage for these cars. Look at the gap that they've created. If you need to save fuel, now's the time. You got a teammate behind you if you're Chase Elliott. You got McDowell multiple seconds behind. If you need to save a little fuel, you can do it right now.
Out in front, 2 Hendrick drivers. It is Larson chasing.
Why is Roger happy? It's the little things Carvana does. See, Roger wants to sell his car, stat. Little things like getting a real offer in 2 minutes really make Roger happy. So does Carvana's customer advocate, Caitlin, picking up his car at promptly 10 a.m.
Hi, are you Roger?
Berglund, with the Honda Accord? Yes, I am. It's right over there. Will I be getting...
And he loves that Caitlin pays him on the spot. Yep, Raj, it's the little things that drive you happy. We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
It's the all-new Subway Series menu. 12 irresistible new subs. Like number 6, The Boss. Pepperoni kicks it off with meatball smothered in rich marinara.
Don't forget the fresh mozzarella.
Don't you forget who the real boss is around here. It's Subway's biggest refresh yet.
In my experience, if you work the land, you got to be a jack of all trades. You got to have a little bit of optimism, a little bit of idealism, and a whole lot of get-go.
Verizon Frontline is built for those we all rely on. Built to prioritize first responders. Built for extreme conditions. Built for America's most reliable 5G network. Because when seconds count and lives are on the line, the people we rely on need technology they can rely on. Verizon is the #1 network choice in public safety. Verizon Frontline, the advanced network and technology for first responders.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we were created for officers. But as we've evolved with the military, we've grown to serve all who've honorably served, no matter their rank or when they were in. A Marine just out of boot camp, or a petty officer from 73, and even his kids and their kids. USAA is made for all who honorably served and their eligible family members. Are we still exclusive? Absolutely. And that's exactly why you should join.
They have this unbelievable ability to literally drive a car on the edge of control.
That's the goal, right? Chance to race for a championship.
My life insurance policy's up to date. I know what I'm signing up for.
Be a husband, be a father, be a race car driver. To be the best, it takes everything that you have.
It's NASCAR Cup Series racing. Go bowling at the Glen. And our aerial coverage this afternoon once again brought to you by Geico as we look down on this facility. Out front, it's still Cole Custer, Corey LaJoie, Austin Dillon, Rockenfeller. They are still out in front of the 9 of Chase Elliott and the 5 of Kyle Larson, but that is because they have not come to pit road. They're going to need a little bit less fuel than those other guys, Steve, but the time on pit road is going to push them back. They'll probably come back out in the 14th, 15th position.
Yeah, they're basically just using this clean air. I mean, these are the fastest laps that Cole Custer's run today just because of the clean air. Same for LaJoie, Austin Dillon, Mike Rockefeller. Out of that traffic, they're kind of enjoying a little bit of clean space. And to your point, we'll have shorter pit stops. That's a strategy call for these 4.
The third caution came out earlier today, and it was for the 91 of Kimi Räikkönen. He went to the infield care center, and Parker caught up with him just moments ago.
Kimi Räikkönen released from the infield care center here. Kimi, you're involved in that incident out of the bus stop. Was there anything you felt you could have done different there to avoid it?
Yeah, I wasn't very involved with it until I had a good line there, but everybody seemed to come on the left. Unfortunately, I had no time to react, and yeah, the impact was small. Apart from the first impact, somebody hit the tire or the wheels directly, and the wheel spun, and yeah, something wrong with the wrist, but that's how it goes.
I know it was shorter than you wanted, but did you enjoy yourself here in the NASCAR Cup Series?
Yeah, it was good fun, you know, and yeah, felt more confidence all the time, and you know, had some good battles, and yeah, it's a shame. I think the car felt like it had a lot of speed in there, but that's how it goes sometimes.
Will we see it come back?
Well, we'll see. I don't know myself either. So.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Kimi Räikkönen, again, the F1 world champion, was running up as high as 9th at one point in time during the race. After they switched from the rain tires to the racing slicks, and was looking very impressive until that incident in the bus stop. Still up front, it's Custer. He hasn't come to pit road yet. Will have to do that, as will LaJoie, Dillon, and Rockefeller. Now Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson, those 2 can make it all the way to the end, as well as Michael McDowell. And there's Christopher Buescher in the 17, just in front of that 43 of Eric Jones.
He has been involved in the battle with Eric Jones for a while, but he's also been involved in this huge pack-up traffic in the back half of the field. Right now, he's been able to break free. Chris Buescher has been able to break free of Eric Jones, and right now, he's in the 16th position.
Yeah, a lot of cars on so many different strategies, and there were some short pit stops that have sort of cycled him back behind a few cars that are on older tires, taking advantage of those newer tires and the pace in the car, making a few passes here, trying to drive. As you see the 11 and the 4, those guys kind of riding in the back of the pack earlier in the race, working their way midway through the field.
Oh, we got 14 car in trouble.
Yeah, looks like an innocent spin, maybe a little damage to the right front on a 14 car. Let's take a look here. Heading on down into the braking zone. Him and Chastain getting pretty aggressive. Oh, Ross spins. Both cars spin.
They chased each other through the mud, it looked like.
Yeah. Maybe there was a reason he was chasing him through the mud. I don't know. Ross continues on as does the 14.
There's the 14 of Briscoe. Had a good run early on. And now Briscoe after the spin.
There you see the lead right there, at least between the 5th and 6th place car, Chase Elliott and Larson. Still waiting on the top 4 to come to pit road at some point. Chase Elliott, though, seems like to me he's kind of putting a little bit of the distance between him and the 5 car.
Yeah, you really wonder right now, what is the strategy with these 2 guys right here? Look, you can't even see McDowell behind them in the picture. So clearly they're running hard, but you wonder if they need to be running this hard. Maybe save a little bit of tire. Maybe that would be in their best interest. See a good battle right here. Buescher underneath the 19 of Truex. Truex continuing to struggle today.
15th and 16th for Buescher and Truex Jr. as they come out onto the front stretch. Truex Jr. out of the playoff picture. Ryan Blaney currently in based on points, Dave.
And Rick, it's just been a tough day for Martin Truex Jr. The good news is the motor is still operating well in this Toyota Camry. The bad news is the handling and the speed have not been there for Martin. He said he just had no grip anywhere the last time before he came down pit road. James Small promised he would give him a little bit of a fix. A little less of a complaint on the handling now, but way, way too far forward for Truex to go to make something out of this day. Currently running now way down in the field, Rick, and it's just not been a good day for the guy that needs a win to get in the playoffs.
He's in that 16th spot right now. And Parker, we see Cole Custer coming onto pit road now.
Right, this should be a fairly fast stop as you see the fuel there. The team goes over to put tires on. So he pitted from the lead here like you saw Austin Cindric do, but they're electing to do 4 tires. Cindric was able to rejoin around 13th or 14th. We'll see when Cole Custer is able to rejoin after this pit stop.
So let's just see where this works for Cole Custer, right? We know he's not going to take the lead. Chase Elliott's easily going to go by, but we see, all right, so we see Cindric right there. Cindric is the 13th place car. I'm thinking somewhere inside the top 20 for this 41 car. We see Buscher come by right here. So now he has fresher tires. He knows he's good on fuel. Tires haven't been a huge advantage, but look, I mean, Truex, we just talked about his day. He's running 16th, the 41 car. That was a nice strategy call by the 41. Run up front, run those fast laps, come in, need less fuel, quick stop, and it puts him back on the racetrack. I mean, inside the top 15, that's...
Well, we got a spin in the bus stop. The 51 car is around. Cody Ware, he's going to try to rejoin here. Not impeding anybody else's progress as he does that. Just got into the bus stop just a little bit too hard here. And there he goes. Great job sort of avoiding any kind of issues there, getting it turned around.
So now you see the 77 of Rockefeller to come to pit road. So to put it in perspective, Austin Dillon was running in the mid-30s on this restart. So when he pits and he reblends, if he's anywhere inside the, say, top 25, it's a huge gain. Inside the top 20 is even better, because I don't believe the 3 thinks they have a car that can drive up 10 spots. So, you know, we talk a lot about strategies to win, but everyone on pit road is grinding over how you can get your driver any positions possible. Marty.
Remember, they pitted on lap 46, so much further than everybody else. All the guys coming right now, lap 42. And your point's exactly right. If you're Justin Alexander, Steve, you kind of take this gamble, see what you can get out of it. But from lap 46, I mean, there's no way, Steve, right? I mean, there's no way they could make it. Couple cautions, though. They have no indication of coming to pit road so far for Austin Dillon. In fact, they just told him, you're the leader. He went, really? I am?
Yeah, so... You know, I'm a little surprised here because I don't believe there's any way they can make it. I mean, it would be a long ways. I shouldn't say no way. It would shock me. But now the concern, the risk is at yellow. You know, now he kind of is going to go by everybody that stays out. But now, Justin Alexander, the crew chief of this car, might think that 20th on back comes for tires and fuel anyway. So it'll be interesting to see Corey LaJoie right behind him. The 9 of Chase Elliott running him down.
Yeah, 4 seconds back is Chase Elliott right now for that lead as well.
Is Dad posting a farewell to his favorite college freshman?
Nope. He's switching his choice cashback category to gas. The road to college can be emotional, but also rewarding.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
When you hear best-in-class range or best-in-class fuel economy, you may be thinking of really tiny cars. And you'd be really, really wrong. The Ram 1500. Exceeding expectations. Again. No wonder more people are switching to Ram than ever before.
Right now, get 0% financing for 72 months, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on the 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn.
Dad, which one's your favorite?
I'm gonna go with Josh.
Yes! I'm sorry, what? I was talking about the types of chicken.
Come on, you know I love all my chickens. He is a really sweet kid, though.
Did you just fist bump?
T-Mobile has 5G here, and we also cover you up here. Yup. Get free Wi-Fi now with streaming all flight long. We do coverage differently, with expanded high-speed data across the world. So you're connected here, and here? Not yet. But down here, you're covered with a year of AAA roadside assistance on us. On the ground, in the air, or overseas, T-Mobile has coverage beyond the expected.
In the future, everything will be powered by renewable energy. But it's not as easy as flipping a switch. It's a long road, requiring decades of time and trillions of dollars. But what if there was a better direction on the path to zero carbon emissions? An energy source that's available right now, that's affordable, plentiful, and environmentally friendly. There is, and it's propane. Get the facts at propane.com/now.
Saturday,
Premier League mornings is on NBC and Peacock. Arsenal. Fulham. It's a London derby. Premier League mornings. Arsenal. Fulham on NBC and Peacock.
Can you spot the snake?
Push all the way up. All the way up with your foot.
Ryan is really struggling.
Don't look like a snake.
But me with my chicken arms could do it. I feel like something is snaky here.
Snake in the Grass. All new Mondays after law.
NASCAR fans, don't let anything pass you by. The official app of NASCAR Tracks lets you stay up to date on the latest race and event information from all your favorite tracks. Search NASCAR Tracks in the App Store to download for free.
Watching Chase Elliott here try to close in on the back of the 3 car. Austin Dillon is going to be taking that position for the lead here soon, Jeff.
Yeah, Chase Elliott has been running Austin down quite a bit of lap. Can take his time, does not have a lot of pressure behind him yet. Larson about 15 car lengths behind him. There's Larson in his rearview mirror. Right here, I think Chase Elliott will be able to turn. Just go to the right a little bit and outbrake Austin Dillon into turn 1.
Right now, it's the 9 and the 5 that have separated themselves from the field. Of course, the 34 of McDowell, he is back there, but he is a good 8 seconds behind the top 2.
Chase Elliott exercising great restraint right now, not putting himself or that car in any sort of a bind to reclaim the lead. It's going to happen. The question is where and when. He is drawn up 2 car lengths off the back bumper of Austin Dillon for the point.
Not in any position, though, to make a pass, even in this braking zone right here. And you see Larson closing in. Larson gained a lot of time the last time by, now underneath the second behind this 9 car. Chase is going to try to look to the inside here. Austin Dillon's going to let him go into the carousel. Also, the 5 car going to try to fall in there and take that position as well to fall into second. Right on the back bumper, this 9 of Chase Elliott. Chase is going to look at the mirror. He's going to have some company.
Yeah, Chase Elliott may have gotten a little bit too patient with Austin Dillon right there. Has allowed Larson to wind up, cut that deficit in half, just by Chase Elliott not being able to get around Dillon as quick fast as he needed to.
Last 2 champions fighting now for the Watkins Glen win here. The 9 of Chase Elliott and the 5 of Kyle Larson. Larson closing the gap. He's less than 3/4 of a second behind race leader Chase Elliott.
18 laps to go, and it comes down to Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson. They've been the talk of the racetrack all weekend long as the teams to beat, in that order, by the way. You talk to people in the garage, they'll say, man, that 9 and that 5, they're stout. But Chase Elliott has a winning record here at Watkins Glen. But then again, Kyle Larson does as well. He won yesterday in the NASCAR Xfinity Series race.
Coming to 17 laps to go. This will be a good judge of speed and pace between the 2 vehicles when we get this back to the start-finish line. The last time by, Larson was a half a second faster than Chase Elliott. What kind of lap time will they run this time?
Yeah, how awesome is this? Being able to ride along with both drivers, see what they're doing, how they brake, how they downshift, where they do all those things. We got a Hendrick battle for this win.
This is a great shot right up top. You see on the left side, that's Chase Elliott working, and to his right, that's his rear bumper. Looking back at Kyle Larson. On the bottom, Kyle Larson, and it's his roof camera looking out at Chase Elliott. So you see the work, and you also see the distance between the 2. Look at the work they put in and the precision required to run these laps.
It's amazing watching them come through this portion of the racetrack, Stevie, with the laser precision that they've been doing it all day. You're looking back from Chase Elliott. You're looking forward from Kyle Larson. As now we go over top and watch how they attack this racetrack and the lines that they use in which to attack it. They're headed to the inner loop.
That last lap, the 18 car, Kyle Busch is around. This looks down toward turn 1.
That's Kyle Busch has got looped around, and now he'll spin the car back around. That blue flag alerting everybody in that portion of the racetrack that there is something askew, but he does get the car righted. And I know a lot of people wanted a caution flag right there, but he just doesn't get it. They don't get it. But Kyle Larson, or I make that Kyle Busch breaking loose on his own in the straightaway between 1 and 2 with a little pop to the Armco on the inside.
Yeah, hit pretty hard. You wonder about that toe link, that rear suspension piece, and if it would survived. Take another look at it as you divide. I think maybe a little moisture or maybe just got loose, but watch this hit. That's a pretty solid hit. That could bend a suspension component, so we'll have to just see as the 18 rejoins how it goes. Guys, Kyle Larson ran into him last night. We congratulate him on his win in the Xfinity Series, and he had something great to say. He said, when I was chasing William Byron and Ty Gibbs, I had a judge in front of me. I didn't overdrive a corner all day. And he said, all of a sudden, those two wrecked, and I was the leader. I went into turn one for the first time. I don't know where I lived. He said, I didn't have a mark. I had been chasing people. That comes to mind as we ride with Kyle Larson, because that's what he's doing again, right? He is judging everything off from Chase Elliott. He kind of has a rabbit to follow. Now, listen, he closed out the Xfinity Series race. I think he was being a little humble about his talent. But it was interesting that it was that much different for him the first time leading that race. Marty.
You're going to love this Hendrick Motorsports head-to-head battle for the win here at Watkins Glen. Kyle Larson trying to make his way through some lack traffic. Interestingly, you see right in front of Chase Elliott is Ross Chastain, and he said on the radio a moment ago he could see that he was catching the one. He said, talk to that one. Make him let me by if you can. But I love this clear advisory. You can see Chase Elliott watching Kyle Larson. Meanwhile, behind the wheel, Kyle Larson only focused ahead. Only one misstep today for the 9-team. Chase Elliott said it was on him. He ran too hard early in the run. He's going to have to hold on and keep his teammate behind him these final 15 laps, Parker.
Right, Marty. If Kyle Larson is to beat Chase Elliott, you've been seeing how he's been catching at times. Now just lost a bit of time there as they were going through those different corners of traffic. But he was watching him down in the bus stop. I had an interesting conversation with some of the HMS teammates, and they said after qualifying, they were looking at the data, and Chase Elliott had about 2/10 on all of them through that section right there in the bus stop. But the closest of all the drivers there with him was this 5-car of Kyle Larson, who now the team just came on the radio and said he was matching him in the bus stop, and all he had to do was just correct his entry into 7. Otherwise, he's matching the 9 toe-to-toe. We'll see if he can run him down and try and get by him for this win.
During those updates, we saw the 7 of Corey LaJoie come to pit road. He took gas only. So we'll see where that puts him back in the running order. Cindric, it's been a little bit of a quiet day out of Cindric. There was a couple times he popped up. He's currently running in the 11th position. Right behind him, Eric Jones. This 43 car continues to impress me, Rick. Every time we see him, he's getting more out of this equipment than what I thought I have seen out of it. And then Harvick, 2 race wins in a row. He's feeling pretty good right there behind him. What a great view. Northern Tool on board this 4-car with this in-car camera. This just really shows you the 2 cars in front of them and the work they're putting in.
When we look at the lap times of the 2 leaders, though, last couple of laps, Chase Elliott a half a second faster than Larson. The last 3 laps a half a second faster. So driving away back to a 2-second lead, opened up that 2 seconds quickly.
Watching this battle coming into turn 2, the battle we're describing just outside of the top 10 between Eric Jones and Kevin Harvick. Of course, you're on board with Harvick right there. He's trying to track down Eric Jones. That's been a good battle that's been developing for about the last 5 or 6 laps. It has just left the S's and is headed to the bus stop.
Harvick was way in the back early in this race when the track was wet. Not really confident in the car. The teams worked hard, the drivers worked hard to put themselves in this position following Cindric. Eric Jones right there around the carousel. Could be another good solid finish for this 4-car.
Yeah, look at Eric Jones. Steve said it, just continued to impress, doing a nice job, putting pressure on Austin Cindric. You know how good of a road racer Austin Cindric is. And I'd say a good day, although Kevin Harvick, we've seen him 2 wins in a row. Look at a move by Eric Jones, an aggressive move. Kevin Harvick should be able to take advantage of this as well.
Eric Jones taking 12th away from Cindric, and Harvick also looks to the inside of Cindric. He wants a position also, and the 43 is going to lead them into turn number 1. Harvick follows him, and he takes that spot away from Austin.
Oh, the chase has got around the 1 right there. Sorry, Bagley, I was going to mention the 3 of Austin Dillon. I had talked about that strategy. We saw him run up front for a long, long time. He just pitted, came down, and got some fresh tires and some fuel. And I think he's going to cycle inside the mid to late 20s. So we'll just have to see if this strategy works out. So he's in front of Harrison Burton. Harrison's running 27th. We talk about strategy calls. Restarted 32nd, blended 27th. I don't know if I'd call that a huge win, but now he has the freshest tires. If the yellow does come out, he'll feel confident to stay on the racetrack. Now he's thinking, it was so much more fun when I was leading. Up front there, all by myself.
gap between 1 and 2 still growing. 2 seconds separating Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson. Listen in to Chase Elliott's audio.
You're good, bud. We're 2 laps better than the 5. Just take care of your stuff. If you can pad the fuel, that's fine, but don't let them get close to you.
Oh, big contact from the 15 of Joey Hand. This might bring the caution out that the 3 was looking for, those fresh tires. Stack them up and do it again. This could get interesting, Rick.
Caution comes out for the 4th time. He was running 15th.
Yeah, some heavy damage.
Right rear quarter damage. The spoiler looks okay, but the top of the quarter's pushed in, maybe rubbing the tire. No smoke yet.
So a restart, Steve.
Well, first the decision is who pits and who doesn't. All the leaders, they're kind of committed. Let's take a look at what happened to this 15. Oh, he just gets loose. So he pulls to the inside of the 19 to make the pass, just loses the back of the car. In the old car, we would have talked about wheel hop into that tire barrier. You see the space behind the tire barrier. That's on purpose to allow that to slide. So I think he just locks the rear tires or just gets loose. There's still road time. I didn't see a tire slide. Just too much speed. Misjudged the entry, turned down in there, got loose. Truex has thankfully slid in front of him. This is going to get your attention right here if you're trying to save some points on board with Truex. Look to your right. Here he comes. You know, it's going to be interesting.
Go right. You're clear.
I want to hear what Joey Hand has to say about that. Hopefully, I have a chance to talk to him, or maybe we'll hear on the radio. But very talented road racer. That was a pretty big misjudgment on speed. So I don't know if he had an issue with his race car, but I mean, he was 5-10 miles an hour faster than the 19.
Similar to what we saw out of Kyle Larson when he slammed into
it's
Dylan.
Crazy. So back to your point about the restart. So Elliott, Larson, McDowell, Allmendinger. I'm actually excited to see how fast Allmendinger can run because he put some really good lap times down. So can he compete with those 2 Hendrick cars? But the real decision is, you know, can you afford to come to pit road or not? We know the leaders won't, but somebody is. Somebody mid-pack or towards the back is going to put some fuel on to make sure you're good for a green-white checkered, put some fresh tires in it. So we'll have to just see if and who decides to pit.
Ross Chastain is going to get the free pass. He was just passed by Chase Elliott to go a lap down, so he was the highest scored lap down car.
Yeah, and just a quick update, we saw Kyle Busch spin around and hit that Armco. They had to come to pit road, change tires, small repairs. I couldn't see what exactly they changed, but he is a lap down as well. Will not be the free pass this time. So if you're a Kyle Busch fan, currently 34th, 1 lap down.
Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson, they have been fighting over the last few laps for the lead. Elliott has it and had been putting a little distance between himself and his teammate. McDowell running in the 3rd spot, Allmendinger 4th, Reddick is 5th. Remember, McDowell is in a position, if he were to win this race, and we have seen it where 1 and 2 take each other out fighting for that top spot. If McDowell's able to win this race, that would be 16 different winners, and that playoff picture gets very tight, especially for drivers like Ryan Blaney and Mark Truex Jr.
So on board with Truex, remember, came in at 26-point gap. He's currently 4 spots in front of Blaney with a car that he has not liked all weekend long. The Toyotas have not been great. There was some engine concern. They're all still running. So the real question now, though, is you know, will it take a win or will it take points? Truex has never won on the super speedway. You know, Blaney won there just last summer, so he has to feel like he needs a win. But if it comes down to points, every point's going to matter. So now with 10 to go, Blaney is running 18th, Truex 14th. If Truex pits, does Blaney chase him? If Truex stays out, does Blaney decide to pit to get on new tires? And regardless of what they do, think about the restarts we saw at Indianapolis, at that road course. I don't think it'll be quite 5 wide here at Watkins Glen, but turn 1 is going to get busy. So first the decision time is, do you pit? Yeah, not shocking that the front 10 or 15 don't pit, but someone, I think, is going to think tires matter.
Pit road is open.
Cindric just showing his hand. No, they're just messing with each other. Nobody's pitted. We see Truex go by. So here you go. The guys at the back of the field, including William Byron, they're going to pull some of the guys at the back onto pit road. But the 2 guys, Blaney and Truex, did stay on the racetrack.
So a few takers on pit road, but they are far in the back. It will be a battle between Elliott and Larson when we return.
When you grew up a race car driver, you dream of getting to race at Daytona.
This is the biggest race of the season because it determines who will make the playoffs.
Hell yeah!
Daytona falls at such a crucial time in our playoffs, and you go to that race knowing that anybody can win.
We end our regular season there with a lot of pressure, obviously, for some people trying to get into the playoffs. It's just a totally different atmosphere and intensity than when we go there for the Daytona 500.
Final race of the regular season, and it will be on NBC for the Cup race and Countdown to Green and Xfinity Series racing on USA on Friday night. So Friday, Saturday nights matchup. Xfinity Series Friday on USA, Cup Series on NBC and Peacock. All right, Steve, not locked into the playoffs, but they have won at Daytona. Imagine if it comes down to this and all of these drivers have an opportunity to make the playoffs.
So the conversation in February, the first time we went to Daytona, is don't come back to Daytona needing a win or scared that if someone wins, it eliminates you for this reason. All of these names have won there before. They could win again. I mean, Austin Cindric proved it, right? He broke through as a rookie, winning the Daytona 500. So anything can happen. But how about this? Anything can happen here.
Well, Steve, look who's up front. You've got McDowell. He's not locked into the playoffs. You've got a little further back, Buscher, not locked into the playoffs as well. Those two up front and close and good on road courses.
Well, we saw yesterday that if you think someone's going to win the race, just wait. You got to run every lap in every corner. We saw the two fastest cars take each other out.
Side by side. 9 laps to go from the Glen. Larson on the inside. Chase Elliott on the outside. Fans on their feet here at Watkins Glen. They fan out as they go to turn number 1. McDowell, a little contact from Reddick behind him. Smoke as they drive up the racetrack, and they're 4 wide coming out of turn number 1, and it's Chase Elliott out in front of Larson.
Elliott will grab the lead. Larson will follow him through into the number 2 position. But here comes A.J. Allmendinger. He'll go to 3rd, and Joey Logano banging quarter panels and wrestling his way into the 4th spot as they race up the backstretch.
A.J. Allmendinger, that's the guy that's dangerous right here for these 2 leaders. Larson following the 9 car. Look at those cars lift off the ground over the curbs. I think Chase Elliott's got a lot left in the tank in his 9 car. We're going to see some incredible laps out of him here with 8 to go.
I think Kyle Larson knows that as well. I think Kyle's got to push exceptionally hard right here if he's going to have a shot. We saw Chase Elliott driving away from Kyle Larson on older tires. So right now, push as hard as you can.
Chase Elliott now with a 2-car length advantage over the 5 of Larson. Larson still trying to track him down, but he has time. 8 laps remaining here at the Glen. Elliott in front. Larson running second. Allmendinger, a full-time Xfinity Series driver, in the 3rd spot.
Chase Elliott running for his life right now. He's trying to keep Kyle Larson and A.J. Allmendinger both behind him. So far, so good for Elliott. He's been able to leg it out over Larson by about 5, and then it's another 2nd and a 3rd.
We got to spin over here in 7. In between 6 and 7, the 27 car is going to probably get stuck in this sand trap. There's going to be a caution. There will be a caution. He just cannot get out without assistance. The yellow is out.
Lawrence Hesseman is stuck in the gravel pit. Caution is out. Another restart.
A single car incident, came in here by himself, lost the car. Look how deep it's dug itself into this sand pit. The sand pit's there to slow the car down so it doesn't impact the wall on the other side of it. The negative is, once you get in them, you're stuck.
So this will take a little while to get the 27 out of that sand or gravel pit. Jeff, right in front of you.
Yeah, you can see him just overshot the corner and just never could regain control of the car, and now he's just along for the ride right into the gravel pit.
2-time Euro Series champion. He's running in the 32nd position as now the track crew has gotten to him. We'll see how long it takes for them to pull him out, but now under 7 laps to go with this field going by the start-finish line. Crew working as quickly as they can. While we've got a minute, let's check in with the Peacock Pit Bot, and it's DJ and KP. Guys, what are you thinking about the finish of this one?
Listen, I have no idea. The most dangerous thing in cup racing is restarts, okay? And we're giving these guys additional opportunities to take shots at Larson and at Chase. Have you seen anybody out of that pack that you think can?
I don't think A.J. Allmendinger has the car to keep up pace-wise, but this restart, he knows if he gets in front, then he's going to be extremely hard to pass. And so I look for A.J. to maybe take an extra chance here, trying to get down into turn one and seeing what he can make happen. And as you point out, that's the most dangerous thing, is someone trying to make it happen, and then all of a sudden, everything you've worked for is gone.
We've seen it all year long. Turn one in Indy, turn one everywhere we go. We saw them fan out there. We saw a lot of blocking. We didn't see a lot of contact, but then you have these incidents like this. This is a gravel trap, okay? Yeah. I thought they took all of them away from Watkins Glen, but this is a gravel trap. It takes a couple extra laps. We know a couple of guys are good on fuel. Out of this pack, when you look at the day that Michael McDowell has, it's been a phenomenal day.
Yeah, Logano's had a great day. You look at Reddick up in there inside. Christopher Bell coming from the rear with that. Eric Jones up inside the top 10, and Chris Buescher there. So a lot of good days for a lot of people, Parker.
Right, DJ, and Kyle Larson was hounding Chase Elliott there. It seems like they're so evenly matched, catching up with Cliff Daniels, Kyle Larson's crew chief. So where do you think Kyle needs to find a little something to beat the 9?
Yeah, it's going to be tough for sure. Our HitterCars.com Chevy team, we've executed a great race. I think we've got a good car. You know, the tough part is the 9 car is great too. And Chase has done a good job of executing his race. I think they're going to race each other really hard and really clean for the end. I hope we've got a little something left in the tank. It'll be interesting to see, you know, where we can get it. I don't know if it'll be in the bus stop or if it'll be a good 6 to 7 exchange, but I know Kyle, and I know he's been sizing them up the last few laps. So I could be many to go when we take the green. So proud of our team and proud of everybody at Hitter Motorsports. Thanks to all the guys back at the shop for giving us, you know, really fast cars. And hopefully we get to keep them up there for the end, and one of us needs to bring it home.
Well, they feel like they may be able to get it done, Dave.
And Alan Gustafson just getting a little radio transmission here. Remember, these crew chiefs are still communicating with their driver as they need to before they can chit-chat with us for just a second. And we'll ask you first, Alan, did you like what you saw in the last restart, the lane choice? You want him to go there again?
I mean, it's really up to him. We retained the lead. I don't really know what's going on inside the car, you know, into the corner and all the dynamics that go on there. So, yeah, I mean, we retained the lead. That's obviously objective, so we just need to do that this time and how many ever more it takes.
Correct, and we could get to overtime. Does this caution, did you need it? You didn't need it to get to the end, did you? But you need it for overtime?
No.
All right, his man's getting ready to go. He'll lead him to green again.
Worked next to Allen for a long time, and that's a game face right there. And when he gets in these moments, what makes him so great is that he's very cordial. Spoke to Dave, but you could tell he could only give us like 10% of his brain to answer those questions because the other 90% are completely engaged in this race and his driver, Chase Elliott.
And I want to take a look at the Toyota driver update. Christopher Bell currently running in the 8th position right now. Has been as high as 3rd in this race.
And, you know, when we talk about Toyotas, there was a lot made about some of their lack of speed at the road courses. But then this morning, big fear when it came to the power plants. They're all currently still on the racetrack running while Kyle Busch is a lap down with an issue because of his accident. You know, the Toyota's still all making power. So, you know, about 6 hours ago, I think it was more concerning for them, but here they're all still on the racetrack.
Steve, let's go back 10 years. Could we have a finish like what we saw back in 2012? It was the 18 of Kyle Busch just in front of the 2 of Brad Keselowski, the 9 of Marcus Ambrose, and then we learned there was some fluid on the racetrack.
Yeah, fluid on the racetrack. No big surprise that Keselowski and Kyle Busch tried to both squeeze through the S's, and then right here, this is the move, right? The 9 squeezed through the final corner. It was one of the best final laps we've seen anywhere in any sort of racing. But here it was great. You talk about international drivers. Ambrose raised that checkered flag, and there's Brad right here in the 6th. This RFK group, we talk a lot about Buescher. His road course is impressive, running 10th. Brad having a solid day in 17th. I think Brad, he went over there, and he's obviously a remarkable race car driver. He's learning kind of to be a race car driver and an owner. He's been very vocal about Chris Buescher and how good he thinks Chris Buescher is. So I can't imagine what takes his days. One of these days, I'm going to ask him that. I'm going to find some time where he can sit down and just be like, hey, what didn't you expect? What did you expect? What's a day in the life of Brad Keselowski now versus when you were just a race car driver?
Hey, do you remember how this race started, where the 19 and the 12 were? You remember they were side by side?
Side by side and in the pouring rain. Finish. Yeah, exactly.
They're side by side again. As we're getting ready for the restart, it'll be 5 laps to go, and you can hear the crowd. They are ready for the final 5 laps here at the Glen. Chase Elliott will be on the outside. The 5 of Kyle Larson on the inside again.
And when we talk about guys trying to get their first win, this is what you can't prep for. Simulator, all that, I don't care. The only way you learn how to close out races is having this chance, lining up, feeling this pressure, 5 to go. These 2 at the front, I mean, they're the last 2 champs in the series. This is going to be just an absolute battle. It's going to be awesome.
All 5 drivers in the top 5 are road course winners. They've got 15 combined wins amongst the 5 of them. And back up through the gears we go. Elliott on the outside, Larson on the inside. They're side by side still. And Larson surging ahead now as they get into 1. He outbrakes him, but he slides up the track. As they both slide up the track, it opens the door for A.J. Allmendinger.
Kyle Larson used up Chase Elliott coming into turn number 1. Is going to earn him the lead before he gets to turn number 2. But A.J. Allmendinger is going to compound this whole matter. Digger goes to 2nd. Elliott falls to 3rd and faces an immediate threat from Joey Logano in that yellow car to the inside coming off the end of the backstretch.
Joey on the outside in the braking zone. Both these guys are going to push it deep into this corner. Still side by side. It's going to cost them both the position. Here comes the 8 of Reddick. Man, it's been a terrible half lap for Chase Elliott.
Chase Elliott needed to get by Joey Logano right there. Did not do it. Actually lost maybe 2 positions. That wind is driving away from him. Now we got a great battle. A.J. Allmendinger trying to run Kyle Larson down.
A.J. Allmendinger about a car length. Now a car length and a half behind Kyle Larson as they come through 7, looking at 4 laps to go. A great battle continuing back a little further. Suarez trying to get by the 9. And Elliott holding him off. So now into turn 1. The 5 of Larson. 2 car lengths back is A.J. Allmendinger.
Meanwhile, they're banking quarter panels further back. Up front, it's all about A.J. Allmendinger. Does he have enough to get to the back bumper of Kyle Larson and take this win this afternoon at Watkins Glen? He's got work to do. He's got 4 car lengths of real estate to make up before he gets to the back bumper, and then he's got to get around that back bumper and take the lead.
If A.J. can do it, he's going to have to really pick this car up, put it on his back, and make it happen. He's closing the gap a little bit here through the bus stop. Kyle Larson cannot be conservative in those positions. They go through the carousel. The 16 gets even closer. A little bobble right there for A.J.
You're exactly right, Junior. You cannot get conservative because A.J. Allmendinger will not be. He's going to be trying to outbreak you into 6, into 7. He's going to try to outbreak you into 1. All those passing zones. So you see right here, turn 7, it's so important for Larson to hit this because it leads to turn 1. It's a great opportunity to pass.
Larson looking for the weekend sweep. He won the Xfinity Series race yesterday. Now trying to win the Cup race. Right behind him, A.J. Allmendinger, a full-time Xfinity Series driver. Remember, if he wins this race, it doesn't have any implications on the playoffs in the Cup Series.
Less than 3 laps to go. They've cleared 1 and now continue downhill into turn 2. The separation has stabilized, at least at this end of the racetrack, where Allmendinger's not able to make up the ground like he does at other parts of the track. It's 4 car lengths, maybe even 5, as Larson legs it out, coming out of turn 4 and headed to the bus stop.
Look at the focus in the eyes of Larson. One of the most technical parts of the racetrack. Tries to get through here as good as possible. Again, A.J. closes. And then down into the carousel, right at the limit of grip. Trying to put the throttle down here, back to a shift.
And we saw back there in the inner loop, that's where A.J. Allmendinger has an advantage. Kyle Larson appears to have an advantage here in 6. They both get into the corner equally. Larson, a little bit of a wiggle right there, but see, he drives away just a little bit, heading to turn 7. Just a little bit more of a gap, and then the exit of turn 7 appears to be an advantage for Larson as well.
Yesterday, Kyle Larson got the lead on a restart with a late accident in front of him, but the closing laps, he had to hold off the same driver. A.J. Allmendinger yesterday, he was able to do it. Today, the same task awaits. 2 to go at the Glen.
Here they come now back into turn 2. Less than 2 laps remain in this one at the Glen. You've got Kyle Larson, A.J. Allmendinger. Here's A.J. trying to do the best he can, trying to close back down on Larson. Separation coming to the back straightaway. The same as been ever since the restart. 4 car lengths.
Watch the eyes of Larson. Every corner exit, he looks up to see if the 16 is still there. He feels the pressure. He knows, he respects how good AJ is. Watch when he comes around this carousel. Once he finishes corner exit, he's going to peek up there and see where that 16 car is.
Yeah, it's just a gauge for him, right? He's going to look in that mirror. There he is right there. Okay, what's my space? How is my lap? He did not do that until he had an area where it did not mess his lap up. He just needed to check to see how his lap was. What he saw he liked because he's driving away from Allmendinger.
The reigning champion looking for a little momentum before they get to the playoffs. It's been all the way since California, the second race of the season, when he found victory lane. 1 lap to go, presented by Credit One Bank. And now 3 car lengths separate the top 2. AJ Allmendinger trying to find anything in that car to catch the 5.
Oh, he's going to have divine intervention to win this race because Kyle Larson is gone. Here he comes for the final time through turn 2. Through turn 3, setting up for turn number 4. It's all Kyle Larson trying to score the double dip as he races his way for the final time at the back straightaway at the Glen.
The best Chase Elliott could do was work his way back up to 4th position after Kyle Larson ran him wide on turn 1 of the final restart. An aggressive move, but it's put him in position to win this race comfortably ahead of the 16 car of AJ Allmendinger. Only a few corners remain for the 5 car in checkered flag.
Not the wins from Kyle Larson that we saw last year, but now getting momentum going into the playoffs. Larson becoming more dangerous at the time of the year when it matters. Playoffs looming. Kyle Larson set up for a win here.
Burton, you mentioned it. He won here a year ago, and he looks to go back-to-back at the Glen. Kyle Larson comes out on the front stretch. He'll see the checkered flag. Larson wins again at the Glen.
Good job today, guys. Great job, man. Really proud of you. Great job, team. Good work, fellas. Great job.
Allmendinger coming home 2nd. Logano 3rd. Chase Elliott 4th. Daniel Suarez a top 5 finish. Showing a little respect there. AJ Allmendinger pulling up beside the 5 of Larson. $18 career wins for Kyle Larson. And that breaks, by the way, the longest winless streak that Kyle Larson had ever experienced since joining Hendrick Motorsports. What a restart.
Yeah, watch Kyle Larson drives in the corner, right front's locked up, went up the racetrack, moved Chase Elliott out of the way. Just an aggressive move. I don't think that was intentional, but Chase Elliott isn't going to care. Kyle Larson just cooked it down in there, could not control his car, and ran Kyle Larson up. Ran Chase Elliott up. See right here, right front's just locked up. Now the car's not turning, and now he's got Chase Elliott moved out of the groove.
Yeah, once that right front locks up, you lose front grip. You're no longer going to be able to make the bottom of the corner. Everybody's going into this corner as hard as possible. Remember, you got AJ behind you. He is absolutely going to try to outbrake the 5 car into the corner. So Larson knew he had to go into this corner farther than he had all day long, and that's the risk that you take. Everybody escapes unharmed, but it is going to be a tense situation between these teammates today and going forward.
To the start-finish line, Kyle Larson will mark the HendrickCars.com number 5. And he will sweep the weekend. The Xfinity Series race yesterday, and now the Cup Series race. The checkered flag moment brought to you by Advance Auto Parts. What a weekend the fans have been able to enjoy here. Remember, this race started on the wet after the rain came through and ends on the dry, and it was a aggressive turn 1 on the restart that got Larson up front. Marty.
Ricky only led the final 5 laps of the race, but boy, it's going to be all about that final restart with his teammate Chase Elliott. Been a long time since you guys got to victory lane, but tell me about the move to pass your teammate Chase Elliott. We did see the right front locked up going into turn one.
Yeah, and I knew that was kind of my only opportunity. I'm not proud of it, but being in the inside lane or the right lane, and you being the leader choosing the left lane, it's definitely wins out. But when it gets late in the race, it's definitely risky. And like I said, I knew that was my only opportunity to get by him. So I felt like our cars were pretty equal today, and had a lot of fun after the green flag cycle trying to chase him down, and kind of burnt my stuff up a little bit. But the restarts kept me in it and kept our team in it. So proud of our guys. Good to get another win here at Watkins Glen. Get some more bonus points low in the playoffs, which is we haven't had many of those this year. So hopefully this will build on some momentum and we can keep racking up some more points.
So if the shoe was on the other foot, would you want to have a conversation with your teammate if that move happened?
I'm sure, yeah, we would ultimately have a conversation. We have a competition meeting tomorrow, and yeah, I mean, I think if I was in his shoes, I would understand the risk that I'm taking choosing left lane also. So again, like I said, I'm not proud of it, but it's for what I felt like I had to do to get the win.
Did you learn something on the restart before that you said, I'm going to try and take advantage of it on this final one?
Well, yeah, I mean, all the restarts I was in the right lane yesterday with William, I always got myself in a bad spot where, my angle was pinched off and we'd always make contact and I'd end up, sideways and get passed by people. So I knew everybody's aggression was going to be higher as each restart went on. And I didn't want to put myself in that position again to get, passed by AJ or Joey, who are really aggressive behind me. So, yeah, it's just part of racing at road courses, especially this year, it seems like. So, again, not proud of it, but we did what we had to do.
Kyle Larson gets the win here at Watkins Glen, Dave, but I'm sure his teammate Chase Elliott's not going to be very happy about it.
Well, he ends up finishing fourth. Kyle says that he's not happy about the way it happened. He also said if he was in your shoes, he would have understood the risk of restarting on the outside there. That was the question that I had for you. Did you consider that risk on the final restart?
Just a huge congratulations to Kyle and everybody on the 5 team. Congratulations to everybody at Hendrick Motorsports for getting another win, and appreciate Kelly Blue Book for being on our car this weekend.
He says this will be discussed, obviously, in competition meetings and between the two of you. What would you like to say to him?
Congratulations. He did a great job. Seriously, they deserve it, and looking forward to going to Bristol next week and trying to get with our team.
One of your first conversations was with Mr. Hendrick. Was he able to console you at all on the loss today?
No, just congratulated him. Like I said, always good to see HMS win. The boss deserves, all the wins and all the great things that go on with this company. So just proud of that, and looking forward to next week.
All right, thanks, Chase. The dominant car today, Rick, keeping it positive here.
Yeah, and Chase Elliott ends up in the 4th spot after falling back on that restart. Daniel Suarez was 5th, and we'll see the 5. As you see, we saw earlier when Rick Hendrick, Jeff Gordon there, and now talking with Alan Gustafson. But we know that Kyle Larson will once again head to Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane.
What you saw right there was 2 tidy interviews. I'm sure they're not very happy with one another, but we saw Jeff Gordon, Rick Hendrick, and those guys. They'll have some conversation, but they have too much momentum as a company. There's no reason to air it over the radio. They can talk in private tomorrow, maybe later tonight.
And Steve, that's the problem with having 2 great cars, 2 great race car drivers, because in the end, they were fighting it out for the win, and only one of them is going to get it. This time, it was Kyle Larson who gets the win at the Glen. It's the NASCAR America Post-Race Show presented by Progressive. Just concluding, Kyle Larson gets the win after a very hard-fought battle going into turn 1 on the final restart with teammates, the 9 of Chase Elliott. And so maybe a little bit of ruffled feathers there. And we even saw Rick Hendrick, Jeff Gordon. They were both talking with Chase Elliott after the race, as well as Alan Gustafson, the crew chief for that 9. Steve, that's just one of the tough situations that they've got to be in. you can't expect a teammate to not race hard for a win.
Well, I will say this. If I'm Alan, if I'm Chase, I'm definitely disappointed. We're going to have a conversation tomorrow about it. But if I'm the race fan, I should be applauding what I just saw out of Kyle Larson. Because the day Kyle Larson doesn't drive into turn 1 to win this race, then we have a whole conversation to talk about with these 4-car organizations. What I love is their teammates. They share information. We have all these buzzwords. When they put helmets on, they're race car drivers. One guy can win. That's it. One driver. That's what we saw to Kyle Larson. They're both very professional in their interviews, but in the end, what we saw going into turn 1 is as good as it gets for racing at the Glen. But how about Kyle Larson?
Yeah.
Wins both races, and Allmendinger shows up second in both races. So it was a great weekend. Started in the rain, so many different storylines, but like I said, the race fans should be happy that is that's the racing we should expect on the racetrack.
Yeah, I was entertained as a fan. I want to bring in the guys who are around the racetrack today. As we see Larson getting interviewed there in Victory Lane once again. But Bagman, thank you so much for joining us. What did you think out there in the S's?
We had a little bit of everything today, Rick. We had rain to dry. We had teammates getting into each other. All I know is tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio, we have a lot to talk about with our checker flags and black flags, and we're going to break this one down. There is a lot to be broken down. Dale Jr., what about you?
Yeah, I mean, one of the best and most interesting seasons in NASCAR history that I can recall continues, and we continue to create storylines that we don't expect and that honestly we don't deserve. Having two teammates going at it like that at the last lap and actually really racing each other as hard as they would race anyone else in the field is something that we usually don't see in this series, but things have changed. And so it's awesome. And we're not even to the playoffs yet. We know that the intensity and the feuds and all that's going to double up even more so when we go to the playoffs. I can't wait. We've got a great race next week at Daytona. I can't wait to get there. Love Daytona. Love the action we're going to see there. It's going to be an awesome way to end the regular season. So I'm excited about that as well. Had fun over here at the bus stop. Not quite as much action as I was hoping for. I wanted to shout a little bit more than I did today, but had a great time anyways, Burton.
Yeah, fun racing at the Glen today. I don't know what else we can ask for as race fans. Things this year has been incredible. Back to the turn 1 action between teammates. Kyle Larson said, hey, you picked the bottom. You open yourself up. He's right about that. But Chase Elliott's like, hey, you're my teammate. I'm thinking you're going to take care of me. New rules now. Take care of yourself. Your teammate's not going to do it. So their relationship, they're going to have a conversation. I will say, though, Rick Hendrick and Jeff Gordon, they're two guys that can help them work themselves through that. Rick Hendrick and Jeff Gordon, they get a lot of benefit by these two guys going at each other, racing for wins. They got to find a way to, make them coexist. But, hey, man, like Steve said, you want your race car drivers out there racing hard. That's what's got you where you are with all the championships.
And they
DJ and KP, what do you guys got?
What you got, man?
Yep, thanks, guys. Great job out there today with the radio style. But I'll have to say, KP, we were privy to a little more seeing that Chase Elliott might not have been quite as happy, a little more animated talking to Mr. H, using his hands. And I kind of gathered that as I've had enough of that. But I don't think that Kyle Larson did anything wrong as a driver trying to win, but when it becomes teammates, then things right here before the playoffs get a little bit more tricky.
Yeah, I think Chase was animated. At the same time, I think it's the Hendrick way. You don't air your dirty laundry.
Yeah.
You go back, you close the doors, and you talk about it, and that's what they'll do. I found it interesting listening to Kyle Larson where Joey Logano and A.J. Allmendinger had an effect on this race. He said, I've got two guys behind me. I know they're going to do something when we get to turn 1. We said it right here at the desk. The most dangerous thing in cup racing are restarts. And it got in Kyle's head. Kyle overdrove the corner a little bit. Didn't deny it at all. But listen, when you've got two guys in your stable going like that, it's like you and Elliott Sadler, man. You guys would have to go at it all the time. Pushing each other, making each other better, you're going to have these type things.
Another great finish is all I can say.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The fans are the winners again today. I'm going to say the fans are the winners.
Definitely fans winning today on NBCSports.com. You can hear from Allmendinger, Logano, plenty more interviews from the drivers and more analysis of what's taking place here at the Glen. Take a look at the playoff standings. Steve, what this means, by the way, now locked in, Kurt Busch, so 15 are locked in. Ryan Blaney, Martin Truex Jr. still fighting, but a win and you make the playoffs. There are 15 drivers that have that opportunity.
It's as simple as that, Rick. 15 guys have won. They know they have moved on. Only 2 can make it on points. It's either Blaney or Truex. And anyone in the top 30 that hasn't won, if they win a race, That's it. We don't care about points. We don't care about Blaney. We don't care about Truex. If it's Stenhouse, if it's any one of those guys, they are in the playoffs. They can win their way in the last race of the regular season.
And we want to hear your opinions, too. That's NASCAR America Motor Mouse on Monday and Wednesday. You can call in, be a part of those shows. They're on Peacock, so make sure to take advantage of that. Really unbelievable what we have in front of us with Daytona, the super speedway, deciding what's going to happen for this playoffs.
We get a little appetizer on Friday night with some Xfinity Series racing. They're 4 races away from their playoffs, so great storylines there. But then the main course on Saturday on NBC, Countdown to Green at 7, and then the Cup Series. We've been talking about it. It is the cut race, the last race of the regular season. Everybody wanted to make the playoffs. 16 guys will be happy. 14 drivers will leave very disappointed they weren't in it.
Again, more NASCAR coverage always available on NBC Sports.